Party. What's up, everybody? Ooh, it's great to be here with you again. This time we're back in the headquarters doing our thing in Montgomery, Alabama. Getting ready for this big ball game between the Auburn Tigers and the hated Crimson Tide from the University of Alabama. Live on TV anyway, inside Jordan-Hare Stadium. What up? It's great to see you guys. My Eagle was lit up so brightly earlier. And then it wasn't bright, and then it pissed me off. Brighter, bro. There we go. I want the Eagle as bright as possible tonight. It's one of those nights. It's great to have you guys here. Thanks for hanging out with me, and we're going to be talking about all kinds of stuff. We're probably going to be live, I would say, until midnight, Central Time at least. We got a lot to discuss, but here's the thing. There's going to be a lot of stuff going on tomorrow, guys, and I think it's going to start early. I think Hoke may have mentioned this on the bunker, but there is a brunch. There's a lot of kids here for this visit. They're visiting high school guys, some commits, some non-committed. They're going to be having a brunch at like 10:30-ish tomorrow, and I think the goal, I'm not saying we get there, but I'm saying the goal is to have the new coach there at 10:30 in the morning. And it's currently 6:30 in the afternoon right now, and there's not a decision on what Auburn's going to do. So you can kind of see it's going to be a crazy 16 to 18 hours. And, I mean, planes can only fly so fast, you know? So there's going to have to be some planning. Anyway, it's awesome to see you guys. This is, honestly, I've been covering Auburn since 1998, and this may be one of the most insane 16-hour periods. Maybe you could even go back and say like 36 hours that I've ever seen. I've never seen a coaching search like this, and I don't mean that to say that it's bad. Where did my phone go? I had my phone with me earlier, texting my balls off, and I don't know where I put it. Well, it'll pop up on my screen. Oh, it's right here, Jay. Not bad. It's been absolutely insane as far as the Summerall dalliance and that kind of hitting the skids, and then what they're going to do now, and that Durkin's back in it, and Golesh, from my perspective, is back in it, although they would argue if they end up hiring him that he was their guy all along. Dillingham, to me, was kind of a back burner guy, and he's back in this. So I honestly don't think that there's an answer to, you say, JG, who's going to be the next coach? I don't have an answer for you right now, and I don't think there's an answer. I think if I had John Cohen sitting right here on my lap, I don't think he'd be able to tell you honestly what he was going to do. Maybe he's leaning one way or another. Decatur Tiger says, don't need a plane for DJ, my man. That's pretty good. I like that. You really don't. You probably just need like a, just like a rickshaw, whatever you might do in Auburn. I do want to work through before. I know we got a lot to discuss here. I got some super chats I definitely want to get to. I shouted out a few in the chat, but I always want to give you guys full love for what you show me. Appreciate you. Cleveland Browns says, stay hydrated, drainers. Foul Bama. Word M Eagle. Hashtag belt to ass. That's what I'm talking about. Drinking here from a wall. I got it loaded up with water. I will be drinking that. By the way, I'm going to drink something unusual tonight for the show. I'm going to be drinking this Trails End 10. It's distilled in Kentucky, aged in Oregon. And you're thinking, JG, is that saying something? No, I'm just saying Trails End. We don't know. It's definitely the end of this regular season, which has been kind of a bitch. And it could be the end of the trail for Dirk, or it could be the start of the better trail for Dirk. I don't know. We might find out together as we move on in this show. I wish that I could go like all night, because I think that this stuff's going to be rectified quickly in the morning. I may just need to get back on the air. I don't know how we're going to do this. Anyway, AU88 says, fire John Cohen. He's been on this bandwagon for a little while. He's been dissatisfied with some elements of the search, I think it's fair to say. And appreciate you, AU88. Darkside, who's listed as Endgame here, says, JG, what's in your cup? It is going to be this Trails End. Let me go ahead and get it in my cup so that I'm not lying to you when I make the call. Of course, I've got my Swoogan. Well, actually, it is a Swoogan glass. Mine says Commodore on it, because I am the Commodore. But these are made by Chip, the legend himself, the brain drain Commodore. Yes, I'm the only one that has one that says Commodore. There are many that say Swoogan, and to me, Swoogans are even better than Commodores. One man's opinion, someone who has a Swoogan glass would be Raven himself, who lists as Spinnaker Sailor on here. Says, let's get the W and get the coach in place. Hope everyone had a great Thanksgiving. I know Ravin did. He and his wife had their child with them for the first time, the very first Thanksgiving, which is always a good time. Pocket Watch, last name redacted, Pocket W, says, Weagle Weagle from Jordan Hare Stadium. Oh, man. With Pocket Watch, of course, he and Kanum and his friend came in so clutch for me many years ago when I had a show to do and had nowhere to tape. And they found me a place, and they will always be legends to me. Agonzas, what's up, bro? Says, pull us through, JG. Love the drain. Love having you here, Agonzas. And thank you for jumping in with the super chat here. I'm looking forward to having you hang in with us tonight. CDF, the legend himself, formerly of Lower Alabama, but now of parts unknown, says, F the Updike Summerall. Let's go get this done. I love that we live in a world where we can blame Summerall as a Bammer. He's from Huntsville, went to Kentucky. But whatever. CDF is a passionate Auburn fan, and that's what we love about him. Thank you very much for your support all the time, CDF. You're an absolute legend, bro. Look forward to hanging out with you a little bit more one of these days. I know you live a long way from me. Stu Pup says, Warrior Girl from the Sticks in Central Alabama. Let's give an applause for that one. Stu Pup, of course. For those of you who may not know, Stu Pup has super chatted us every show we have ever done on these airwaves, including the ones even before COVID. Crazy. I guess it says something about how old he is, but not really. Pocket W jumps in to say, I bought in again. Why do I do this to myself? Pocket is hoping. He comes into this game in Jordan Hare Stadium. He feels good. He feels empowered. He feels optimistic about the Auburn Tigers' chances against these hated Crimson Tide. And if there's one thing that's true about the Iron Bowl, A, it's a great game. It's a great rivalry, my favorite. B, the better team usually wins this rivalry. However, I do want to say this. 6 weeks ago, I'd have been like, Alabama's 3 times as good as Auburn because you watched the way they played, and Auburn played like ass most of the time. Just couldn't get shit done. I don't think that's a problem anymore. I think this Auburn team, I think that DJ, Derek Nix, and the rest of this staff, minus Hugh Freeze, are going to be able to get the maximum out of this ball club, and I expect a dog fight tonight. I expect the Auburn Tigers to fight like fucking hell. And I'm not saying they're going to win the game, although I did pick them to win the game, but I think they're going to give it hell. I don't think Alabama's amazing. I think they're a good ball club. I don't think that they're the power that they were. And I think Auburn's taking steps forward, and I like where they're at. Mike jumping in, who supports us here, and also with the show I do with my wife called The Bourbon Blend, and we thank you, Mike. Win or lose, we are going to have a hoot tonight, a hoot. He likes Hooters. I like Hooters. And glad to have you here, Mike, as usual. Glad to be part of the fam. Shane H., last name redacted, says, JG, if you had to bet your job on it, why would I do that? Who do you think it's going to be? Ward Amigo, let's get this dub. Well, I told you guys for a couple weeks I thought it was going to be Summerall until it wasn't. Well, it's not. And there's some factors involved in that situation. That we're going to have time to break down tonight as we move on, but it's kind of a complicated calculus. If I had to bet my life on it right now, I would say it's a tough one, man. I would probably say DJ because that's the path of least resistance. And my granddad, Wexler, used to be an engineer, rest in peace, always talked to me. What have you got in your bowl there? Oh, I can't eat, baby, but I can look at them. You can lay that over it. Then. He used to say path of least resistance is the key to everything, and the path to least resistance here is DJ Durkin. However, and I like DJ a lot, but I think there's a way you can get Golesh here and DJ here. I personally like that blend. Dillingham is also a possibility, and I think that Eli Drinkwitz also is a possibility, but I think to me that's a little more remote. So if I had to guess, I would say DJ. Number 2 would be Golesh. Number 3 would be Dillingham right now, with really Golesh and Durkin being the 2 guys that I feel best about. I've told you guys all these brain drains that we've been doing that I want a tough guy. I want someone that's got, you don't got to be quite as tough as Ralph Jordan, because that guy, he showed his toughness in a lot of ways that had nothing to do with football long before he became a football coach. I don't know anybody's going to be that tough. However, I would like to see someone as tough as Pat Patrick Fain die. And I think Alex Golesh is that guy, and I think Durkin is that guy. I don't know about Dillingham. He's kind of a new age guy. He's been coaching 3 years at Arizona State, and he's still only 35. I like him. I know him. I just sometimes I wonder, like the personality. I want a tough guy. Does that mean that JG's right about it? No, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe a new age guy like Kenny Dillingham is the right person. I don't know. I just like a tough guy. War Eagle Wolflater says W motherfucking Eagle family. Let's get this dub. Durkin is our guy. Thanks for the show, JDT. Listen, man, if it's DJ Durkin, I'm fired up. I like DJ a lot. I think he'll keep a lot of the really good coaches. And I look, man, Auburn in the state that it's in right now, with DJ running it, with Derek, with D-Nix able to operate without the problems, without the albatross around his neck that he had before. Dude, they're doing a good job. And I don't think it's I think DJ can walk in here and improve where they're standing in recruiting. He can certainly improve the coaching, the culture, and I think they can pick it up and be what they were supposed to be anyway. Man's opinion. Pocket Watch jumps in again, says Dr. Goose is a happy man tonight. The Eagle flew great. I love these dispatches from inside the stadium. And Julia jumps in. We don't usually see Julia until much later in the day, but we're glad to have you earlier today, Julia. Thank you for jumping in with the super chat and hanging out with us. Terrence W., one of my all-time favorites, who's been here. I don't give him as much praise as I do Stu Pup and the others, but I think Terrence has been here the whole damn time. Says, announce when you see the kickoff so we know how much of a lag we're working with tonight. All right, we'll check that out, and I'll work on that. We'll do like a little, like they do in movies, you know. And Poppy says he likes where they're at, too. He likes where the coach is. I'm sorry, where the team is right now. Oklahoma won at LSU. Excuse me, they won against LSU. And I think I saw earlier their chance to get into the playoff now is 99%. A team that Auburn coulda, shoulda, woulda beat if they weren't cheaters. And I'm not talking about the Auburn Tigers cheating. You guys were there and you remember. Talking about the Sooners. Carlos Dansby's neck roll says, JD, before we get started on this dub, where is the flag behind you from, or the story behind it? Great question. That is actually the flag that was presented to my mom. My mom when my granddad Wexler passed away. And he was a lieutenant colonel, and he is a stud, or was a stud. One of my favorite people. Now, interestingly, that's my granddad with that one. But this guy right here, that's my other granddad, who was in the Navy, Jason Tate. So I got both my granddads represented here with me. But the flag is from my granddad Wexler. Joe Wexler, what a stud that guy was. Courtney, was he a stud? He was a short, squatty dude, but he never lost a fight, and he was a bad man. Runner 24 says, night game, Iron Bowl coaching search could be a calm and rational drain. I doubt that very seriously. However, one of the things I love about the drain is we can be catty and we can be smart, but we don't have to be dicks. It's a very non-dickish type environment typically, and that's why I love it so much. New Gus Who Dis, who we absolutely love. Courtney loves New Gus Who Dis. One of our Birmingham restaurateurs, and his wife, just absolute legends. Super, super cool people, and I'm looking forward to seeing you, both of you all again. ASAFP. Let's see. Robert S. says, is Dillingham or Brent Key in play? Dillingham, yes. Brent Key, definitely not. No, he was just not going to be doing that. I'm not sure he's going anywhere, honestly. I'm surprised he hasn't signed his deal at Georgia Tech yet. I wonder if he's just posturing for a couple little things. I'm not sure. Blake, who's an absolute legend, my wife agrees. Says, JG, dropping in to say LFG and Buck Fama Iron Bowl style will be around the stream, but a little less chatty because I'm watching the game with family. I hope you're on your P's and Q's, Big Daddy. Nevertheless, Word Amigo and love you, man, and love my fellow drainers. Do we love this guy? Let's give this guy an applause, man. Blake's he's just the best of the best. I'm telling you, he's just so awesome. Cassidy P, speaking of best of the best, there he is. Sup, drainers. I feel 9 field goals will win this thing. Ford Amigo is a field goal counter. Cassidy P was on site with us last week when we did our live show from the RV park outside of Auburn with other legends such as Piss Jug, or I should say Piss Jug, number 20, number 19, SR71 Blackbird, Chip, of course, who hosted. And the administrative assistant was there as well. Donnie Karabatsos, who is not in over his head. Or no, he's not out of his element, excuse me. He says, I'm concerned our quarterback couldn't get his shoulder pads on without help. I did see that he was doing that a little bit earlier. I was like, hey, now. Neil J is in the house, coming to us across the pond, from across the pond. Is that how we say that? Yes, we love him. Madison C, last name redacted, says Auburn is a tough guy plays. I completely agree. I'd really like to see that, kind of go back to that. And there's some guys. I think Summerall's a tough guy too. I wasn't trying to shit on him, and I like Summerall. I just think he's got a little crossways with him. Guy Forks says, not to be confused with Guy Fox. Jay, we've seen good offense. We've seen good defense. We've seen good special teams. It's time to put it together. I would love to see that. I think everybody here would love to see some just running the ball down the field and getting stops on third down. That would make me so freaking happy. Solo Tigre is here with us tonight as well. Alamo Tiger Grab with a super chat. Warren Amigo JG hanging with the drain until midnight. He wants to go late night. Okay, we can probably make that happen. We've got about, I don't know, I'm estimating 5 minutes before kickoff, something like that. I think we're going to be doing this thing all night. T Park jumps in with a super chat to say LFG JGT. Low T Park from the greater Atlanta area, who's a stud. Comes and hangs out with us when we have the bourbon events in Atlanta. Brings guests and friends. Just love hanging out with all the peoples. T Park is a great example of how awesome the bunker is in real life. Renard D, last name W redacted, who is an outstanding member of the community and been with us a long time, says, let's go. A broken kneecap wouldn't keep me away. I want to give a for your effort getting here despite having a broken kneecap, a.k.a. patella. Patrick P. also reports what we heard earlier from Pocket W that the Eagle flew good. And Chipper says, tell Courtney that Godfather's Pizza I just finished was excellent. She left, actually, but she is a huge fan of Godfather's Pizza. Not sure why, but I don't know. Maybe it was good in the 80s. Darkside says, JG, glad you recognize me. Darkside, take a stud. I'll tell you what, I'll take a sip, though. Appreciate you, man. All right, good situation inside Jordan-Hare Stadium tonight. I know it's going to be raucous. Got the lights turned down, little orange lighting. Everybody's got their phone lights out. I see an American flag there. Looks like Malik Blockton may be carrying that. No, it's not Malik. It's one of Malik's friends. Also, Hayden, who has been here. Golly, I remember when Hayden was a young man. Now he's older. He says, appreciate you, JG. Let's have a night. Ward Amigo, appreciate you, Hayden, always hanging out with us and being the legend that you are. And you are becoming. Neil J., the aforementioned, says, happy belated Thanksgiving to the full brain drain. He is Welsh. He lives in Scotland, and he still took the time to wish me a happy Thanksgiving on Thursday. I hope you guys had a good holiday. It was just me, my wife, my daughter, and her boyfriend. And then we had Tate's Hates Giving after that, where we drank a lot, got in trouble. No rest this year, though. No rest this year. Feel like a stranger whom we sometimes call FLAS says, word the F up. Much love, Drainers, Swoogans, and Tates. Mystery candidate time. That would probably be Dillingham, honestly. Oh, yeah, and F these Bammer turds. Schaefer Kia jumps in, who BMAT thought was Schaefer KIA. Made me laugh. War Eagle, we're in this location at the hunting camp. First game I haven't had to listen to or cook shit. I'm sorry that you have to deal with me, but I'll do the best that I can. SR71 Blackbird, the aforementioned, jumps in to say over under how long official reviews will take tonight. I predict 4 reviews at 7.5 minutes each. 3 of them will end up being a no-shit decision that we all knew was right. Jesse says, all right, JG, you can't say things got crossways with John Summerall and not give us a couple details, man. Come on. I mean, first of all, the offer was low, although Auburn... I spoke to someone at Auburn today who was like, I didn't really understand that, the way you framed that in your column, because I put that in the ADOB yesterday, and I think maybe Auburn didn't think it was low, but Summerall and his people thought it was low. And then I think the DJ thing was off-putting to him. It's been said in some places that they were trying to force DJ on to Summerall. I don't agree with the way that's portrayed. I don't think it was a force. I think it was a suggest. Cohen has essentially has the parameters of a deal to offer DJ to stay as defensive coordinator kind of in place. And I think the idea was, hey, we think that he'd be a great defensive coordinator, don't you? You know, it was kind of like that kind of deal. And I think it was off-putting to Summerall, excuse me. And then I think it just delayed, and not that Summerall was mad or anything. It just kind of kept going. Like, here's my thing, and Hoke and I have talked about this. If John Cohen and his advisors believe that John Summerall's the right guy for Auburn, why don't you go get him locked up 10 days ago or 12 days ago or 14 days ago? And now we just keep waiting, and then now Ole Miss might open up, and LSU's open, and Florida's open, and it's like, I don't know. There's too much competition now, and I don't know that Auburn wants to. I'm not trying to portray Auburn as like a poor program, but does Auburn really want to pay this person like $10 million a year? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Poppy Clance says, Jay, the stream is a lot better this week. Yeah, we were going off a cellular connection last week. We are not doing that now. We're on a full speed Ethernet connection, so on gigabit. So we should be Gucci. I don't think we've had any problems when I've been in the headquarters this year. All right. Fired up by this game, you guys. I am fired up for this game. I've got my stats over here on this board. I've got the TV show, the ABC broadcast on my TV. Got my peoples with me here in the chat. And we're just going to buckle in and get this thing done. Buckle up. Let's see, Cleveland says Auburn deferred. Let's go. And Julia's fired up for this one. And Neil's just been waiting. Now, the thing about Neil is he's way ahead of us. It's probably, I don't know. Neil, what time is it? 2 a.m. over there? Oh, Luke says, why can't we get the cute women instead of grandma doing interviews on ESPN? Well, she may actually be a grandma. I think she's my age. But Holly's amazing, man. She's one of my favorite things about Holly is that she's just a nice person. She's a good person. She's good at what she does. She's a good person. And Holly Rose, welcome in my press room anytime. Caleb CSF says, love being here with you guys. We're glad to have you here, bro. And I'm fired up. It's going to be a fun game. A lot of people ask me what I thought it was going to happen in this game. And when I tell them that I thought Auburn was going to win, they looked at me and go, really? I was like, come on now. You know what I do for a living, don't you? Missed tackle there by number 35. Got to do a little bit better on that one. And so Alabama's going to start off with decent field position. What, maybe the 30? First and 10 at the 30. Spicy P says it's 7:50 a.m. in Bangkok. They don't call it Bangkok, honey. SR71 Blackbird says, isn't Holly Rowe a cancer survivor? She is. Just kicked off. Thank you, Terrence. Okay, here's the deal, Terrence. So it's first and 10, 14:53. They're preparing to snap the ball. I will tell you the instant that they snap the ball on this first play of the game. He's looking to the sideline, thinking about it. Ball snapped. First play is underway. Ty Simpson's first throw is nowhere near anybody. Xavier Atkins had coverage. And also Caleb Harris had coverage too, bracketed coverage. Mike says, don't you dare diss Holly. I'm all in on Holly Rowe. I love Holly Rowe. Honestly, one of the nicest people I've ever met in this business. Marty Smith is probably at the top. And there was a USA Today reporter many years ago. I don't know what she's doing now, but her name was Kelly Whiteside, and she was an incredibly nice person too. Marty Smith, you'd be hard-pressed to find somebody that's more genuine than him. Boy, Auburn, 28. Kensley did a nice job of staying outside, but he kind of got driven out of the alley, and it looked illegal to me. Oh, they're going to call a block on that? They're going to call a hold or something. Kensley looked like he was, hey, is that Leffler's brother? I'm just kidding. I don't think he has a brother. Maybe he does. I don't know. Kensley looked like he was getting pushed backward. I'll be curious to see if that's what the violation was. This is probably a 7-yard gain that got wiped off there. Yeah, they're calling that's on Jeremy Bernard, so it's going to be outside. Yeah, that's right where I saw it. So it's 28 right there is Kensley, and he just got turned around and That just looked unnatural. So there we go. SR71 says, holy crap, they called a blocking hold on Bama. It's unusual. It is unusual. So I'm curious to see how this goes. You know, if this is a great performance from Auburn, I mean, how can you not keep DJ? But I still think that that's not the plan. I mean, I think that's one of the plans. That's one of the forks in the road that they can choose, you know? A little float out there. K and Lee playing that perfectly outside in because he's got help on the inside there. They got a flag. Wilkin Formby thought that was going to be against the Auburn Tigers. I'm curious to see if he knew something about that. They are going to call a face mask. Wilkin Formby did know what he's talking about. K and Lee getting called for the face mask there on the tackle. Played that perfectly, by the way, from a obviously not from the face mask perspective, but positioning. But you can't grab the face mask. 3rd and 15 on the Alabama 25 is what I've got right now. Really not much statistically going on just yet. Oh, we got a 1st and 10 now. Excuse me. That was a 3rd bust, right? That technically counts as a 3rd bust. Did he catch that? I can't tell if that Jeremy Bernard got hurt on that or what's going on. We're going 2nd and 10, so it's an incomplete pass. Robert says, that's the undisciplined team we know and love. All right, 2nd and 10. Alabama's still on the negative side of the field here on the 40. Got Kensley playing here in the slot. Boy, I thought he was going to knock that ball down. He saw it and he took a swing at it. Didn't quite get there. All right, so 3rd and 3 is what we're looking at. This would be a great stop, a great place for a stop right here. Robert says we can't get off the field. It's early, young buck. Come on now. Can't have that kind of attitude. Dallas Walker playing nose right now. You got Keldrick out there. I'm sure that's key. You got Woodyard outside. You've got Xavier just shaded over the nose. Now he's rolling out. Dallas Walker's getting double teamed. Oh, dude, he was open too. Ty Simpson couldn't get the ball there. Hard times. That receiver had gotten inside leverage on somebody out here. I couldn't tell who it was. It's that motion guy. I beat Kayan, looks like. With kind of a he kind of showed the post and then he showed a corner and went post. Hey, that's a stop. We'll take it. Tool time, what's up, bro? Good to have you here. 0 for 1 on 3rd down, Alabama is now, and we're satisfied with that. Remember where there was some consternation about who was going to be the quarterback here. There's no question who's going to be the quarterback for the Auburn Tigers. It's going to be Ashton Daniels, who's back, can play this game, and still retain his redshirt status. We like that. So Diego says, Lee, man, bad play. It's technically 2 bad plays from Lee, K and Lee, but first one was actually played well, just face mask, and then the second one was not played particularly well. Got crossed up, and fortunately the pass was not where it needed to be, and resulted in a stop. So dodged a couple bullets on that one, honestly. Mamadou says dodged a big pound bullet right there. That could have easily been a sixer. I forgot to make the daggone soundbite for that Creighton radio guy that lost his shit the other day. Did you hear that? They were playing Baylor, and he goes, he missed the dunk. They have called a block. What are you talking about? It was amazing. The guy just went crazy. He said he's standing straight like he's a statue in front of New York, New York. It was amazing. Poppy says we got to hear some Ray Hudson and Pac-Man tonight. If so, we Gucci. Oh, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Jesse says he thinks Ryan Williams is 18. We're not sure. He's previously known as a 17-year-old, but we think he may be getting older one day at a time. I don't know. It's possible. It happens often. God, how much would you like Tool Time? That's probably Tim. No, that's actually who is that? Tool Time. I know your real handle. Come on, dude. It'll come to me. Darkside jumps in with a super chat to say, my bad, JG. I meant to say, take a sip. You're a stud. Well, you know what? I interpreted what you said correctly, and I did not feel like a stud, but I did take a sip. Also, Ammo Tiger jumps in to say, let's get this dub. Time to fire up the offense. Dude, I'll be on board for that. Sam H. Thank you. I'm sorry, Sam. I generally am really good about matching the avatars to the name, even if the name isn't right. But I can remember. Poppy Clan says, Jay, Chip Kelly is available, just saying. Oh, is that too loud? That was a little loud. Sorry, guys. Chip Kelly got fired by the Raiders. It's hard to get fired by the Raiders for offensive incompetence because, my God, they're so bad. But they finally fired him. There he is at Buford. My daughter lives out near Buford. Technically Duluth, but on the Buford side of Duluth. Boy, I'd love to see him have a big game tonight. That'd be awesome. Solo Tigre says, I heard Cale Ellis got his learner's permit last week. That fingernail painter can EAD. He's not the baby in the NCAA anymore. Way to really talk that shit, Solo Tigre. I love it. Schaefer Kia says, I'm heavy in the Clyde Mays OG. It's made here in the state of Alabama. Oh, we got double stack formation there. Going to just go with the Q power, which I'm good with. Ashton is a fine runner of the football. Probably more of a dancer than Jackson is. Jackson's a very he's an assertive runner. And not to say Ashton's wimpy, he's not, but he's more of a dancer and a sidestepper, and I think he has better lateral acceleration than Jackson does. Oh, and I don't like it when he just falls down. That's not great. Look at 23. He's like, woo, I did something. I mean, you did get a pressure, to be fair, but he just kind of fell down. That's probably James Smith. I don't know that for sure, but from Montgomery, Alabama. Auburn tried to get him, and Xavier also tried to get him and completely missed. Oh, well. 3rd and 11, guys. No big deal. Boy, Alabama trying to really playing with their linebackers right now to try to disguise what they're going to be doing. Spinnaker Sailor, a.k.a. Ravin, says unblocked, and even though he technically wasn't unblocked, might as well have been. And we almost got a Daniel Cobb screen pass right there. That was not good. Almost the quick screen that went right to a daggone defensive back, which we saw at USC maybe 20 years ago. That could have easily been going the other way. This is just too many problems here early on. 2 defensive problems and now 2 offensive problems. And we're not even 5 minutes into the ball game. Looks like Hudson got a nice punt off there. But the problem is that from a field position perspective, that's a W for Alabama. They're going to start at the 46. Anonymous says, who's our left tackle next year? I need something to live for. And Jesse says, just like we drew it up, boys, that was all part of the script, right? Let's go ahead and just lure them into a false sense of security with a really shitty first offensive possession, and we'll just move from there. DJ still wearing the just the basic blue swoosh. Like technically, I guess it's a white swoosh on a blue hat. Everybody keeps hoping he would do like an Auburn hat or something, but I think he's the kind of guy that just stays with what he's been doing. You know what I mean? Robert says that 5.5 is a steal. It's a steal. Looks like Jay Hardy was significantly offside there. RD says that play looked like it was called by Rodney Allison. Man, that is going back a few years there. I think Rodney was, he may have been the offense coordinator when I got here in 98. He might have been, or it might have been, no, see, Tommy was gone. Tommy was already at Tulane. So I guess it might have been Rodney Allison. Gets away from me a little bit. I'm glad they circled the defensive lineman jumping offside because I don't think you've been able to tell what the problem was there. Alabama's now technically in Auburn territory. It's 1st and 5 from the 49+. I don't like that very much. I'll tell you what Alabama doesn't like is their field goal kicker, Connor Talty. Dude can't hit shit. He might hit a bunch in this game, but he hadn't been hitting shit. They're going to try to run an outside zone here. And Auburn says, no, I know what you're doing. Those linebackers triggering on those pulling guards and knew exactly where that ball was going. I mean, that's kind of a standard thing. It's going to be 2nd and 3-ish, 2nd and 4. Let's say Melee says, now that the script is burned, we have a chance. And Mike says D-Nix just lost his job as OC. How about that? Hang in there, D-Nix. Don't let Mike give you too much trouble. Boy, Keldrick got a really good. He was able to slide through there. I'm not exactly sure what kind of move he used, but he was able to get on Ty Simpson's and affect his clock very easily. Simpson ended up making a throw out of the pocket that probably should have been caught. Yeah, hit him on the shoulder pad. And, honestly, that's the kind of shit I'm talking about. I mean, Alabama under Saban just didn't make a lot of mistakes. And I think this DeBoer team just makes more just kind of regular mistakes that you just didn't see from the old days. Maybe I'm being crazy. I don't know. I'm just an Auburn guy. I don't know what he's talking about. But I've watched a fair amount of Alabama this year just because I have friends that are Bammers and stuff, That was a nice throw, I thought, by Ty Simpson to take something off there. He knew he had the guy open, and that's nice. Something that Deuce could work on a little bit. Of course, Deuce is not nearly as old as Ty Simpson is, but Deuce, to me, has one speed with his throws, and that's lightning. And I thought Ty Simpson did a nice job of kind of floating that ball in there. It's going to be listed officially as 4th and 1 here on the 45. It's kind of no man's land, particularly with Alabama, because they do not have a kicker worth a shit at all. So this is a decision I would make if I had the ball here. Auburn's got some big boys in the line of scrimmage here, though. Looks like Keldrick. Looks like Bobby Jamison Travis. Blockton, excuse me. And Blockton's fired up. He feels like Alabama was scared. They had to call a timeout. Had to burn a timeout. Mama do that, my man. Says Simpson looking shaky early. Had a sure first down with the dump off there. That's kind of the thing about Ty Simpson, man, is like, I feel like the first half of the season, he was like Heisman front runner. He was playing great. I feel like the second half of the season, he's not been bad, but I don't think he's been like super good. I mean, he's not really on my Heisman ballot at this point. Like, I'm not even really thinking about him too much. Probably thinking about the Notre Dame tailback, thinking about the Ohio State quarterback, thinking about, golly, I don't know how you parse those Ohio State wideouts, but they are disgusting. Carnell Tate and Smith, studs. Fernando Mendoza, obviously, is a stud, too. So, a lot of things to think about as we got to vote next weekend, I believe it is. And, the quarterback at Navy. Horvath, he's been great. Poppy Clan saw Mamadou. This is Mamadou in the house. We love having Mamadou back hanging out with us a little bit. I think Mamadou was encouraged maybe by Hugh. By the Hugh Freeze era ending. I don't want to put words in his mouth. And if true, he would not be the only one in the world who was okay with that. Well, see, Josh L says, just keep it a game. The faithful deserve that at least. Boy, that's well said. Donnie says El Chapo Pavia should be a high. Oh, yeah, he's somebody that I got to keep an eye on. And Bill Miner says Carnell Tate, nepotism. My nephew. I wish he was, man. Carnell, I got you, bro. Carnell Tate and Golden Tate. Good guys. Good folks. Good folks. I'm glad you're keeping me straight, Bill. Not letting me get away with stuff like that. I'm going to have to submit a form of approval to the Heisman Trophy Trust so I can vote for him. I'm just kidding. I wouldn't really do that. Mamadou says, happy that my Hugh sabbatical has ended. So glad. I was actually right about that. So, yeah, that's over, and it won't never come back again. Let's see. Schaefer Kia thinks that Connor Talty can hit this. Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. He'd come within at least 15 yards of getting there. Yeah. Look at all those Auburn fans. Look at them. Look how happy they are. Look how they're there to support Auburn University. All right, 4th and 1. They're just a little bit into Auburn's side of the field here on the 45. You'd think that they're going to either run this ball or they're going to do a quick play action pass. Oh, they're going to try some Alborges motion here. Oh, they might be trying to tush push. Malik Blockton's ready for a tush push now. Well, they look confused, but I'm not saying they. Oh, they're going to try tush push. He is going to get it, though. Nice. For them, anyway. Surprised they were able to get that much yardage on it. Let's see kind of what happened here. Because Malik and Bobby Jameson Travis, they just got pushed back a little bit. I mean, technically, they both got double teamed, so that's a lot to ask. Let's see, they're technically 0 for 2 on 3rd down now, although they did get that 4th down conversion, so we'll go ahead and give them the demerit on that. And Auburn, by the way, is 0 for 1. That was a horrendous possession they had earlier. Boy, Auburn had guys in the neighborhood there, but didn't do a very good job of stopping that perimeter run. They got about 8 on that. Super chat coming through from Fat Crack the G himself. Says, Wartime Eagle JG, love Fat Crack. Appreciate you, bro. Let me give you a super chat. Appreciate that, man. Let's see. Luke says Sling is way behind. Hate to hear that. It's been a bad couple months for sports streamers, right? It's been tough. Had to kind of deal with ESPN app for a couple weeks there. That was not very fun. Of course, we're back to YouTube TV now. How about getting a little more push along the offensive front right now? I'm not happy with that personally. They got a really nice push on that one on the right side. And it just gives the tailback an opportunity to start making his diagnoses, at the line of scrimmage rather than 2 yards behind it. And that's a winning formula for them. You got Zeke Walker in there. You've got Bobby Jameson Travis in there. You've got Chris Murray in there. Kensley's still playing a bunch. Elijah's playing Mike Backer. All right, better there. He was able to kind of get a Trey Mason dive in there, which is, hey, man, to his credit. Jam Miller, good player. We got a 2nd and 5 right now on the Auburn 27. Yeah, E. Robinson actually correctly notes that Bama can't run on anybody except Auburn. Alabama's running games, it's just okay. This team typically, the guys, if you were going to go pluck people off their roster or whatever, it would be their quarterback and their wideouts, I think. I like number 5 a lot. I like number 2 a lot, and I like the quarterback a lot. Oh, Key was all over that guy. Did he get that ball to the line of scrimmage? 3rd and 5 on the 27. This will be a great stop right here. Great play from Key Crawford to get some nice penetration there and actually make it meaningful in that sense that he affected the quarterback instead of just kind of getting in the area. Ooh. Boy, he slammed that head on the ground pretty hard, didn't he? Melee says, waiting for any Bama points, and then the AU chat says obligatory ball game. Had a few of those this season, haven't we? Some of those have actually been prescient, though, because there was a time when Auburn just didn't have the temerity to come back in games, but that's changed. I think this team's better. All right, so you got Bryce Diaz in there. Another timeout? Fuck me, man. They're hating that. 2 timeouts. Wow. And Xavier Atkins was really happy, and so was Bryce Diaz on that, too. I mean, he did hit his head pretty hard, but not like super duper hard. I don't know. Let's see. Raslet says noise a factor. That's what I like to hear. That's what I like to hear. By the way, we did communicate. Coach Hunter is a go for halftime. Oh, my phone's ahead of me here. So I'm feeling pretty good about this next path. I have talked to Coach Hunter. He's good at halftime. I don't know if I heard from Kozan, though. Let me see. I may have and just don't know it yet. Oh, okay. Kozan's good to go. So we got Hunter and Kozan are good to go. And then post game, Alan Head, a.k.a. J-Head, said he was almost certainly going to be good to go. So hopefully we'll be talking about a big W on that one. That'd be sweet. I think this is going to be an incomplete pass. A lot of pressure from Auburn really forcing. I thought he was yelling at Key Crawford. I was like, bro, you're not going to win that fight. Boy, Key is really coming at it tonight. Dude, they had 3 guys about to kill that old quarterback, and Key Crawford got right up in his face. He said, I bet Key said, I'm be coming for you. Connor Talty going to try to hit a field goal here from 45. Every kick's an adventure for him. Just ask your Alabama friends about it. This one is not an adventure. That one's a field goal. So 3-0 Alabama gets on the board. Kind of a short, meandering drive, honestly. They're 0 for 3 on third down so far. They had to burn 2 timeouts on that drive for just general confusion. But they were good on fourth down. They got the fourth down conversion on 4th and 1, and then they were able to hit that field goal. They started that drive in advantageous position. That was only 10 plays and 27 yards. I mean, DJ's got to look at that and say, not too bad. There's the obligatory ball game, A.E. Robinson, AC Tiger also.
How about you, fella? How about you?
Also, Soggy Nacho says, good game, guys. Danger zone. It's kind of funny, though. Back in the day, we would have thought that, right? I don't know about now. Donnie says this one right here.
Danger zone.
No, I'm just kidding, man. We're not running that. There was a time not too long ago where we would think that, 3 points was probably going to be a lot for Auburn to overcome, but I don't necessarily think we're there yet. First drive was not great, though. Poppy wonders if Ty Simpson is an NFL talent. I think he is, yeah. I don't necessarily know that he is right now. But, yeah, I think he's a pretty good player. And I was thinking that, because the Raiders need a quarterback bad, and I think the best ones are Fernando Mendoza and Dante Moore if he comes out. I think Ty Simpson's probably the third guy. Yo, Malcolm is here with us now. What's up, man? And Big G says, much love from your Hottie Toddy fan club. Always here for the drain. Big G, that is a very small group of people. But thank you. For coming over and hanging with us tonight. And I, as always, as is customary, I've been saying nice things about Ole Miss, as I often do, because I like Ole Miss. I think I described it as I like Ole Miss as a place and a people. And my daughter, her second choice was Ole Miss. And I was really impressed with our 2 visits over there. So, and also back when Neil was my friend, we used to hang out over there some. So good folks. Hornatius, Poppy Clan says Browns need a quarterback bad. The Browns beat the Raiders last week at the Raiders. It's unbelievable, man. I mean, I'm happy for you, but it's like that meme of the kid that's like, it says, happy for you. Let's see what else I missed here. Oh, yeah, Hornatius is here. He says, y'all see how good that eagle flew? There he is. Let's see. Cassidy P would like to see some zone blocking on this drive. I think that's the key to controlling the clock, wearing them down. Also, Andrew L. Design, last name redacted, says, smash the like button for JG. I only have 31 likes. Got like 75,000 people in the chat, so that's kind of a small percentage. Let's see. Mike says, this Rouse commercial with the fresh vegetables picking makes me hungry. I am so bougie now. I make my own sauce because my wife loves eating spaghetti, but I guess got tired of buying the manufacturer, the Rouse or whatever, which Rouse is pretty good, but I've been making my own lately. I feel like I can learn to do it better than they can. So we'll see how it goes. I've made 3 batches now. Courtney says she likes it, but I mean, you can't judge it on what your wife says. That's my wife in particular, because she's a very positive person. I have to really dive deep, and say, are you sure you like it? How much would you pay for this? All right, Rayshawn. Hey. Yep. Number 17 screwed up. 126. Why are you smacking him on the head? He just cost you 15 yards, you dumbass. Stupid people sometimes. So you're going to get a 15-yarder to start this drive off. Rayshawn had to field that punt, and he did, and the dude just went right into him. Definitely not targeting or anything, but it's just kind of, I wouldn't necessarily call it a dirty play, though. It could be a little confusing. I could actually see myself making that mistake. Oh, DeBoer's mad. We don't care. Nobody cares, man. This ain't Washington. Big baby. Kind of a weird decision, right, by Rayshawn, though? Like, maybe you don't let it bounce, like, 2 feet in front of you? I don't know. Looks like our chat kind of stopped, so I'm going to reload it and see if that helps a little bit. Rayos. Thank you, Tiger Man. Rayos. Rouse is what I always called it, but Rayos will do it. Oh, damn. Pass on first down was a little RPO move, and Cam was wide the fuck open on a slant, and just a terrible throw. Like, he's wide open here. I mean, that's a 15, 20-yarder right there if he just puts the ball there. Terrible footwork from Ashton. And he threw it way behind him. Wait, Courtney's hollering down there. Does that mean something good? Oh, maybe she was just upset about the drop. Well, it wasn't really a drop. You know what I mean? Just the miscommunication on that. All right, so Quay Rusaw, another young man from Montgomery, Alabama. Second down throw was to Jeremiah, and I also don't think this is a very good throw, for being real about it. He's cowering when he throws it. That's not a good way to throw a football. Jesse says, TF was that. And Abepo notes that Cam Coleman kind of limped off the field after that. I don't know what all was going on there. We need to get Cam back out there. People are starting to clamor for Deuce. Nash Tiger would like to see Deuce at this point. And a throw to Perry Thompson on third down that's dropped or maybe deflected. I'm not sure. It was going to be short of the first down. And looks like Ashton's giving Jeremiah the business a little bit here. I don't really know why he'd be. That was just good defense, really, from Brown. You got a bad attitude, D. Brown. I'm not sure why Ashton was giving Jeremiah trouble there. Jeremiah picked up a blitz and did a nice job with it, so I don't really know what the problem was on that one. So let's go ahead and try to update some of these numbers. Ashton is a big 0 for 4 right now. I mean, I know you guys are kind of joking about Deuce, but, I mean, is there a point where you start thinking about Deuce? Auburn doesn't have a tailback run yet. I know it's been very, very short drives, but it's just kind of alarming to me. Yeah, Dixie says, Dixie Viper says, how about we run the ball? That would be a fine idea. Let's see. They're going to start at the 35 this time. Got to figure something out here on the. We got Tay Seymour playing safety. This is alarming. He's in the Auburn logo or right next to it. He is not a normal player at this stage of a game. I know Champ's out, but oh, Bryce Diaz with a nice play right there. Almost got a pick. That guy, Rick, says we aren't joking about Deuce. Wow, Bryce Diaz with a great play right there. He has been really coming on the second half of the season. He's been a menace. The problem for him, if you want to call it that, is that he plays the same position as Xavier Debo, and Debo's like the best in the country at this. I still think that's Tay Seymour, or is that Kinsley playing that dime? Who's blitzing? Oh, it is. It's Kinsley. Nice play from Chris Murray right there. Woodyard was in the area. Bryce Diaz was in the area again. Auburn has, well, their will backers or their money backers are disgusting. To have Debo and then Bryce Diaz in the same position is just wrong, man. Darion Smith going to be out there for this snap. 3rd and 9. He's a great pass rusher from inside, number 44. He's a true freshman. Malik Blockton is playing nose right now, de facto. Keldrick's a stand-up in. Debo standing up right now. Got Rayshon Pleasant up there. Although he's jamming this slot receiver. Jaquez Robinson communicating something to him about that jam. And Ty Simpson had to get that ball out because Key Crawford is about to knock his fucking dick in the dirt. Kick his fucking ass. Love it, man. Quit crying. Quit crying, you big baby. Key Crawford has been an absolute menace in this game. Him and Bryce Diaz have just been playing their nuts off. Oh, Ty Simpson's going to die if he doesn't throw that ball. He's literally going to get his head knocked off. I like how the tackle's pointing at him. Says, hey, here's somebody I can't block. Donnie, who is definitely not out of his element, says, Hugh is calling plays on offense for us tonight. Come on, that's fine. Doesn't look so good right now, does it? Come on, D-Nix. Be the guy that we saw you do these. We saw the last 2 games. You know what I'm saying? Soggy Nachos jumps in. Says, some runs to settle things down are much needed. If Daniels keeps fading away, go with the future. Soggy, yeah, there is a point, man. There has to be a point where you say, man, I don't know. I don't know if Ashton's got it. I mean, the last time we saw Ashton, he was balling at Vanderbilt. And the problem is that, what's the number? Like, how bad does it have to get for you to think about making a change? I don't know about Deuce in here, but he sure did play good against Mercer. And you've also got Jackson as a possibility. I think we would all view him as the 3rd choice, but I don't know. These are the calls that I have a hard time. Doing, hard time making. Let's see. Jordan says Cobb not in the game hurt. Now the last time we saw Cobb on the field, he was fine, and he was getting bitched at by Ashton after what I thought was a good blitz pickup. So I don't think he was hurt. Now remember, there were some odd decisions at tailback in the Mercer game where they went straight to Justin Jones instead of Omar, who didn't play in that game. I'm not sure what the answer is there. They don't have a tailback in the game right now. They're going Q power. And it looks like he got 5 yards on that. Not too shabby. I don't feel like Auburn has to piecemeal this like the way that they're doing. Look at that fucking play sheet. Did you see that? Look like an AI or something. Most of the time, these coaches have a play sheet that looks like the Waffle House menu, and that dude had like this little bitty thing. Dumped it out to Kane, who got about 2 yards on that. Third and 8 now. After that early penalty. Ashton, by the way, now has 3 carries for 4 yards. Still don't have a tailback carry. I got to put Rush on here. I'm going to throw the ball again. Oh, my. What in the. You've got to be shitting me, man. God. This fucking amateur hour with that bullshit right there. Smoking Rails says JC on that. Horrible. That's unbelievable, dude. All right, so they're 0 for 4 on third down. Auburn is now 0 for 3 on third down. Yeah. Joko says JGT may want to bring back the drop counter. Golly, that's... Well, to me, that's probably the first drop, right? Well, no, Perry's... Well, I think Perry's might have been tapped. The one to Cam wasn't a drop. The one to Cobb wasn't a drop. The one to Perry may have been, and the one to B. Frazier was just yikes. That's terrible. That's just terrible. Josh says, how does Ryan G not get any playing time? I mean, he does play some, but it's like you can't put Preston in there. You know, it's not like Preston was going to catch it. Daniel starts 1 of 6, guys. I mean, he's not getting much help, but Xavier Atkins with a rare penalty there. Make it 1st and 5. Auburn has not been sharp this period. I mean, I like the attitude. I don't think they're scared or anything, but I feel like there's just been too many little miscues, miniature miscues. And Ephesians probably puts it better than I would put it. It says the team is so undisciplined today. So far, I'm getting that feeling. Woodyard in there, Xavier playing linebacker. You've got Jay Crawford. You've got I don't know if that's a catch. They're going to confer about this. This is going to be reviewed regardless. Incomplete pass. Caleb Wheatland there to help I don't know, man. He might have had that one. He didn't catch it clean, but I do think he got possession of that. I would probably call that a catch personally, but what do I know? I think that's a catch. Ammo says, can't wait for the first quarter stats. I mean, total yards right now is 35 Alabama to 6 for Auburn. First downs, 3 for Bama, 0 for Auburn. But neither team has a first down yet. And time of possession is heavily weighted in their favor, 7.5 to 2.5. Yabo thinks that's a catch. Scott thinks that's a catch. Cassidy P thinks that's a catch. Brian G thinks that's a catch. And also A. Robinson. So we've definitely got 5-0 right there. That's going to be a catch, I think. Surprised that they spent that much time conferring and then decided that was going to be an incomplete. Not great. Not great. Pigskin Passion says, do we not have a tight end that can catch? Yeah, not really. There's a guy named Preston Howard, number 15, that catches balls like you wouldn't believe in practice, but like in games, he just drops shit all the time. And then B. Frazier's usually more of a blocker, but he just dropped that one. Maybe that's why he's usually a blocker. And then Ryan G's probably the third guy. And he has the profile of a guy that, you know, like a Lutz type player, more like a slot receiver, like a big slot receiver. And I think we like him, but I'm not sure. He just doesn't play too much. This tight end right here is literally over the line of scrimmage. I don't understand what the confusion is here. He's lined up offside, number 14. Jay Crawford did a nice job holding the edge. 2nd and 6 on the Auburn 41 here. Hearing some cheering downstairs. That's what I like to hear. Frustrated with this one so far. I don't like this. I don't like the way Auburn's come out in this game. I really thought they'd be able to do a little bit more on the offensive side. I know it's early, but geez, they played like the minimum snaps on offense at this point. I don't understand. Ooh, I like this. This is a center pull on that run right there. Now, Auburn wasn't fooled by it at all. But that's pretty. I haven't seen that play in a while. A center pull. Watch this. Watch the center pull 3 gaps over. It's pretty cool. You put a lot of trust on your center to be an athlete to get out there. Technically, there's only 2 gaps, so take it back. He didn't actually block anybody. And he got hurt on the play. There's Keldrick Falk, number 15. Let's see. Smoking wonders, do you think we're too juiced? That is possible. The good news about being too juiced is that it does wear off, and you'll be, maybe you lock in here in the second quarter. But truthfully, I mean, defensively, we've been pretty happy, right? I mean, they're not having a great quarter here. Beat his ass. Oh, shit. Never mind. Yeah, he didn't block shit, ACC Tiger. You're right. It was kind of a cool design, but he didn't do anything. Yeah, they're pulling him here on this one, too. He actually did block on that play. Just a little QB power. And, Auburn's not necessarily expecting him to run the ball a lot. And he showed some speed right there. It was a good play for them. They're in the red zone now. Yabo says that sucked. Yeah, it did. 1st and 10 from the Auburn 12 now. I mean, I have a hard time faulting the defense too much right now. Total plays, 23 defended, and 9 is Auburn's played 9 plays on offense so far. Just got to do better than that. Offense is the problem right now. Second and 3 on the 5, so they can get a first down here, which would be not ideal. How about we get a negative play right here, or a fumble, or something like that? That'd be sweet. Play action pass. Caleb Harris triggers downhill and keeps him from gaining any yards on the scramble. That's good coverage right there. That's a good defensive snap. Great defensive snap, actually, from Auburn. Captain wants to know, is Cam out with a hammy? I don't know that yet. He did look like he definitely came out of the game. I don't know if it's the kind of injury. Now, he had an injury in the Arkansas game that I thought was really going to keep him out, and he came back on that. Wasn't really able to perform like normal, but he's a very tough individual, so if he can get back out there, he will. I wouldn't necessarily say it about wide receivers as a genre, but he's a tough one. 3rd and 4 from the Auburn 6 here is where we're at. Auburn's loading up the line of scrimmage. Oh, man, they are coming after his ass. Oh, but what a great throw, man. Fucking A, man. It was a great throw. I took Oppo touchdown off my board here because I don't like playing it. Give it to him right here.
I don't like your jerk-off name. I don't like your jerk-off face. I don't like your jerk-off behavior. And I don't like you. Jerk-off. Do I make myself clear?
Hey, great play from Ty Simpson right there. Had a lot of pressure on him. Somebody had just dived at his feet too. And he was kind of tiptoeing away from that one and just put a pretty one right in there. It's a great play. Folks feel like they're seeing a push-off. You would not expect the referees to call anything on Alabama like that. That would go against the contractual obligations of the SEC. And you guys know what I'm talking about. So 10-0 right now. I want to see this again. Auburn got great pressure up the middle here. Xavier just, he was doing everything he could, but boy, nice. And Eric Winters was calling for a push-off here. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, that back judge is staring right at it and just didn't feel persuaded. It sure seemed like he was pushing Kensley away with a stiff arm right there, but these fucking bammers out of here. Turds. CFB Addict says Charles Kelly looking more likely. That's my man. And Eric E., last name redacted, says Deuce is our only hope. Help us, Deuce Knight. You're our only hope. Somebody get some AI of Princess Leia doing that right there. Ooh, Rayshawn broke a nice tackle, broke another tackle, and then he had nowhere to go. I thought that might have been a penalty on Alabama again. Oh, they threw the flag. Dude, the dude fucking tackled him 7 yards out of bounds. I don't know what you're... And I think that's the dumbass that was cheering the penalty earlier. I mean, there's some dumb fucking guys playing special teams for Alabama. I'm telling you. That guy's a fucking idiot. That's twice he's done something stupid. Whatever, man. Yeah, just keep driving him into the fucking stands, dude. It's cool. And then act surprised. Like, what? He's in the fucking stands, you dumbass. How can you see it from where you're standing? God, I don't understand. This guy cries. Kalen DeBoer cries a lot, man. He's like Bob Uecker calling him out for the missing the tag when he's in the last upper row deck. All right, Auburn finally ran the football there and got 2 yards. Well, 1 yard, technically 2nd and 9. They're going some pace here. I can't see who that top receiver is right now. It was 15, Preston Howard. All right, so quick throw to Eric Singleton there. They got about 5. 3rd and 3 on the 46. Joko says, love, I fired up JG. I'm just kidding. I get a little antsy in the Iron Bowl too, guys. You know what I mean? I get a little antsy in the Iron Bowl. Nice catch by Eric Singleton with incredible coverage by number 3 on his ass. It's the kind of stuff that you can get from Eric Singleton because he's a professional player. He's really good. He's a damn good player. There you go, Jeremiah. I'll take that run on first down. 4 yards. Technically 3. Sorry. 2nd and 7. I'm satisfied with that. End of the first quarter. End of the first quarter. Man. Just when I felt like Auburn was starting to get a little bit of inertia going there. The quarter ends. All right. So total yards is 95-20. Joko loves these numbers here. 95-20. First down, 6 for Alabama, 1 for Auburn. They just got, by the way. Third downs, as you see on your screen there. Oh, it's changed a little bit. 2 of 6 for them, 1 of 4 for Auburn. You get that updated. 1 of 4 for Auburn. And Cam does not have a catch. Cam isn't playing at the moment. Bryce Kane has 1 catch for 2, and Eric Singleton had the 2 catches that we just saw on that inside throws. Great catches, actually, both of them. And Caleb says, yeah, this sucks. Yeah, this is not how I envisioned Auburn starting this game, but I will say this. They have been much tougher with DJ as the coach, and I'm thinking they're going to be able to do that. Plays ran. Smoking rails, I got you, bro. Total plays, 25 for Alabama, 13 for Auburn. Average yards per play is 3.8 for Alabama, which is not bad from a defensive perspective. I can live with 3.8, but Auburn's at 1.5, so not great. Time of possession is 11:01 for Bama and 4 for Auburn. And tackles for loss, Alabama does have 1, but Auburn also has 1. So Auburn's actually done a nice job of pressuring Ty Simpson. He just made big boy throw for the touchdown, and they were pressuring the hell out of him. Key Crawford's been playing his nuts off. I think Keldrick's played a good game so far. I think Xavier, aside from the encroachment call, has been playing his nuts off. DS has been playing his nuts off. And Kensley, I think, has been playing with a lot of effort tonight, which I can live with. Anthony says, JG, what's good, brother? We all right. Run tempo more. Let's just run more. You know what I mean? I got 2 tailback carries in that half. 2 carries for Jeremiah for 4 yards, and it was like the 2 of the last 3 plays we saw in the quarter. I think sometimes D-Nix just gets, I don't know. He hadn't been doing that. The Vanderbilt game, the Mercer game, he didn't do that. I thought he was keeping his eyes up and going with what works, but I'll be curious to see what Coach Hunter thinks, because it's hard to play off tendencies if you're just getting your shit packed in every minute, which is what they were doing on their first 2 drives. Now it's a little bit better. This last drive has been better tempo, and they're moving the ball a little bit better. So hopefully they can keep that going. The current drive is 4 plays, 14 yards, and 108. So that's been a little bit better. That's I hate to say that's their best drive of the quarter. Ty Simpson, by the way, is 5 of 13 for 35. He's really only made 1 pass. It's been good, but it was a really sweet one. And he's been the leading rusher, 3 carries for 27, although he has a 26-yarder. So, truth be told, aside from his quarterback power that went for 26 yards, Alabama really hasn't done much. Now, Auburn there's no qualification. They just haven't done much, but you expect Alabama to do it, not Auburn. And Hornatius is calling it 45-10 Auburn. Can this guy do anything but troll? Wait, no, he can troll and he can bake. He's definitely a baker. He can do that for sure. And he's a great caller on the show. We love having Hornatius on the horn with us. It is with the Plains and Park in the background. Looks like a nice night. Auburn again in Alabama territory. And we start the second quarter with them at the 39. Trying to run a quarterback power. And shit, Ashton, that was a nice little run considering. He's got it to 3rd and 4 now. Anthony R says, JG, our boy Cohen, dropped the ball with his coaching search. Here's the deal, man. I'm tempted to say that, but it's ones and zeros. You either get a guy, fucking A. Got to go for it here on 4th and 4, I think. Now, I don't love the throw to Eric Singleton there. He was bracketed, and I think we're asking too much of Eric Singleton here to catch every single ball with 2 guys hanging on his nuts. I think it's too much to ask. It's ones and zeros, Anthony, and he's either going to hire a guy that does the job or he doesn't, and if he doesn't, he's going to get fired. And if he does, we'll be happy. And I don't know. I mean, I thought Summerall was a good guy to get, and they just kind of kicked the can down the road too long, I think is what really it comes down to. Auburn's going to call a timeout here. A little confusion about what they want to do. Jordan says everything is dink and dunk. Take some shots. I know that was kind of the thing that I liked about the Vanderbilt game was that they were taking shots down the field. Now with Deuce, it was a little different against the Mercer game because he was such a factor running the football in that game that you didn't even have to really throw it that deep. But the Vanderbilt game was a different deal. Yabo says, why would we go for it? Well, bro, they're on the 36 right now. So if you want to put Alex in there to kick a field goal, what's that, 52 yards? And I know he hit a 49-yarder, was it last week? But I just don't know, man. That's a lot to ask. But maybe. I mean, if you feel that good about it. Beppo says, why did we not lock Summerall in? I'm not sure we're ever going to get an answer on that. I'm not sure we're ever going to get an answer to that because if you ask him that, if I ask him that at the press conference, he's going to say, all I want to do is talk about Golash or Kenny or DJ or whatever. We're just going to focus on the guys we got here, or whatever. But maybe someday we'll talk about it. But I mean, someday we'll get an answer, I should say, like a true answer. But I don't know. I think it was just like when you go into that, you think I've got 3.5 weeks, right? And if you get 7 days in and you say, I think I found my guy, do you commit there? Do you say, I'm going to continue thinking about this or talking to people or blah, blah, blah? Because Golash is one of the first people he talked to. He also talked to Summerall right off the bat. Dillingham, he talked to him early. I don't know if he's talked to him much since then. Poppy says Summerall not worth $13 million. If that's what Florida pays for him, that's like an A-Rod deal when he was with the Rangers. That's overpaying by so far. I think you can get Summerall for $8. Probably. Jacob says, is Summerall going to Florida a done bill means a done deal? I believe my expectation is that John Summerall will be the coach of Florida. Yeah. That is my expectation. And I mean, he's been out at Auburn for about a day now. Let's see. Justin says, do you think there's truth to that Florida Fireside Chat X space? I don't know what that means. You got to give me a little bit more information on that. Turtle's not a fan of this Craddock character, who's apparently a Summerall associate, so that's cool. I'm good with that. Patrick says, we were trying to play both sides, possibly keep Durkin, but possibly hire Summerall. Florida went all in. That's a good description, Patrick. Yeah, that's fair. Now, it wasn't like that initially. But it kind of turned into that. I don't know. Okay, we're going to be checking here to see what goes on with Cam Coleman. It didn't really look bad. I mean, it didn't look like he did anything crazy there. Hey, Beppo says, who's our best head coach now? I mean, dude, I would be stupid to even discuss that because everybody's just going to bitch. But like some people like DJ and I like DJ. Some people like Golesh. I like Golesh. Some people like Dillingham. And I mean, I know Kenny, and I don't necessarily think he's a great fit at Auburn because I want a tough guy, and I don't necessarily know that he's that. I'm not saying he's soft. I just want to. God, mother, what? No. Tell me that's not a drop, dude. Please tell me that's not a drop. Please tell me that's not a drop. Please tell me that's not a drop. That's a drop, man. I don't love the placement of the ball because if he throws it inside, he's got to catch that, right? But you throw it outside right to the defender, it makes it tougher. But that's still a catch. That's got to be a catch. Fucking A, man. All right, we're going to change it to drop counter. Oops. Sorry, guys. I was trying to fix that in real time. Sometimes it screws up. Not enough pressure. All right, so we got officially 2 drops now. According to me, anyway. The Singleton just dropped one, and B. Frazier had a drop for sure. Other than that, I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt on that. James S., last name redacted, jumps into the super chat to say, I think Deuce needs to come in. Deuce. I'm tempted to go that. I'm tempted to think that myself. Officially, oh, geez, that's a terrible missed tackle right there. Who was that? Guys, this is getting sloppy as fuck out there. What is going on here? Somebody comes marauding downhill and misses the tackle completely. It was 24, Key Crawford. And then Kayan missed one too. Boy, it's bad when Jaquez is the one out there having to bail you out with tackles. Shit. Ashton is 3 of 10 for 12. I'm going to update that. All right, there we go, Ashton. Rayshawn Pleasant is in the hole right there, and he just falls down and then misses his feet. I don't understand. This is not it, man. This is not it. I honestly think John Cohen's going to make an audible at the end of this game or like an hour after this game and just pull it out. Like my view is that he's got tentative deals in place with like Golesh, Dillingham, maybe Eli. Like, like numbers that he knows he can pull the trigger on this number. Like, hey, we're going to pay you this for this many years and you get this much NIL. Like the numbers that are good. And I think he's just going to go and fucking pick something after this. And I think if DJ had come out here and beat the fuck out of Alabama, I really think he was going to get the job, but I don't think he's going to get it based on this because I just don't think you can have a bad game and then say, oh yeah, we're going to make it DJ. Like after all this, like really? Key Crawford's hurt. He got run over on that last play, and I think they kind of have an attitude of, when in doubt, just stay down. I'm not saying he's going to be out for the game or anything, but he's been their best player today. I know when you're on the defensive side of the ball right now, the way Auburn's getting pushed around, I think you Yeah, I mean, he's hurting, obviously. He can't. He's trying to pull that thing off his helmet. He can't do it with his right arm. Patrick says getting slaughtered at home by Alabama. God, we're so horrible. Last time that Auburn got just demolished by Alabama at home would have been 0-1. I mean, it just doesn't happen very much. See, A. Davis says turn the whole roster over. CDF sending me a private text here. He's not happy. Julia's not happy either. I can understand that feeling. Yeah, Julia's not a fan of Ashton Daniels tonight. That is for damn sure. 3 of 10 for 12 yards. He's rushed the ball 4 times for 7 yards. Alabama's had the ball 30 plays. Auburn has had to play the ball for 16 plays. Yeah, Robert says JG's right. Even the really bad Auburn teams don't get molly whipped like this. I don't think it's fair, Jester, to say the Alabama team is mid. They're better than mid, but they're not like super duper like the Alabama teams that we've seen come through here in the last 10 to 15 years. I think they're solid. They're good. They're not great. Big G88 says, does this game have any impact on DJ? See, I think it does. Now, there's other people that don't think that. There's other people that think that his mind's made up, but I don't think it is. I think if they'd come out and just had a tour de force tonight, I think they give it to DJ, but
I don't like your jerk-off name. I don't like your jerk-off face. I don't like your jerk-off behavior. And I don't like you. Jerk-off. Do I make myself clear?
James S., last name redacted, comes with a super chat, says, this is a disaster for Cohen. Miss on your head guy, and look this bad in this game. I mean, really, this kind of a game looks bad for everybody. Cohen included. DJ included. DJ's calling card is the defense is so good, and they weren't very good in the overtime loss at Vanderbilt, and they're not very good tonight. So you're starting to kind of wonder a little bit, like, shit, Connor Talty barely got that PAT through. But he did, and it's 17-0, guys. Not great. I don't think of this as an Auburn team that is the kind of team that comes back from huge deficits. They're just not not a big scoring team. So to go down 17-0 early in the second quarter is not ideal. 6 plays, 64 yards, and 303. And Brian G says, no Auburn attitude from the players who do not capitalize the AU and attitude, a la 1993 Terry Bowden. But agreed on your overall point there. I did not see this coming. I really thought Auburn was going to come out here and fight. They're going to really come out here and fight. My air conditioning is so cranked up. I got to turn this down, bro. Yeah, it's getting a little chilly in here. Let's see. Ravin says, so what else is there to do tonight? We're going to drink right here, my guy. By the way, the Thunder won last night against the hated Phoenix Suns in the NBA Cup. Close game, though. I think they're 18-1 now. Pretty happy with that. Robert S. says, who will come and play for this crap and staff? The good news is that, I think it's going to all turn over, and there'll be a new coach in here that will bring an optimistic bent, and there will be people who will want to play for that. Small Victor says, how did the band play? The Eagle flew good, but we still need to have an answer on how the band played. That's really what's important. Cassidy Pieces, how about a content pivot to a second half bourbon blend? We may just do that. Let's see. 3020 Doug, 3020 Doug says, what up, War Eagle from Oklahoma City? I couldn't tell if you were saying you're actually. Oh, yes. Thunder up from Oklahoma City, my guy. Neil McCready got me on the Thunder back during, I guess I started watching them in 21, I think. 20 or 21. I can't remember which one. And I wanted an NBA team, and I didn't want anybody that was good. So at the time, Oklahoma City was bad. And he was like, I really like their GM, and we got a ton of picks. And I was like, okay, I'm sold. And, boy, it turned out better than I thought. James S. is 19-1 for the Thunder. Got J-Dub back last night, although he didn't have a great game, but he was back. So lots of good stuff. There's Patrick F. Dye, who is the kind of tough person that I think Auburn needs to be the head coach at Auburn. So I would like to see that happen. There he is, Bo Jackson, number 34, the legend himself. He's a pretty good player. There's no doubt. All right, let's get this back 1 yard at a time. Rayshawn Pleasant is out in the open field. He gets to about the 21, I guess. Solo Tigre says, let's recap the Vegas basketball tournament. Good, bad, good. Played I thought a very good game against Oregon and won by 11-ish, 10-ish, 11-ish. And then they got demolished by the Michigan Wolverines, who were on a heater of all heaters. They beat San Diego State by 30, beat Auburn by 30, and then beat Gonzaga by 40. And they have rocketed to number 1 on the KenPom. So really, that's not a big deal. And then they come back, Auburn Tigers do, and beat a pretty good St. John's team that was ranked at the time by, I think it was an 85-74 maybe. There's D. Nix on the walkie-talkie. Just means more says, don't worry, Nix has a flawless offensive plan, Mike G. Who took Slothstradamus? I don't get that. But anyway, no words to describe that Michigan game. Yeah, in my career, I haven't seen many games that were that lopsided. But I will give Auburn credit. They weren't going to win that game after the first half. But I thought they tried to fight in the second half and kept it reasonably respectable considering how good that team was playing. I mean, oh, fuck me. 3rd and 1, and Auburn just lost yardage. God dang it, man. One of 6 on 3rd down for the Auburn Tigers, and they're going to have to punt this ball away. Here comes Cock to kick it away again. God dang it, man. Jordan says, really didn't want another hard reset, but maybe that's what this program needs. A lot of dead weight out there tonight. I don't know about. I just have a hard time saying dead weight, although I couldn't really fault you for saying that. I mean, God bless. We're at our 12th game now. I mean, the judgments, it's time to make some judgments about this roster. And you got rid of the head coach that was meddling and doing weird shit, and they played better. But tonight, this is bad. That's the fucking Iron Bowl, man. Like, Rasslet says, in my decades on this earth, I've never been such a dejected Auburn fan right now. It's tough. Josh says Cobb ain't that type of back. I mean, I love Jeremiah Cobb, but I think you might be right. I really want like a Kenny Irons back, like a guy that I felt like Kenny, just every inch was just like a personal affront to him, And Jeremiah is a good player. Oh, they're trying to run a flea flicker. Oh, God, Ty Simpson just got absolutely killed. Uh-oh. Big Daddy might be hurt. I can't tell if he's actually hurt or he's just kind of got the wind knocked out of him, but somebody went right into his ass. This is what happens when you sit around and take these slow playing plays. These big boys coming to kill you. Fuck you up, man. coach putting you out there to get killed, bro. I'd probably transfer if I were you. I think that's offside on the left guard. They're not going to call it. It's going to be 3rd and 5-ish. 3rd and 7, excuse me. Beppo says Irons was rough. He sure was. Kenny Irons was a rough and tumble tailback. Oh, you know, I listen, man. I love Kenny Irons. Ben Tate, same thing. Terry Tiger Bowden says I'm on a delay again. Guys, is there anyone else complaining about a delay with me? I haven't heard a word about it tonight. All right, 3rd and 7. Oh, they got to him and hit him again in the head. Oh, boy's got to be dazed at this point. There you go, Xavier. Debo getting a little piece right there. Getting a little piece. Boy, Kelcher got in there nicely, too. Oh, my God. That left tackle just got absolutely worked. Look at 74. Hey, man, I got a hand on him, though. Oh. All right, Alabama's going to punt. That might be their first punt of the game. Maybe their second. I don't know. They got -6 yards on that drive. That was actually pretty good. All right, a shitty punt, too. Look at Jeremiah Wright. Fielded that punt. He's pretty happy. That's going to be at the 48. DJ is out there showing some extra juice, trying to get this offense going. Trying to think about my favorite Auburn tailbacks that I have personally covered. Kenny Irons is up there. Trey Mason is up there. Such a creative back. Clifton Robinson was not a great tailback, but he was such a valorous human being. They were basically like, hey, man, you're a slot receiver and we don't have a tailback. Would you mind being a tailback? And he was like, yeah, I can do that. Brian G says Brad Lester. I love Brad Lester as a person, but I didn't love him as a tailback. I thought he was scared. I thought he ran out of bounds too much. Cameron Artis Payne, all business. He's like the good version of Cody Burns. Yeah, Cap was a good player for sure. Ben Tate, who I had a tempestuous relationship with, me and him would go back and forth a lot, just kind of like, he's a smart ass, I'm a smart ass, and we fought a lot, but he's a damn good player. Rude Dog Johnson, thank you, Joko. Rude Dog, 100%. Boy, Rudy, I cannot tell you guys. Well, those of you who are my age would know, but when he shows up in 2000, boy, that team just went in a different direction, right? Because like 98 was a disaster. 99 was okay. Too much pressure on Ben Leard and Ronnie to produce every single game, but they were okay. They went from shitty to okay. But once Rudy got there in 2000, yeah, they started really, I mean, they tied for the West title that year. And yeah, they played some good football. So Rudy Johnson was huge. And rest in peace. Trey Smith, one of my favorite guys to talk to. Such a fun guy to talk to, but probably not one of my favorites just because he didn't play that much. A carry on. Man, such a broad base of skills to carry on. A good receiver, a good blocker, considering how wiry thin he was. I thought he was a good tailback. He would definitely be one to think about. Cassinius Moore, there you go. Zachary, that's a nice one. Cassinius, probably not one of my top 5, but a cool dude nonetheless. Ontario McCaleb, who was always fun to talk to and had a great attitude. I just always laugh when I think about Ontario because he's just funny to talk to. Had a great sense of humor. Mario Fannin, if he didn't fumble as much as he did, as often as he did, then I would consider him top 5 for me, but he fumbled too much. Asa Martin. I love that. I thought Asa was going to be big time here. It just didn't quite work out, did it? Cam Petway, my buddy, who lived here in Montgomery, even though he played at Prattville. You figure that one out. Someone said Brandon Jacobs, who was just a freak athlete. Yeah, you'd almost have to give him one of those. Eric Smith, actually, Hornatius, not a great tailback. He played fullback or H-back, but they're going deep, 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 and Cam wasn't even looking for the ball. Eric Smith was a great H-back, though. He was a key part of that team in 2000 and, was it 10? I can't remember if he was the 10 or the 13 team, but he played a big role. Well, I think Cam was in defensive mode there right away. I think he must have known that ball was going too far. Rock Thomas, good player. Michael Dyer was a good player. Electron, I didn't know personally. I met him later. Demontre, I did know. I knew him both. I covered him at Troy and also at Auburn. He was a good player. Cam Martin. Cam Martin might be my favorite one, personally. Cam Martin is just good people. I love Cam Martin. From Port Arthur, Texas, is now an assistant coach, going to make his way up, and I think he'll be somebody of significance in the college football world. Cam Coleman with a catch there on 3rd and 8, but he's going to be way short of the first down on that one. Ontario McCaleb was such that's a tricky one, man, because he was really good in that role that they had him, right? He was like the kind of do it all back with Cam, and he was so fast. And he had some wiggle to him in a way that, like Corey, who was probably just as fast as Ontario, but Corey didn't have much wiggle, but Ontario did. 4th and 4, by the way. Ashton Daniels, yes, he's going to get some more. He's getting more than the 4th. That's a first down. Hell, fuck yes. I love that shit right there. Let's get some Pac-Man going on that one. 3rd down. That is... So it's 2 of 7 and 1 of 7 now for these 3rd downs on these teams. Good golly. Great play by Ashton, though. Now, that was a 4th down, but I don't care. Gets the ball moving. Auburn on the 25 now. Oh, lots and lots and lots of space for Cobb there. I don't like the end of that run, though. I feel like he had so much space, and then he just kind of lowered his shoulder and he trucked somebody, which is a nice physical run, but I feel like there was more yardage to be taken there. Cam and Eric Singleton stacked to the short side here. Let's see what they do. Oh, 96 with a nasty missed tackle on that one. You got to take him out of the game for that shit, right? Quarterback wasn't even moving, and you missed him. All right, let's see what we got here. Plays. 34 for Alabama, 25 for Auburn. So Auburn is making some progress here. DJ is beside himself about something here. I'm not sure what they're going to review. What are we reviewing here? I'm sorry. Does he think that there's going to be some kind of a target on this? Oh, God, yeah. I didn't see that because the camera obfuscated that. Number 9 went right in with the crown of the helmet on that. This has got to be targeting. You could argue that's a defenseless player, and you can also argue that he led with the helmet with the crown of a helmet. He's got to go. He's got to go. DJ says he got to go. Yeah, to me, that's textbook targeting. Soup Up sees the same thing. Gunner sees the same thing. This is definitely targeting. You got to go, bro. I hope you enjoyed your time in the Iron Bowl, number 9, because I think it's coming to an end. Maybe number 26, that dumbass on the special teams, will come out there and pat him on the head and tell him he did a great job. Dipshit. See you, buddy. Maybe you shouldn't do that. What is number 31 doing? You are so weird. Why are you putting your hands all over his head? God, they're so weird. Yeah, he got to go. I got good news, Stan. You can keep watching, bro, because they went ahead and called that. All right, so we got a 1st and goal from the 5 with Auburn needing to stick this bad boy in. They're going to try to throw to Cam Coleman, and it's not even competitive. There's no way he can make that play. You got to make it so that he could at least put his hand on it, dude. Ashton's passing has not been good tonight. I mean, he's been playing valorously, but his passing's been shitty. That's a valorous run right there, but he's only going to get 2 on it. Third and goal from the 4 is what we're looking at now. It's a nice play by that slot corner. You could kind of kept his eye. He was peeking the quarterback and was able to do multitask and figure out what was going on there. That's a good play. I think I just can't take a field goal here, bro. All right, Ashton's down to the 3-ish, maybe. 4th and goal from the 3. Are they going to take the field goal here and just say at least we could get it to 2 touchdowns? I don't know, man. They're going to have to kick this, aren't they? Yeah, Ephesians says get points. I mean, it's the responsible thing to do, but jeez Louise, man. We love Alex McPherson. One of my favorite players that ever put on the Auburn uniform. Toughest dude. As tough as they come. And the give a shit is there is just off the chain with that guy. As my friend Lee Zimba would say, the give a shit is way off the charts on that one. Let's see. Stoop Up says since we get the ball coming out, it's a smart play. 4 minutes to go in the half. And then Auburn takes possession to open the second half. So we'll see. Julia wants to know where the tailback is. I got questions too. 6 carries so far for Jeremiah. And the field goal is good. So on the positive side, it is a field goal. But to have 1st and goal from the 5 and then you end up kicking a field goal is just not going to get it. Let me find my field goal sound here. Why do I always struggle to find the daggone field goal sound? I don't know why. Trying to see what they're showing here. I don't know that Ashton had a good option there. They were trying to suggest that he had an option to his left there, but I don't see it. Oh, Eric maybe? Eric was running like a whip route and might have been open, but I couldn't tell if he got open after Ashton had already taken off running. I don't know. Let's see. Danny says, is Smith being out on D a reason why Alabama has found a run game? Smith. Like Sly Smith? With Kensley playing in that spot? It's hard for me to imagine that somebody would argue that Sly Smith's a key player. Not that he sucks or anything. I just think he's an okay player. I don't know. He is a good box safety, I guess. GR85 says, excuse me, GR89, my bad, says we need a defensive touchdown to have a chance. We have to end up saying that a lot, don't we? This game, last game. Well, not actually last game. You know what I mean? It's been like this for a while, most of the season. Let's see if Auburn could just kind of fuck up here and get a stop and maybe get another field goal or maybe throw the ball deep and have an opportunity for a TD. That'd be nice. Alabama going to call their last timeout of the half. All 3 on offense and all 3 just confusion situations. Kind of weird. I don't know that this really affects them, but it's weird. They're having as many timeout problems. Yeah, Cassidy B says, just get a stop. Like I'm good with that. We don't got to get into anything, real elaborate here. Let's just get a stop. Just one. Ryan Grubb is like the new Austin Davis, isn't he? I'm just kidding. He's better than that. Marginally. Elijah Melendez makes a stop there. Eric Winters, I think, foreshadowed the stop. Second and 8. On a counting clock, under 4 minutes now, as Andy Burcham would say. Ooh, nice stop. Somebody inside got a hold of him right there. Could have been Bobby Jamison Travis. Could have been Dallas Walker. I'm not sure who it was. It was Jay Hardy with Malik Blockton in tow. D-Meek says of DeBoer, I don't like your face. I don't like your name. I'm just kidding. All right, 3rd and 6 is what I've got here. And I like the way this is going. I think Auburn's going to get a stop here. Pressure again, this time from Debo. And somebody got their hand on Ty Simpson as well when he was throwing that ball. I don't want to say anything here, but Alabama's offense sucked ass on that drive. 37 plays for Alabama, 28 for Auburn. So if Auburn were to have a decent little drive here, you could almost get the play situation put back together. Remember how bad it was at one point? That's the kind of pass where you could pick it off because he has no idea what he's doing there. But it wasn't picked off. They're going to punt this ball away again. Let's see, Auburn going to field that bad boy at like the 17. Is this K and Lee? No, I'm sorry. It's Malcolm. I don't know what I'm thinking. I'm sorry, guys. Wonder why they changed that because I felt like Pleasant did a nice job returning earlier. And they switched to Malcolm, but Malcolm's really good too. Got a problem with that on a personal level. Let's see. Jesse says the secondary looked good when Charles Kelly was coaching them. I hope CFB Addicts here. He would love to see Charles Kelly come back. I'm just fucking with you. He does like Charles Kelly, to be fair, but he's not like saying he should be the head coach or anything. All right, let's see a good little drive here. Let's see. Oh, I don't like that. I'm not even going to call that a drop, man. That's just a shitty throw. Like that, you know he's going to die. Because they're triggering down on that route. I mean, he's going to get killed. Like, come on now. Robert Smith is begging for deuce. I don't think he's the only one. 2nd and 10. I didn't think that was a penalty on Mother Hubbard. It's going to be 3rd and 2 after that scramble from Ashton. Go ahead and get Ashton. He's your leading rusher. 9 carries for 40. All right, B. Frazier's got the ball, and he's got some open space. He's across the 50, so that's nice. Got Malcolm in there. Malcolm and Eric Singleton. That's kind of interesting. Oh, that's a cool concept right there. Got 2 Alabama guys biting down on the slot receivers, and B. Frazier was able to kind of slide out on a levels concept there. That's a pretty cool idea. Ashton, by the way, 6 of 16 for 40 passing the ball. Jeremiah, let me get him updated. 6 carries for 21. It's not enough, in my opinion. And Cam Coleman has 1 catch for 4 yards. That's it. That's it. Third downs, 2 of 8 for Alabama, 2 of 9 for Auburn. Yeah. All right. We're fully updated now. Gunner says, JG, what if we score? I love it. That would be awesome. And GR89 says, Eric Singleton was overhyped. I don't think so. I think he's actually a really good player. I think him and Cam are both really good players. The problem is that I just think the service, if you want to call it that, I think the quarterback play, the throwing has not been good enough. And like today, look at the stuff he's running. He's running stop routes that are like 6-yard stop routes, and Alabama's just triggering downhill on him. So even if he gets a clean catch opportunity, he knows he's going to get fucking laid out in the back. Like, he's not having opportunities to catch the ball and get into space. He's just got people like right up his ass all the time. Stan M, who fortunately is able to hang with us because we didn't completely screw up the last possession. Says, do we have a different right tackle? I haven't seen any false starts in the red zone. I think it's I definitely saw Tutal playing earlier because once they switched to Mason Murphy inside to center and sent Cale Ellis to the bench, they've been playing Tutal at right. So that's probably what's been going on. He's played a lot of football. And that's probably why you're seeing that. Let's see. D-Mix says, I saw Singleton completely take over an entire game for Georgia Tech last year. He's good. I think he is too. Gunner says, Eric Singleton's a really good player, but not how we use him. Yeah, if he's running it, like running these stop routes all the time, he's just getting killed. And he's still doing it because he's tough as shit, but it's not. I mean, he's like Ryan Davis. Like, he's in my opinion, a better Ryan Davis, who's the all-time receptions leader at Auburn, by the way. And you don't run stop routes with Ryan Davis. You get him on slants or drags or something to give him some lead, to get out into space and do his magic. If you're running stop routes, you should be throwing to B. Frazier or Ryan G. or somebody like that. I don't know. Somebody can just catch a ball and hold on, take a big hit. Not Eric Singleton, not 170 pounds. That's just my idea. I mean, listen, man, I like D-Nix. I'm not trying to bag on him. Let's see. Jester says we figured something out on offense. We're in this game. Interesting. I don't really see that, but I mean, they're playing a little bit better than they were, but I think offensively, I'd probably give them a D right now. I'm going to have to give that one a drop, guys. Son of a gun, man. That ball's right where it needs to be. That ball is right where it needs to be. That is 0% on Ashton right there. 0% on Ashton. God dang it, man. It's bad when Singleton starts dropping shit. He is not a dropper. He's not a dropper. You can bitch about him, but he's not a dropper. He's got to catch that one, though. Come on, bro. Preston Howard in the game. Boy, that was a nice little spin move by Ashton there to get something. He's got 11 carries for 53 now. Hawaiian Tiger, I got that as 2 drops from Eric. One of those was not a drop. It was the ball got tipped right in front of him. I don't blame him for that one. The other 2, yes. And that one in particular was a particular nasty one because that's probably a 25-yard concession right there. Yuck. What concerns me is that so many of these runs or so much of this rushing yardage is just Ashton running for his life. which, I mean, it's working, but it's kind of, to me, it doesn't instill a lot of confidence in what they're doing strategically. There's Ashton Daniels' mom and dad. Hadley, an amazing volleyball coach at Buford High School over there in Georgia. I mean, we're talking like, I think she doesn't coach as a head coach anymore because, like, they asked her not to. I think she won too many damn games. I think the last 6 seasons that she was the head coach at Buford volleyball, they won the state title. I think she's, like, too good. She played volleyball at University of Georgia. So I think she does other stuff now. She just got bored with it. So, man, winning titles is just boring. Come on, Ashton. I feel like that receiver was open, but that pass was nowhere near where it needed to be. And he's looking at it like, you screwed that up. Ephesians says this looks like a Kentucky game. This is not. Look at that. He's wearing the Antarius Williams club right there, man. It's a tough individual right there. That pass was bad. I don't like it at all. War Eagle, yes. War Eagle, excuse me. That is from the hexhead.com. Yes, sir. Get in there. Fucking God.
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
I had to pull that one back. We've got a false start that ruined that touchdown play. Wait, I guess it was, I'm sorry, it was illegal formation. It's hard to say, Robert. I mean, I'm not sure who would have been to blame for that. And that's a tough one right there. Everything just going wrong. I mean, they've kind of stabilized, but it's not enough. I mean, it's awesome that he's getting like 6 yards a carry right now, but goddamn, man. Like, this is not an offense. He's got 13 carries for 66, which, you know, is pretty good. Like, SR71 Blackbird says I need to give it about 5 minutes after scoring a touchdown and make sure it's okay. There's still wait. Lane Kiffin has not made his decision yet. God bless, man. It's 8:30. What are we doing? I don't know, man. Tyler Johnson there. They're going to be kicking. Yeah, there we go. There's only 2 seconds left, so you got to do it. Alex McPherson coming in for what ought to be a pretty short 43-yarder. My guess is that he's going to hit this bad boy. Alex is pretty much cash money inside. And he is indeed cash money. All right. We got a field goal to finish the half. The Auburn Tigers are making a game of it. I'll give them that. It was 17-0 pretty quick, Lee. They scored their 17th point there early in the second quarter. And then Auburn is put their foot down a little bit defensively. I think they played better defensively, and I think they played moderately better on offense. They've gone from dog shit to merely not very good. But progress is progress, and 16-7 after the way that I thought this was going to go is probably an improvement if we're being honest about it. Donnie, who is not out of his element, says 4 more field goals and we can win this. Come on, man. That's funny. Cassidy P gets a kick out of those kinds of jokes too. I don't think Auburn's out of this at all, but it's going to take. I think Auburn's got about a 20% chance to win this, 25% chance to win this, something like that. Uh-oh. Got pulled a little too tightly on that bad boy. Oops-a-daisy. Oops-a-daisy. Looks like I'm going to be loosening the tie a little bit for that one. Melee says, outscored him 6-0 lately. Impressive. My man. All right, so I love talking this junk. Since we got our telephone problems fixed, I don't have to worry about that anymore. Let's see. What do I want to do here? Calls. And we're going to get Coach Hunter on here to start the halftime and see what he thinks about this.
Yes, sir.
What up, man? You good?
Hello?
Are you there, bro?
Yeah, man.
I'm glad I got you. What's the latest?
Well, you got a puncher's chance.
That's the thing. A puncher's chance. I think they got a 25% chance here.
Yeah, that's probably about right. To win games like that, you've got to do simple well, and then you've got to take advantage of opportunities. 6 drops in the first half is not doing simple well. I'd probably chart it at 5 or 6 missed tackles on some key things, and then obviously I just went blank for a second, dude. Oh yeah, the penalty where Simmons just didn't line up on the line of scrimmage, right there. That's a bonehead mistake that brought back the touchdown.
Yeah.
So then opportunities missed. Diaz, made a great play on the out route on that second scoring drive that Bama had a chance to intercept that would have put Auburn set up in the red zone. Do simple well, make plays when you get an opportunity to make them. That's how you win big ball games.
What do you like about what they've done in the second quarter? I thought defensively, Hunter, they weren't very good in the first quarter. Excuse me. I feel like they've done some things better in the second quarter. What do you see?
You can tell they came out with the intent. Statistically, Alabama leads the conference and is way up in the nation in explosives on first down. Right. So you could tell that Auburn was going to sell out, not to let them have the explosives on first down and make them play a slower pace of football. And it worked very early. But then Alabama made an adjustment, started going to 11 personnel, short motion the receivers into the outside, and Auburn was playing a 3-man front with nickel and dime personnel, depending on how you wanted to find Diaz. And so there was nobody to spill the puller, and they started running a lot of pin and pull concepts, some counter concept. They got to the edge with Miller and with Simpson in the run game. And kind of like we saw at Vanderbilt. Remember how Auburn had a couple really good possessions, and then when Vanderbilt adjusted, it took Auburn a couple possessions to adjust back, and where they really never did. They did adjust back. It was just a little bit slow. They started going more 4-man front in the second quarter, and it slowed that down. And then obviously they're bringing hell on third down, trying to get to Simpson, and it's been boom or bust.
Yeah. What do you think about his first touchdown throw? I thought it was brilliant for Ty Simpson.
That was a hell of a throw.
So much pressure on him.
There's times when you just got to tip your hat to a football player. That's a tip your cap throw, man.
Yeah. I hate it. It makes me sick to my fucking stomach, but it was a great throw.
Yeah, it was. It was when you've already had the hell knocked out of you multiple times on that possession, and you've got 3 guys breathing down your neck, and dude, he stood in there, took a shot, and put that thing right on the back line. You just got to tip your cap to him.
Yeah, I know. It sucks. What about the game Xavier's been playing? I feel like he's been kind of an animal.
He always is, man. He's super active. He plays so fast and so reckless and closes so much ground in the middle of the field. He's an asset out there. He diagnoses real fast too. He is playing the way that I think we always hoped Owen Papo would have when he was there. Like same kind of athlete.
Yeah.
One just diagnoses and reads plays.
Yeah. And that's why I think Xavier's going to make money, man. Make some big money.
There's no doubt. There's no doubt. That's what I mean. You got a third down linebacker in the NFL now is invaluable, and that's what he is. He is a nickel package linebacker in the NFL.
I feel like this Auburn offense, it's doing okay, but I feel like too much of it is Ashton having to like scramble when he doesn't have anything to go downfield. Are you kind of getting that feeling that it's not viable?
Yeah, Bama's kind of flipped the script on them. The 2 games since Durkin's taken over, Auburn saw a continuation of what teams were doing against freezes, RPO stuff with a ton of man coverage, right? A ton of man-to-man stuff. Since they've gone away from the RPO stuff and gone to true, more defined play calling in the last 2 games, they've had a lot of success. But now Alabama's like, okay, we're not going to give you a whole bunch of man-to-man. That's what you've looked good with the last 2 weeks. And they're sitting back in a lot of zone with the ability to get pressure with their front 4. And that can be problematic. In zone coverage, that's when you've got to make those catches on the short passes in the windows between defenders. And Auburn's had those opportunities and has not done that tonight.
So you're talking about the sit-down routes, like the 6-yard curls? You just got
that. I'd love to see him start to get a second level route behind that. The hitches that he's been working to Singleton, bring a dig or a glance behind that, or an OTB spot route over the ball. Something that puts one guy in conflict. Either the linebacker's got to push deep to defend that in-breaking route that's a little bit deeper, or he comes down fast and now you got a hole between him and the safety. I'd like to see an adjustment right there where they start attacking the deep middle of the field.
Would you be tempted to take Ashton out at this point? I mean, 6 of 17 for 40 or 6 of 18 for 40. I mean, would you think about going to Deuce here?
I think it depends on how this first drive of the second half goes. Because a lot of that hadn't been on him. A lot of that's been drops. But at the same time, when you got a guy like Deuce that can ignite everything in one play, if you don't score on this drive, I think you got to roll those dice, man, and see if he can make something happen.
All right. I mean, it's a gamble, right? As a coach, you don't want to take out your senior, really. But he's kind of a newcomer in a way, right?
At the same time, you're gonna reach a point right there, a point of no return where you got to make something happen, or the game's going to be out of hand.
Damn. Okay.
And if you get to that point, then you've got to put your best chance to do that on the field.
So D-Nix has to think that maybe in his head, but he doesn't tell Ashton that. I mean, you wouldn't tell the quarterback that, right? That he's got one drive.
You don't say, hey, if you don't score on this drive, we're going to sub you. No, okay. You don't say that at all. But you damn sure prepare for it with your staff.
Yeah. What do you think's going to happen here?
Oh man, I think if they can score on this first possession, even if it's a field goal, that cuts it down to an 8-point game, if they can score and make it a 1-possession game right here, and the energy in Jordan-Hare can stay up, I think Simpson's rattled a little bit. He's gotten hit hard the last 2 possessions. He really got hit hard every possession, but they got to him the last 2. He can be turnover prone when he gets rattled. A scoring drive right here and a takeaway, and you might see some Jordan-Hare magic. You don't score right here and you lose the field position battle like you did in the first game, it could get away from you pretty quick.
Yeah. All right, Coach Hunter, we love having you on. Thanks for working the whole season with us, brother.
Appreciate it, man. Enjoyed it. Always my pleasure.
See you, man. Bye.
See you.
There he is, Coach Hunter. You may know him as Hunter 48 on the bunker, and he's a great knower of ball. Some really good stuff here that I didn't recognize when we were watching the game. His mantra here, I think, is do simple well. Really take advantage of the situations where you've got an opportunity to have a plus play, right? Catch the ball, make the block, do the simple stuff well. He also said they did a good job of kind of messing with them on, they were really looking for explosives on first down, and Auburn was really working against that. Then they went to pin and pull and some counter stuff in the run game and found some success there. We saw that kind of unfolding in real time, obviously, with Jam Miller able to get out. And we were kind of lamenting the fact that Alabama's not a great running team, but they were running well against Auburn there for a while. He would like to see some levels concepts, I guess, attacking Alabama's zone coverages, not just the 6-yard curls, maybe run something behind that. I think he was talking about a glance or something like that to just to challenge the defense, the zone concepts a little bit better, and put somebody in conflict in a passing scenario situation there. And he also, like me and a lot of people in the chat, think that it is at least worth having a conversation about whether they want to stick with Ashton or they want to go to Deuce here. Coach Hunter thinks that he would take this first drive and try to make a decision about what to do here. It's tough for me to say that we're going to, I mean, let's say it's a 3-and-out, or a 3-play drive. You're like, okay, is that enough data? Have we seen enough data to say, okay, we got to yank Ashton and then we're going to put Deuce in there? And then, like, what if Deuce sucks? Then what? I mean, I don't know. It's tough. But when you're down 6-17 in the Iron Bowl, you got to make tough decisions, and that's part of the deal. Question about Perry. I mean, he had what I would consider to be a drop, or he could have played back to the ball a little bit better, and then we haven't really seen him too much since then. So there we go. Let's go ahead and let's try to get up with AK here and see what he has to say. Of course, Alex Kozan played offensive line here at Auburn for a number of years, and whereas Coach Hunter was a linebacker in college, and although he's a head coach in high school, he also has been a defensive coordinator in the past. My man Alex Kozan's obviously an offensive lineman and thinks about the game in a slightly different way, so we like getting different ideas on that.
JG.
Hey, what's up, man? You there, bro?
Poor. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, absolutely. What are you thinking, man?
It's not how you want to start a game.
Mm-mm.
They lost the first 10 or 11 possessions there, but they won the last 3. So, this team doesn't really have the ability to play with that kind of start to a game. But come out of halftime and you score a touchdown here, you're right back in it.
Yeah, I was asking Coach Hunter earlier, would you be tempted to make a change at quarterback at this point or some point?
I don't think so. I don't really put much of it. I put a lot of it on the receivers. I counted at least 4 or 5 drops. I think it's kind of a tough spot because Ashton really, in terms of continuity for a new quarterback, should have played that Mercer game to really develop better timing with his receivers, get better flow of the offense execution. He didn't. So you've got a guy who started one game, came in, and then got pulled a little bit in that Kentucky game, had the against Vandy, wasn't able to kind of continue with that. And now he's coming back in here. It's just kind of an awkward situation for him. But I think Ashton gives Auburn the best chance because of his, you saw his mobility and his ability to escape pressure. And I think if they can get a long drive or two here, I think the defense from Alabama will start to wear down a little bit. And I think you'll start to see some bigger plays. But to me, it's just you've got to do the little things right.
Yeah,
that touchdown called back at the end of the half, that's just such a killer.
Oh yeah, that's really tough. I was excited, man. I thought that was going to be a big play. That would have been a defining play of the half,
Yeah, it would have been a statement. Absolutely.
And it looked like Malcolm wasn't up on the line of scrimmage, so he kind of screwed himself on that one.
Yeah, and those are the no effort plays that you can't screw up when you're trying to win a game when you're the underdog.
Yeah.
So
anything stick out to you blocking or run game in general? They haven't done a lot of running, like planned running.
It was so bad. I think they had 1 yard over their first 3 possessions. I didn't. They started to get a little bit in there. I thought QB run game was good. You saw some counters and one on the. I think overall, the offensive line is kind of an awkward start. They didn't do well on a couple of those pass protections, still getting beat on the twists. I think Chaplin's sack to start the game was pretty poor. So it's not great, obviously, but I think the best shot for Auburn, I think, is to stick with Ashton and see what you've got. It's an interesting one, though, right? It's if you're Durkin, how are you thinking about this? Is it or do you roll the dice because this is your best shot at getting the job to try to win it, or is it who actually performs the best? It's somewhat the same, but it's somewhat do you gamble and go for broke rather than go with something that is a little more steady? I just don't. I don't think making a move from Ashton is the best chance to win the game personally.
Yeah, I do think he's playing for the job. I mean, I do, Alex. I don't think they've made a decision what they want to do yet, but they're going to make one before midnight. So I do think there's something on the line here.
Yeah, I wish the program was making decisions that were a little less emotional, but we are where we are.
I mean, it is what it is, right? I mean, geez. Yeah.
Crazy.
What do you think's going to unfold here? What's your expectation for the way this game unfolds? What's going to happen here?
So I think a lot is dependent here on the first possession or two halftime. If they don't score a touchdown, I think this thing could get away from them and get ugly. But I think if Auburn can get a touchdown coming out of half, this thing starts to become a lot more interesting and hold up in the second half here. And I think Simpson's a little bit rattled. So if you continue to get home, continue to get that pressure on him, I like Auburn's chances. But obviously, starting the game down 17 zip is a tough way to start the game.
And Iron Bowl and Jordan Hare, they don't happen very often, you know. Auburn usually comes
even
out.
our worst teams, we were within a field goal, not letting up more than one touchdown in the first half. So it was not a typical one.
Yeah. Alex Kozan, thank you for spending some time with us, G. We love having you on the show.
Absolutely. Have a good one, Jay.
See you, man. Bye.
Yeah.
There he is, Alex Kozan, one of my favorite players ever to cover at Auburn. Just cool and smart and just a good player, too. Julia, not a fan in the chat, but not sure what the problem is. I'm not sure what Julia doesn't like about what Alex was saying. She says, no receivers QB with the horrible touch on the ball. So she's saying when Alex is like, I wouldn't change with Ashton because he thinks there's a lot more going on. It's not just Ashton throwing the ball poorly. Yeah. My issue is that I can see both sides on this one, honestly. I'm afraid that if you take a gamble and pull Ashton and you go with Deuce, like you're talking about a true freshman who did play last week and played at a great level, at a high level, but like Alabama's not Mercer. And if he gets into trouble, I don't know that you can get him out because, you know what I mean? Like he doesn't have the experience or fortitude maybe to get himself unscrewed if things are bad. I don't know. And I do think Ashton can, but I don't know. I think I would probably go with what Coach Hunter said, was go with this first drive and just kind of figure it out from there. And if it's really poor, then you go back in. Tigers says Kozan played 1 year and left the program. Like Kozan never left. Kozan played he went the entire distance at Auburn. And he got hurt and he came back and he played more. Like he was, if you guys don't agree with what Kozan thinks, that's fine, but don't be questioning his dedication to Auburn. Come on now. He is 100% an Auburn graduate and loves some Auburn Tigers now, believe me. Let's see. Dave Rockefeller says, please expand on the decision by midnight comment at Auburn Athletics. So, I mean, I'm not breaking news here. I don't think a decision's been made. And let me start over. When I went on the air 2.5 hours ago, a decision had not been made about what Auburn wanted to do with head coach. There is a recruiting buffet. Recruiting, what's the word I'm looking for? Brunch. There's a recruiting brunch tomorrow. So there's a lot of kids on campus that are like visiting, and they're going to have a brunch at 10:30 tomorrow. Run from like 10:30 to 11:30. Auburn would like to have the coach here tomorrow morning to talk with those recruits and kind of start the process of assessing what to do with this recruiting class for the 26th, because National Signing Day of the early window is Wednesday. So at the time that we went live at 6:20 or whatever, they don't have a decision, but by 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, they want to have the coach here. That tells me that the decision's got to be made right now. And so my thought was, if this game ends up being some emotional, let's say Auburn was up 17-0 or 25-0 or something like that. Like, okay, we've got the guy in front of us. We've got the coach that we need. And if they lose 25-0, then you say, well, he's got to go. Kozan made a great point, and he said it right. I would like it if Auburn wasn't in a situation where it had to make emotional decisions. He's right about that. But I think that's kind of where we're at. Terrence says, JG, when a decision is made, how do you expect to hear about this first, through your sources or via the announcement? The announcement, definitely not. That's 0% chance. So I would either hear about it from a source or from a national person, because the national reporters have relationships with agents that I don't have. That 95% of the time, that's where a coaching story comes out of. Speaking of that, has there been anything? You guys are watching Twitter more than I am, probably. Has Lane Kiffin made a decision yet? Has that been discussed or reported? I saw his name pop up in the chat a little bit when I was talking to Coach Hunter, and I didn't know if that meant that had been discussed or whatever. I don't know. You guys have a better view on that than I do right now. Teresa says, was Kozan the lineman out of Madison Academy? No, Alex was from the greater Denver area. He came in from Colorado. He picked Auburn over Iowa. And he played here for, I can't tell you exactly how long. My guess is that he was here for 5 years. He got hurt, and then he came back. And, I mean, he was here his whole career. I don't know what to tell you. Terrence says, JG, so are you expecting to know the coach tonight? I am not expecting to know that, but I think that decision gets made tonight or in the early morning hours is my expectation. And if Auburn doesn't unfuck itself here, I don't think it's going to be DJ. I think it'll be Dillingham or Alex from USF. All right, first throw of the second half is going to be a first down toss to Malcolm. I'm satisfied with that. I'm good and satisfied with that. First run of the second half, not good. Smokin says, no decision, but the AD said he expects him to leave since he hasn't resigned already. Up in the air if he will coach for them. He's talking about Lane. Okay. AD said he expects him to leave since he hasn't resigned already. Up in the air if he will coach them in the playoffs. Oh, that's got to be pass interference, dude. And he's not going to call that. Wow. 3rd and 11. Hand on the shirt pulling. Hand on the other shirt. Other hand on the shirt pulling. Nothing. It's all good, man. No big deal. No big deal. We're going in on that one.
The more you fuck around, the
Oh,
more you're
no, we're
going to
not.
find out.
Hold on. I'm not sure what to do here because I'm an official stats sheet over here. I think they're going to pick this flag up. I think they're picking this flag up or it's on Alabama or something. I think this is going to clear the way for an Auburn touchdown here. That is a touchdown. Holy shit.
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
All right. There we go. Ashton up to 8 of 21 for 117 now. We'll give him a tutty on that, too. It's very similar to the throw to Malcolm that got called back earlier in the second quarter. You know, where Ashton's rolling right and he hits Malcolm on that right sideline and he just zips in. It's a very similar play. Malcolm making a play. Oh, shit. Let me rephrase that. Malcolm making another play. 64-yard touchdown, by the way. Four plays, 76 yards, and 52 seconds. That's a pretty good scoring drive there. Bad snap on that extra point, but Alex put it in no less. And Hudson Cock with a nice hold. All right, 13-17. Coach Hunter said he would let it ride on this. Oh, yeah. That looks really good from Ashton, I'm sure. That safety had to make a play there. He had to try to catch that ball or try to deflect that ball. He was in a deep, deep situation there. He was in a bad spot. Number 5 is having to make a decision, and he just fucked it up. He didn't even try to touch the ball. Nice. Yeah, all hydraulics says that's a tough throw. It is, man, because he's got to worry about that safety a little bit. Super chat. Oh, my gosh. You're going to kill this. I still got the Kozan thing up. My bad, y'all. God dang it. Hit the wrong one. Drop counter. There we go. Felix Stranger jumps in with a super chat. A super chat to say eyeball, 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 eyeball. He sees Auburn Tigers fighting back in this one. Hawaiian Tiger says, we back, baby. My man. It's all about the Benjamins, baby. All right, so 13-17, the Auburn Tigers making some progress. We're down 17-0, and now they've scored 13 straight. Hornatius, for what it's worth, did call, I think he said Auburn was going to win this game 41-17. I think he was being facetious, but it is possible. That a possibility is on the table at this point. And they're going through and showing, ABC's showing some highlights of Auburn getting to the quarterback. Ty Simpson, both the guys we had on at halftime, AK and also Coach Hunter, were saying that Ty Simpson, in their judgment, was having a harder time throwing the football because he'd been getting hit and that he gets turnover prone when he gets hit. And let's see if the Auburn Tigers can find a way to hit him some more. Looks like Sly Smith's back in the game now that he's back from having served his targeting sentence. And he'll probably play in front of Kensley now a little bit more. That's a good play on first down. 2nd and 9 for Alabama now. Good with that. Everybody's good and satisfied with that in this chat anyway. DCFG says this could be a generational Iron Bowl. Here comes a sweep or an outside zone run that Auburn Tigers have stopped. Kieron Crawford was out there. Looks like Elijah Melendez was cleaning that up. And Jam Miller is slow to get up. No, it's not Jam Miller. It's the other dude. Slow to get up after that one. Auburn has done a nice job on those outside runs, those perimeter runs, have been able to get outside leverage and force the run in. And the way that Auburn's defense works, when you force the run in, that means that someone like Caleb Harris or Debo or Elijah Melendez is going to be there to eat you up. Do one of these right here. And our Bryce Diaz, number 16 right now, who's playing, looks like a de facto Mike backer here. Unfortunately, I don't like the way this play is going to unfold. Jesus, he got hit hard. Horton, here's a whore in the street down below. He was able to get a catch there on 3rd down. And they're thinking about calling a penalty here. Don't you call a late hit on that shit. God damn it, man. I really didn't think it was late. Durkin doesn't seem particularly upset at his player anyway. He's going to take an absolute stab right here. I completely disagree with that. That should not be a penalty, man. I would say that if it was Auburn quarterback. God, it's so soft. He literally kept him standing up. They barely knocked him off his feet. Like, you know what I mean? Lord have mercy, man. It's fucking football. My God. This happens in the NFL too. The Raiders got called for this the other day, and I was just like, come on, bro. Like, this got called in the Egg Bowl too. It wasn't a quarterback hit. It was a tailback hit, but it was like he picked him up just a little bit to kind of throw him down. And they were like, oh, my God. Personal foul on that. You're like, what? He couldn't hit. It's just unacceptable, man. It's just unacceptable. There's a gulf between the letter of the law and the spirit of the law in these situations, and it's just targeting. Yeah, JP Tiger. He says, I absolutely hate the modern football game. I mean, I don't want to say that I hate it, but like, it's just tough, man. It's just tough when you just, I mean, he really, he went out of his way to not hit that guy and cause trouble, you know? All right. So with Jaquez out, on that soft ass targeting call, why did they put Sly Smith up on the screen? And you've got Champ out already. So let's see what you're going to do here. Caleb obviously can play one safety spot, but who's going to be playing that other one? Is it Tay? I can't see the number up there, up by the Yellowwood logo. No, it's Eric Winters. And he just missed the tackle. Golly, that's soft, man. That's as soft as it gets. He didn't follow through on that. He didn't knock him down. Like, golly, man. 2nd and 7. All right, Sly Smith made a nice play right there. It's going to be 3rd and a long one. They're listing this as 3rd and 3 on the official stats. That seems a little bit weird, but whatever. Boy, Sly has come in off his suspension, and he is balling the fuck up here, man. He is playing aggressive football, that is for sure. Poppy, I have no idea, dude. I really don't have any idea. I don't know what to say about it. He went so far out of his way to not injure the quarterback there. So far out of his way, and then they still don't care, and they go, nope, we're gonna throw him out, throw the kid out. Like, stop. I don't think they're going to complete this pass. Ooh, not when it's deflected by Sly Smith again. Dude, Sly is just all over the place right now. 4th and 3 on the Auburn 33. They'll probably go to Connor Talty here, right? More like Connor Faulty. Got him. Oh, dude, I thought Sly had a chance. I didn't realize it from the other perspective. He could have picked that. They're going to have to go for this. I guess they're just so... Oh, their right tackle has moved. No, they're going to call sides on Key Crawford. Motherfucker. Yeah, who took said really needed that pick. I didn't realize from the side angle how close that was to a pick or how directly it was at him. But when you saw it from behind, yeah, Sly's got to have that one. Boy, Key Crawford. That's a costly penalty right there. God dang, man. 1st and 10 from the 28 now for the Tide. They have their own drop problem right there. It's going to be 2nd and 10 on a drop. So there's still nothing out about Kiffin, huh? That's baffling to me. Dude, make a decision. You're holding these people up for like months. Nice play by Key right there. 3rd and 8. So a lot of these numbers have kind of changed a lot since the first quarter. Remember how bad things were. At this point, Alabama's run 45 plays, Auburn's 41. Total yards, Auburn's 203, Alabama's 187. And a yards per play is 4.2 for Alabama. Well, about to go back to 4.1 and a 5 for Auburn. So these numbers have turned around rather dramatically. And I realize that an important part of that is Malcolm having a big play right there. Ty Simpson with a nice scramble there to get a first down. We got some folks in the chat seeing a hold. Mild hold by 64. I'm not sure I would have called that. And I think that Malik felt differently about that, but I feel like the Bam Bams have got to really hold you for them to call it. You know what I mean? Like you don't get the benefit of the doubt against these people. Can't believe they run the ball as well as they do. They're just not a good running team, but they run good against Auburn. Runner, I definitely think he was held. I just don't think it was like a crazy hold. I don't think it's the kind they call very often. He just let it go so fast, you know? All right. 3rd and 4 from the Auburn 11. Joko says, what you snacking on? I don't know. Courtney brought up some chicken like before the game started, and I was just like, hey, I don't know. Probably just nibble on something if I'm just going to sit here and pound bourbon for the next however long I'm going to be here. This is 120 proof bourbon I'm drinking, so I got to be kind of careful. It's probably a little hot. It's the Iron Bowl, though, to be fair. 3rd and 4 from the 11. Really like to hold him to a field goal attempt here. Oh, man. Bobby, Jamison Travis had nice he got 2 good plays on that one. Jamison Travis beat his guy and was pressuring Ty Simpson. And then Sly Smith, who's been playing off his ass since this half began, makes a great play and gets right in front of the ball and knocks it down. So Sly Smith is playing on a different level right now. And that's nice. Connor Talty coming in for a field goal attempt, a pretty modest one for him. 29 yards. I like that little eagle staring at him going, don't you do it, dickhead. And he's able to put that one through. So 20-13 is where we're at. Auburn's still within a touch. How do we assess that drive defensively? It's 13 plays, 64 yards, in 6.5 minutes. Kind of a grinder. The offside defensive encroachment or offsides call was a big one on that one on Key Crawford. And Robert says, I'm glad number 5 was not in. Talking about Sly playing in front of Jaquez there. So Don says, how much referee effing can we squish into one drive? Gunnar says, the officiating was horrible. That's my assessment. Andrew L says, time to win. And also Josh answering my question about the defensive performance on that drive says mid. Mid. God, I really want to see some. This is starting to bother me a little bit. All right. Total plays, 49 for Alabama, 41 for Auburn. Total yards is 201 to 203. Auburn's leading. Just slightly there. Although, again, that was so out of whack at one point in the game. Time of possession is 23.5 for Alabama, 14.5 for Auburn. Or we'll call it 14 flat for Auburn. Yards per play is 4.1 for Alabama and 5 for Auburn. So Auburn's made a lot of progress as far as getting some of these statistical markers kind of flattened out or straightened out. Because at one point, I mean, it was way out of hand. Auburn's first, I think, 3 possessions of the game were trash. But they really haven't been trash lately. Did have a 1st and goal from the 5 and ended up having to kick a field goal on that. So that's a missed opportunity for sure. But they did get the field goal there at the end of the half and then opened the second half with a touchdown drive. So some good things going on there. Good things going on there. This is a much more palatable situation than I thought we were looking at. And again, I mean, I can't understate it. A lot of meaning riding on this game insofar as, I mean, according to the data I had before we went on the air, which is about 3 hours ago, there was no decision made about the coaching situation. So I think I don't necessarily know that it's win and you're in, for DJ. Because, I mean, there could be a lot going on right now that I don't know because I'm on the air and I haven't gotten a lot of texts here. Just gotten a couple. Yeah. Somebody asked. Yeah. This guy the guy I like to talk to on the chat here. He says, pretty impressive that you can do this show and drink bourbon like that. Yeah. That's the thing, man. The last time I got really bombed, we were doing Ole Miss drunk back in, I think it was 2018. I was drinking Stag Junior at 136 proof, pounding it all night, and got so drunk I didn't even know what time it was, which is not great. To be fair, that's not something I want to do all the time. But, it's Iron Bowl. We're having fun. I mean, guys, it's football. I'm drinking this Trails End 10-year. I like it. It's distilled in Kentucky. It was aged in Oregon. So technically it's an Oregon bourbon, but whatever. And this is actually the Bourbon Van pick, which is a YouTube channel that I follow, although they just announced in the last couple of weeks that they were going to be ending the channel. I think they just get to a point where it's like, yo, man, we've been drinking all the time, and we're just not going to keep doing that. By the way, third downs are even now, dead even, at 4 of 12 for each team. So let me go ahead and update that. Got a quarterback power coming in here on the first play. Got a couple yards, 2nd and 8. A lot of this stuff going on. It's hard for me I just don't love this offensively, that there's so much either quarterback scrambles or quarterback powers. I know that Cam Newton ran a lot of quarterback powers, but oh shit, Ashton's going deep. That didn't look like pass interference to me. Cam and this number 2 guy were kind of locked up together. It was like a concurrent lockup there. I feel like number 2 did not fall for that stutter step. Cam has not really been a function here tonight. I mean, I know he's working hard. He doesn't seem infirmed by that ankle injury that he suffered on that first pass drop, or first pass throw, I should say. I don't really think it was a drop, but number 2 looks like he's a pretty well-drilled player. By the way, Cobb is the number 1 receiver right here. Oh, fuck me, man. God, that shit drives me crazy. I don't think, is that a drop? To me, that looked like a throw that wasn't good enough. I'm not going to call that a drop. I think that's a shitty throw. Yeah, fuck it. I'm going to call it a drop. That's just got to be caught, man. It's not a great throw, but it's not that bad. And he's not pressured. I mean, it's not like Jeremiah's got to worry about getting hit in the back there. I'm with you. Co 7205. It was not a pristine throw by any stretch, but I think that's catchable. All right, let's see. Dave says no drop, bad throw. Okay, we'll pull it back. I'm willing to listen. I'm automatic for the people. Okay. God bless, man. That's a missed opportunity there. He just can't keep saying this in the Iron Bowl, man. Can't keep saying this. Let me see what the official number is here. Okay, so I'm going to say this, dude, and we're going to change this number. Officially, in the official stats, they've got Auburn for 5 drops. So I'm going to have to bounce this number up. We're going to go to 5, even though I'm at 3 right now. They've got 2 drops for Eric Singleton. So one of those I judged to be not a drop, but they did. 2 for Eric, 1 for B. Frazier, which was not in dispute. 1 drop for Cobb, which is right then. 1 drop for Cam, which I don't remember Cam having a drop. No, he did. I do remember he had a drop in the second quarter. So that's 5 drops now. Terrence says, like the REM reference. I did drop an REM reference, which I know is kind of UGA adjacent because they're from Athens. And I hate me some Georgia Bulldogs more than anything in life. But I do like REM. I listen to them a lot. And I like them at a time in my life when I didn't give a shit about Georgia. So I don't know how you Auburn people liked REM when you knew they were so embedded in the Athens scene. That would have bothered the shit out of me in the 80s. I mean, I didn't care at the time. But, God, it drives me crazy. B-52s as well. And shit, driving and crying for that matter. Unassailable Brilliance says, how do we recruit an entire offensive squad of players with no clutch in them, which is a fair thing to say. I think that, like, clutch performing is kind of an inertia thing where, like, you kind of, you're taught to be clutch and then you just do it and then you get going and it becomes second nature. And that is the antithesis of what was going on with Hugh Freeze as the coach here. So I think it's changing, but it's just a hard habit to break, as Chicago would say, as Peter Cetera would sing. Let's see. Who Took says REM third best band from Georgia. Interesting. Let's think about better bands from Georgia than REM. So could you argue B-52s? You could argue Driving and Crying. You could argue is Widespread from Georgia. They're pretty good. Who else am I missing here? Oh, Cassidy P says we caught the Michael Shannon, Jason Narducci REM Fables show at 40 Watt in Athens. The whole band ended up on stage. Pretty cool. That is more than pretty cool. That is amazing. Joko says Daniel Cobb reference, Driving and Crying reference. Great drain tonight. JGT, you're showing our age. Why? Oh, Outcast. Jeez Louise. Of course. I've met Big Boy. He sent 2 kids to Auburn. I met him on the sideline at Auburn back when I used to go to games. I don't know how long ago that was. It might have been 2015. I don't know. I met some good folk. Also met Nelly on the sideline of the SEC championship game when Auburn played Missouri. I met the one and only Calvin Broadus, a.k.a. Snoop Dogg, when we were at the Under Armour challenge game in Tampa when his son was being recruited and ultimately played at USC. All right, 2nd and 5 is what I've got here. Looks like Dallas Walker got the stop on that one. It's going to be 3rd and a long one, as my friend Rod Bramlett would say. They list it as 3rd and 2. Let's see. D in Atlanta jumps in to say great Georgia bands. Allman Brothers, which are amazing. Black Crows, which is amazing. Collective Soul, who I like, but I don't think anybody else likes. Interesting ideas. Terrence says, did you ever meet DJ Mace? I did not. I really wanted to, and I actually talked to Trey about it. And Trey was kind of trying to help me, but he wasn't going to a lot of games at that time. I mean, he knew his dad, but he wasn't like, I didn't feel like he was like super tight with him. But I wish I could have. De La Soul, I've listened to a bunch of them. Not lately, but like back in the day I did for sure. So most people are thinking that, yeah, okay. I still think REM would be, I mean, you have a hard time saying that they were the third best team, the third best band from Georgia, but I respect people that would be really into Black Crows because they're kind of a special, I mean, like that. They're super underrated. They got that country rock thing going and like, kind of like, well, they're not really like Skinner, are they? But they're, I don't know. Like it's just country rock 2.0 really. KB Poindexter says, I love Collective Soul. I listen to the fuck out of them. I listen to a lot of Collective Soul on a day-to-day basis, even though I've never been to a concert of theirs. I think they're good, but they're kind of right up my alley. I don't know. But I respect people that think that they're kind of goofy. D-Meek says Widespread and it's everyone else. I respect that also. I like Widespread Panic. I didn't really necessarily listen to them as much, and it was actually it was Reese that got me in, Reese Witherspoon. No, it was Reese Dismukes who got me into, because he loved Widespread so much, and he would be like, "Hey man, they're really good, dude." And so he gave me like a playlist, and I listened to the shit out of that. And the one song that really stuck with me is a song from the old days called "Traveling Light," which if you tell someone "Traveling Light," it's the only way to fly, like people know, like Widespread Panic people would get that. I always tell my wife I'm traveling light, and she doesn't get it, but that's fine. Runner 24 says Black Crows were good, REM better. I thought Molly Hatchet was from Florida, but Wizard D thinks Molly Hatchet might be from Georgia. All right, good stuff. Don't forget the Godfather of Soul. We talking about James Brown? Jesse says, JG, what's the deal with Jacoby Matthews spelled incorrectly? He's just not ready. I mean, he remember he was out of football for a year. And so, I mean, we see him on the practice field. He's playing, he's repping. He's a developmental player. I don't think he's done necessarily. I just think, to me, he's probably along the same group with like Tay Seymour, which is probably a dig on Tay Seymour because he played last year, but yeah. Small Victory says you mixed up Reese Dismukes with Reese Witherspoon. It's because I was thinking about Reese Witherspoon recently because my man Jason Caldwell from the other website from Auburn 24/7, who's a fucking stud, by the way, he got a picture with Reese Witherspoon when they went to the Vanderbilt game, and it pissed me off because I would love to get a picture with Reese Witherspoon. I can absolutely guarantee you that the song Traveling Light was performed by Widespread Panic. I can fucking promise you that. I have the tape from when they played it in Dothan in 1980, whatever, 89, 87, something like that. I promise you. Too Sweet says, good to see JG not gorging on chili and downing bourbons this week. I am downing bourbons this week. Last week he was acting like a glutton. How dare you? Agonza says, James Brown is from Augusta. I had no idea. That's good stuff. And Wizard D says, Molly Hatchet is indeed from Georgia. LOL. I did think they were one of the Georgia bands, like, I'm sorry, from Florida, like Jacksonville area, which would include 38 Special. And I guess Tom Petty's not Jacksonville. He's Gainesville, but he's like northern Florida. I can sing a pretty mean Flirting with Disaster with that guy's voice. It doesn't really replicate well on the show, but all right, Auburn's taking over. 2nd and 7's where they're at. Ashton's trying to continue doing his thing where he's like running for his life all the time. I think that was more of a design play there, but nonetheless. Okay, great. Now, oh God, this is not what I want to see. Jeremiah out. They're moving in Justin Jones. I don't understand this, but fine, whatever. Justin Jones has practiced a lot. He's had a lot of reps. They love him. Third and short. Oh, great point, Scotty P. Skinner, 100% Jacksonville as well. Yes, that's who I would be thinking of. Another good Jacksonville band, but 38 Special to me is like quintessential Jacksonville and Molly Hatchet. Ooh, that's a nice catch by Cam right there. They're going to call that. That's going to be a first down. Ooh. Number 23 just got knocked down by his own players. You want a penalty on that? Do you want to penalize your own fucking teammate? Is that what you want? Because I'll do it. That's a tough catch from Cam, dude. That is I know it's not going to, in the stat sheet, that's not going to show up a lot. It's going to be a short reception, but man, that was tough. Justin Jones about to lose his pants after that missed tackle, and he's still running. Look at this dude. What a badass. I love that. It's a good run right there. People are like, who the hell is that? Justin Jones, man. Plays hard, man. He's been repping a long time. A lot of time in practice, busting his ass for years. Now he's getting an opportunity in the Iron Bowl of all times. And I'm not playing Omar. It's crazy. Don't you call that a turnover, bro. Don't you do it. Fuck! Fuck! It's Preston Howard again, isn't it? It's Preston Howard again. It's fucking Preston Howard again. God. I think I broke my headphones. Yeah, I think I broke my headphones. Hey, I got to get some more headphones. Hold on. Oh, God, they're back. All right, sweet. All right. Ooh. Take it. We'll take it. I'm not hearing anything here either. Lost my headphones. I don't know what happened. Oh, God. They dropped the ball again? Lord have mercy. Whew. They're hitting. They're hitting. Trying to figure out why my headphones aren't working. Fuck. We hitting. Dang. Terrence, that is possible to be preserving the red shirt for him. I could see that. But he's like, I think he's better, though. He's better than Justin, right? Or is he? I don't know. Hey, man, Justin's running the ball great. Let's just go with it. I can't hear anything out of my headphones. It's kind of weird. I mean, I freaked out and then I lost my headphones. Dang it. I think about this. All right. Yeah. Yeah. They got to hold on to the ball. Oh, Jesus. No! No!
Sometimes may be good, sometimes may be shit.
You know, and I was sitting there saying stuff about Omar, and then that's what happens. Dang it. I don't like that. Disgusting. Omar. Yeah, you're right, Brian G. He said, man, you need to chill out on the on that passing, man, and that's what happened. Oh, we got a sack though. Debo. He's getting in there. That's going to probably be the end of the third. No, they got to run one more snap. Too many yards there. Too many yards there. Too many yards. Donnie says JGT headphone budget. That's my guy right there. Thank you. Yeah. I have lost my headphones. I can't hear anything. I don't know what happened. I changed headphones and I still can't hear anything. I'm not sure what happened. But if I lose the headphones, that means I can't do calls after the game because I can't hear anything. That would be super bad, actually. I don't know what I could have done there. Yeah, I can't hear anything. No, man, 8 figures. I don't have those. I don't have that. I just use the Sony MD 750s. They're not super expensive, but I have my backup headphones and they didn't work either. I mean, I don't think this thing's screwed up. Oh, man, that would really suck to not be able to hear it. All right, I'm good now. I can hear now. No problem. I'm good. Real Deal says this is a great brain drain. I hope that you mean that honestly. I really do. I did reboot it, AU Law, and I'm good now. Thank you for saying something. I have to reboot the computer. I just rebooted my soundboard. It's all good. Thank you very much. Ambitious Engineer jumps in with a super chat to say, Jay, please tell me what we are paying 15 to play football. You talking about the outstanding defensive end, Keldrick Falk? Is that what you're talking about? Because he makes a lot because he's really good. I don't know if are you saying that like to be mean about it? Oh, I bet you're talking about Preston Howard. $1.50. No, $3.50. Plus some bottle caps, but they're chewables, so they're good ones. Terrence says, love the passion, JG. I was freaking out so bad about that, what I thought was a fumble. And I don't even want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. I won't talk about it. Yes, thank you. Cleveland Brown says Preston is also 15. I was thinking about that. RR Big At says goalish. Yeah, he's definitely a possibility for sure. He's 100% a possibility. In fact, I don't know. We'll see if it's DJ or him. It could also be Kenny Dillingham, and in some weird, twisted world, it could be Elijah Drinkwitz too. I think those guys are all still on the board. Ambitious, I don't know, bro. I can't tell you what every single guy on this roster makes. I just don't know that. I don't really feel like talking about it. Luke says, JG, do you have that muted for yourself from hearing my headphones do that at least? No, I just fucked it up. I just messed it up. I had to restart it. It's fine. Everything's good. Now Hornatius is messing with me saying that, yes. Forced him into another weird-ass turnover. A timeout. Coming out of the quarter break, they had to take another timeout. Now, this is an iron bowl right here. 20-13 I can deal with. 17-0 in the first quarter I cannot deal with, but this I can deal with. Cleveland says Eli got an extension, didn't he? Now, my guy at Missouri, a.k.a., my man who runs the Power Mizzou site, Gabriel DeArmond, says that's signed, sealed, and delivered. But my intel suggests that it's not signed, sealed, and delivered, that he's got a way out of this. I'm not saying that it's going to be him or anything. I don't want you guys, Jay says it's going to be Eli. I think he's like down the list a little bit, but it could be him. Gunner says Preston Howard owes me earphones. Also had a super chat that I missed when I was freaking out earlier. Justin said, to the backup headphone fund. Thank you, bro. Let me go ahead and give you a super chat on that. Super chat. Get him. Don't let him sit back there that long. That's 3rd and 11, though. I can live with that. Rayshon Pleasant, he's happy to get a stop there. Of course, they're going to be in this no man's zone. It's going to be 4th and 5, right on the 46, so they're not going to kick here. Are they going to try to punt and put Auburn back, inside the 10 or whatever? Potentially, anyway. Also, super chat from the Real Deal, my main man, who's coming into us live from the Northern Alabama area. He says, I feel a victory tonight, boys. It just feels like we're fixing to take this one to the fourth quarter. JG is the man. Take this one in the fourth quarter. Let's see. Okay. Malcolm fields it at the 11 or the 12. We'll take that as 1st and 10 at the 12. Let me get some of these numbers updated because I've just been so into the game right here. 12 of 29 now for Ashton. Just not a really great number. 151, which isn't a horrible number. Rushing 16 carries for 74, which, again, it's not awful, but it just seems like a weird way to get this thing done. Jeremiah is 7 of 20 because he's basically come out of the game here. Let me see if he's back in there. It does kind of look like him. Yeah, it is Jeremiah. He's back in the game. Just had an 8-yard run. Nice job on 1st down. So that moves him up to 8 for 26. 3rd down numbers, 4 of 14 for them, which they're not going to be very happy about. And the Auburn Tigers are now 7 of 16 on 7 of 16 on 3rd. Cameron now has 3 catches for 19. And that's going to put it right there. They're going to call pass interference on these turds, finally. Yeah, that's like the 3rd or 4th one. They finally called one. That's good. All right, so 1st and 10 for the Auburn Tigers. Let's see where they're going to be, around the 40. Yeah, can't do that, bro. Both hands on him. Of course, that's not the first time or the second time or the third time we've seen both hands on him. And not have pass interference called. 1st and 10 at the 29. Oh. Boy, that was really close to an interception right there. Oh, man, that was close. I mean, I think you can kind of sail that ball in there to Malcolm, but it needs to be floated a little bit more. And I think you gotta aim. You know what I mean? You want him to catch that ball about 5 yards deeper than he already was. That takes a nuanced pass right there, and I don't really think that's Ashton's thing. I don't like that play at all. Like that delayed quarterback power. I don't like it. 3rd and 9 from the 30. Fuck, guys. Super chat coming through. I'm sorry, guys. I've been. This is Travis J. 100%. Did we really doubt number 15 dropped it? LOL. Can't catch. Got to catch it before you fumble. The game's stressful. I don't know. The outcome. War Eagle got Diddy football. My man. Why not? Appreciate you, Travis. And he's been here with us all year long. We love that guy. Sometimes he has to work at night, but we still love him. Malcolm, go, 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 go. Motherfucker, run! Fuck yes. Fuck yes. What I'm fucking talking about. Let's get it. Little, just a quick out right there, but number 12 played that like an ass. Number 5 fell down, and now the fastest guy on the team. I mean, you know, it is an angle thing. 1st and goal at the 4. No, at the 2. No, 1st and goal at the 4. They're going to get to the 2 here. Sorry, it's one play ahead of me here on the stats. All right, Ashton's to the 2. We might need to put Malcolm on here. Yeah, I tell you what, I'm going to go ahead and switch Coleman for Malcolm, and we got to do this. I mean, Malcolm's been the star so far. 3 catches for 143 and a tud. Ashton is now 13 of 31 for 217. Yes, sir! Motherfucker, yes!
The more you fuck around, the more you're gonna find out.
Yes. Fuck yes. Jeremiah with a little scamper, a 2-yard scamper. He's got 9 carries for 28, I guess. 9 for 28, but he's got a tud now. And Alex McPherson ties it up 20-all. Shit, dude. Woo. Boy, these Tiders were up 17-0 and felt like they were going to fuck everybody up, and it's not happening that way. I mean, listen, I'm not ragging on Malcolm here because I know how fast Malcolm is, but the fact that 2 Bammers were able to rally to the point to actually catch that guy, I know they didn't catch him in a straight line, but it took some serious fucking effort to catch him at all. So I give them a Was that jalapenos in a Coke? Why would we do that? Anyway, that was big right there. Let's see. Someone's asking about Jeremiah's numbers at this point, and I'll be glad to look that up. Takes a second. If you ever go to the Auburn site, it's kind of slow to load. It does work, and it's a nice website. It just takes a little while to load. It's kind of annoying. Golly, what a play by Malcolm. That's what happens, man. You throw some of those hitch routes, and they get a little freaked out. Alabama does, and all of a sudden you got a little bit of space. Get some shit done. All right, so Jeremiah comes into the game with 936. And he's got 28, so no, he's not there yet. He's at like 960-ish, somewhere in that range. So he's not at 1,000 yet. Wow, this is a crazy one. This is a good one right here. All right, so long story short, Auburn gets plowed in the first quarter. Auburn makes a game of it in the second quarter, and I still think Auburn goes into halftime not playing as well as Alabama, but it's a lot closer than it was. In the third quarter, Auburn was playing better than Alabama, and in the fourth quarter so far, Auburn's playing a lot better than Alabama. I mean, it's still early, but they're shredding Alabama's offense right now. In a game where Alabama was like so far ahead through the first quarter, Auburn now has 333 yards to Alabama's 214. Plays, Auburn's now ahead, 61 plays to 55. And I know you don't get paid on plays, but nonetheless, this was way out of whack for Alabama at one point. Now it's way out of whack for Auburn because of the way it's been the second and third quarter has been heavily weighted to Auburn. Time of possession is getting close again, 26 for Auburn. I'm sorry, 26 for Alabama, 22 for Auburn. And as we mentioned earlier, I mean, the third down numbers, Alabama's having a lot of trouble on third down right now, 4 of 14. And Auburn is now 8 of 17. So, I mean, getting close to 50% for Auburn. I mean, hell, that's good for Auburn. And if it weren't for the drops, I mean, you feel like Auburn might have another touchdown in them. Total plays again, 61 to 55 Auburn leads, and average yards per play is 5.5 to 3.9. Average yards per completion is 16.5 for Auburn, 6.5 for Alabama. So not great. Not great for the Tide. Not too shabby for the Auburn Tigers. That's for damn sure. Let me look at some quarter cumes here. See what Alabama's been doing. Second half, they have 3 points, 57 total yards. Auburn has 206. So it's almost 4-1 yards in the second half. And time of possession is dead even in the second half. So, geez Louise, this game has gotten real tight. I mean, obviously it's a tie game, but I just didn't see this coming, man. When it was 17-0, I was like, what? Where in the world is the response here? But now we're seeing it. I wonder if Ty Simpson's got it in him, man. This is going to take something special to just kind of put your foot down and get this shit back together. For Alabama, I'm talking about. Let's take a look at some of these super chats. I missed a few here. Stan, I'm sorry I was getting a little crazy during that last drive. Stan says, if Durkin wants the job, he needs to call a pick six. What's he waiting for? Call it. Throw in the towel. Justin C. jumps in with a super chat to say, Malcolm F. and Simmons, Alex City represent, my guy right there. That was amazing. We were talking earlier about Malcolm not having a great year, or at least not the year that we thought he would. But, man, he's coming up big in this game. There's no doubt about that. Schaefer Kia says, my GPA 0.0. Alabama's got a player down. Looks like he's probably just cramping, though. He'll be all right. My GPA is 0.0. Don't share that information. You don't have to. And Sagi Nacho says, hallelujah, holy shit, where's the Tylenol? From Christmas Vacation. Which I haven't seen yet. Normally we watch that on Thanksgiving. But I missed it this time. One of the great movies of all time, in my opinion. Let's see. Co7205 says, Toilet Bowl, here we come, 6-6. I'll take it. Tonight is my Super Bowl. Oh, Bulldog says, Bill Goldberg says that ain't no cramp. I was hoping it was a cramp. I don't like seeing anybody get hurt. Desperado, what's up, bro? I hadn't seen you too much tonight. This is War Eagle. I had given up. Don't ever do that. And Robert S. says, nah, he is hurt. I don't like to hear that. Okay, you guys saw it a lot better than I did. MP Trujan says, Bammerham is going nuts right now. Yeah, the Bammers are about to kick some dogs. All Hydraulics says, don't get beat deep. Please don't get beat deep. That's something that DJ don't get beat too much on that. He kind of lets things happen in front of him, but not behind him is the way they work. So I'm not saying that it's going to always hold, but that's the way it's been. That's kind of been the way it's gone. Thank you guys who have checked into the chat here. We're about 3.5 hours into this stream. we were thinking that Auburn was going to get boat raced early on, 17-0 down there to, I guess, open the game or in the first quarter. And it's like, And then all of a sudden, Auburn kind of got a field goal on a 1st and goal from the 5 and ended up having to kick a field goal. We were like, that's bullshit. And then they were able to kind of parlay a stop with about 3 minutes to go in the first half. Got a stop. We're able to parlay that into another field goal attempt that they hit. So they go into halftime 17-6, and you're thinking, I gave them a 20-25% chance of winning the game. I was like, let's just see what happens. And third quarter, Auburn opens up the third quarter with a touchdown drive, and all of a sudden, it's just kind of got things going, man. Got things going. Cassidy P. Says, conjuring the spirit of Quentin Groves. He would love this. Man, my guy, Quentin Groves. Played a lot of Call of Duty with Quentin Groves. He was a terrible teammate on Call of Duty, but he was a lot of fun. He didn't understand the concept of hiding behind cover. Patrick Lee, P. Lee, he did understand that part, and he was a much better teammate. But Quentin had a great time. Played a lot of fun games with him with Call of Duty back years ago. My name back in those days was Sergeant Teabag Tate, and he got a kick out of that I would teabag people. Had a lot of fun with Quentin, and he is missed, and he was a really just a joyous, fun, happy person, and he's missed 100%. Glad you appreciate that mention of Quentin. He would absolutely love this game, and he would love playing in it. He would love watching it. He would have a great time just seeing Auburn compete like that. Our Big Cat says, here's your chance, DJ. Win and you're in. That's an interesting case. I don't know that it's that black and white, so to speak, but it might be. It might be. It's weird to think about it that way. Hornatius says, $2,000 Jimpty super chat. Jimpty. I had to get on the horn with Jimpty back in the day to try to get some stuff sorted out. All right. 2nd and 8. Oh. Boy, Kane Lee, I think pulled his belt or his towel or something. Got a hold of something red on there. Robert S. says, loved Groves. He was just such a joyous person. And Runner 24 remembers how good of a player Quentin Groves was. He was very, very active, had a high motor for sure. All right, 3rd and 4. That's what we're looking at here. He's having to change the play here. I guess Auburn's showing a look that he didn't like. Sly put his hands behind his back like, I don't have hands. D Meeks is nothing like teabagging somebody after you own them. I may have done that this afternoon. I don't want to say that I did or I did. My wife tells me I shouldn't be doing that. I haven't been banned at Xbox for a while. It's been weeks. No, I'm kidding. It's been years. But I used to get in trouble. All right, so Sly gets a pass interference call. And I think that's fair. That's 2 hands on him. And if we're going to call that against Alabama, we got to call it for against Auburn too. Because I think that pass is going to be a problem if he hadn't interfered there. Ephesians says that was PI, and I agree with you on that. I don't think that was really up for debate on that one. All right, 1st and 10 for Alabama. They're at the the Alabama 41. They're going with their other tailback, number 4. I wonder if Jam Miller's going to be back in this game. But anyway, it's going to be 2nd and 7 now. Alabama's starting to kind of trying to get even on the play count. 61 for Auburn, 58 for Alabama now. Again, this game was the play differential was huge early in this game, but now Auburn's in front on that one. I feel like Alabama's playing for their life right here. I feel like Auburn could get this ball back and put points on the board. And I think Alabama knows that. 2nd and 6. Sly Smith just got held. They're going to throw a little screen under. And he's going to be short. My guess is, no, they're going to call that a first down. Well, no, they're going to actually say it's a 3rd and 1. Kind of threw him over the first down line, but I'll say this about Auburn. They may lose this game. They may win this game. But they fought like hell to get back in this thing. I guess that's Jan Miller right there. I don't like to see that. I'm guessing he's hurt. I don't like seeing kids get hurt at all. Pass, not a good one. It's going to be 4th and 1. This is a tough one. They're going to be on the 50-yard line. I think they're going to have to punt this because if they run the risk of getting stuffed right here, Auburn's only got to get 12 yards to get into field goal range and get ahead. And I can't tell who was on the pressure there. It might have been Chris Murray. I think it was Chris Murray. 4th and 1 for Alabama here. Chris Murray had the pressure on that. Let's see if they can hold him here. Oh, such a key missed tackle. Fuck. Somebody had him for like a 1-yard loss and just lost it. They were in serious trouble right there. Great play by Xavier Atkins to take away that throw to the tailback. And Auburn just missed a tackle there, and he was able to get about 6 extra inches and get over that first down marker. So they got a first down now at the 48. Plus 48 now. Of course, their field goal kicker sucks nuts, so they're not going to want to kick this ball. Missed tackle there. 47. Malik had him. He gets 9 extra yards on that. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, D-Meek, that was a big moment, bro. Needed to get that stop right there. And this is a big miss too, dude. A big lick from Caleb Harris. Elijah's on him. Got to get him down. 2nd and 1. They're still not in field goal range, though. Their field goal range is not deep. They just got the first down, though, and an extra 5 yards, too. All right, this is where you got to put your foot down and say no more. They're at the 30. Officially the 31. 1st and 10 at the 31. Got to stop them here. They cannot get closer. I still don't think they're quite in field goal range because I don't trust that kicker for shit, but you just don't want to let them get too much deeper here. They're going to keep running that football. I don't blame them. Dallas Walker gets a hold of that old boy, and he ain't going anywhere. Got Zeke Walker in there, Robert Woodyard in there. Chris Murray's been balling his nuts off this quarter. Interesting that Keldrick is on the sideline right now, and Key Crawford is still – he's been struggling with that right arm or that right elbow, the right wrist since the first quarter. He went down on a run play near the goal line, and he's still favoring that right wrist. 2nd and 7. Ooh, good effort from Chris Murray. Also, Debo was in there. Zeke Walker was in there. Key Crawford was in there. 3rd and 7 at the 28. I still don't think they're comfortable kicking the ball here. I mean, they might do it, but they don't want to do it. Their kicker absolutely sucks nuts. He's trash bags. I would rather have my daughter kicking. And she'd probably be a pretty good kicker, honestly. But 3rd and 6. Officially, it's 3rd and 7. The TV says 3rd and 6. They're not getting shit here. Ty Simpson just going to kind of throw this ball up. Oh, Jay Crawford. Uh-oh. Ty Simpson looks like he's not feeling good again. Wonder if he got hit again. Jay Crawford making a key interception there late. Oh, they're throwing a flag? Are they going to think, oh, DJ is going to lose his fucking mind on this? Are they going to call some kind of a late hit, like a personal foul. You can't look at the court. Fucking A. This better be a legit hit instead of some bullshit that they called earlier. Oh my God, no. They called that? No fucking way. They called that? Oh my God. That's got to be the worst I've ever seen. Situationally speaking, that's unbelievable. I mean, we're talking about the time of, oh, look at this shit. And they get a free touchdown over it. They're going to probably call a penalty on that too for trying to tackle him. That they just literally, that's disgusting, man. The period of time between when he threw the ball and he got hit was like, I don't even know, 1/10 of a second. And they called a holding on Bama there. 1/10 of a second. Sorry, guys. And they're going to say that that's roughing the passer. It's just unbelievable, the shit they call. It's just unbelievable. And they got some dumbass ball boys on the sideline that are cheering a touchdown. You fucking held him! I don't know. I didn't see it. Okay, yeah. Oh, no, sir. Jay Hardy says, no, sir. Don't you even come up on me, bro. Because you're going to go backward. I'll be watching that play the next time, though, because they could pitch that ball the other direction. It almost works like an end around. That could be a problem, but we'll worry about that later. 2nd and 11. I know my man JB DC Elite says, what did Auburn do to deserve these terrible calls? I do not understand that call on Debo. I have no idea. Whatever, man. It's just Birmingham being Birmingham. There's another hold. They just held Key Crawford right here. Did you miss that one? They just fucking held him right there. Is there a flag down? They throw a flag on that? And call shit. I don't see anything. Key Crawford, 24, coming over the right end. Let's see him get held right here. No problem. No problem. Holding him from behind. No problem. I don't see it. 3rd and 2. 3rd and 2 at the Auburn 6. Lord have mercy. They got to call a timeout. It was just so disorganized. 3:59 to go, so just a hair under 4 minutes. Now, this is about the amount of time that Auburn had in the second quarter, and they ended up engineering a field goal drive out of it. But Alabama's dude, that late hit or roughing the passer on Debo is unbelievable, like impossible. Impossible call in this juncture of the game. I just can't even believe they have the nuts to fucking call that and uphold it. Just unbelievable. I just don't even know what to say about it. I don't even know what to say about it. Fred can't believe it either. Generally, I think this game's been adjudicated fairly, but that was a horrendous fuck up there. Why does it keep happening all year long, man? We had like 3 or 4 games here in a row that I thought were adjudicated fairly with no bullshit going on, and this game's had a couple. Like that one there was bad. And I thought that the targeting call on Jaquez Robinson was just unbelievably bad. Like that's one you've got to review like in May or something and think about changing the rules or something. Like, holy shit, man. AU Taxman, apparently somebody's saying the defense is fucking up here. Dude, Alabama has 269 yards right now. They're averaging 4 yards a play. Like, they haven't done shit. Like, absolutely nothing. Like, this is a massive W from the Auburn, in my opinion, from the Auburn defensive perspective. This is a massive W for the Auburn defense. This game. Yes, they got pushed around a little bit early. That hasn't been going on much. Now, this drive has been a little bit better for the Tide, that's for sure. But 269 yards, you should not be able to win an Iron Bowl inside Jordan-Hare Stadium with 269. That's just not enough. That's just not enough. I'm just telling you. So don't even talk about putting this on defense. Saganachos is not a conspiracy guy, but man, sometimes it makes you think, dude, I am the last guy on the earth to think that's a conspiracy, and that's bullshit. Like that was. You should be able to get pool reporters on shit like that. Like seriously, like say, like talk to me about this. Like how do you see this? Well, before the ball was thrown, he dived, and then by the time the ball got out, he touched him in the foot, and now I'm like, what? Like, Debo is supposed to know. You know what I mean? Like, well, I can't go at him because he may throw the ball. Like, oh, my God. Oh, yeah, Justin C., penalties. Let me see. I got penalties over here. 7 for 81 on the Tide, 10 for 84 on the Auburn Tigers. So 3 extra penalties called on Auburn, but the yardage is about the same. So 6 of one, half dozen of the other. 3rd and 2 is what I've got on my TV here. All right, so they were trying to run a trick play there. It was essentially their version of a throwback, and the ball got tipped when he threw it by Keldrick Falk. And so the pass just kind of went nowhere. Wasn't on target. Robert Woodyard was in that passing lane as well. 4th and 2. They're obviously going to have to kick this ball just to get ahead, right? 3:54 to go. They're going to go for it. Okay. If that's what you want to do. Oh, fuck. I don't like the sound of this. Oh, man, he threaded that into a very small window, but give the guy credit. That's a hell of a throw right there. Man, fuck.
I don't like your jerk-off name. I don't like your jerk-off face. I don't like your jerk-off behavior. And I don't like you.
Sorry.
Jerk-off. Do I make myself clear?
Golly, I'm surprised they went for it there. And I wonder if they just kind of took Auburn by surprise a little bit. Oh, wow. Auburn's defense looks pretty set here. Shit, New Boy got beat on that, but he was making up he was making up ground fast. That's just a good play. That's one of those plays that they've been working on since fucking June. You know what I mean? Like seriously, they work on a wide out bunch where they zip one guy in like that, and it just puts a lot of pressure on New Boy to try to get inside of him. 21 is New Boy Fagan, Steve Meek, freshman safety, who I really like, and he's been playing more as the season's gone on. And he did get beat there, but he played it decently there. Scotty Pieces big league throw, and I think I agree with him. That's a really good throw. It's the second really, really good throw that Simpson's had. I thought their first touchdown throw, where he had 3 guys on him and he threw that ball, lofted it in, and put it on the perfect spot, was a great throw. And then that was a very small window, man. It was a very small window. It was a great play. All right, first play from scrimmage. Jeremiah's going to get 4 yards. So I was just getting a text about Florida talking to Golesh now. What is going on? This is crazy. All right, that's going to be a first down Auburn Tigers +4. First down +4. I like that. I got 3:15 on a counting clock is what I've got right here. Ashton, 14 of 32. Let me go ahead and try to get these numbers put together. It's going to be a tough little drive here. All right, he's going to get like 5 yards on first down. I'll take it. 14 of 32 for 221. And rushing, he is now 20 carries for 90 yards. It's a lot of carries for a quarterback. .244 on a counting clock. The Auburn Tigers are at the 39. It's a drop. It's a fucking drop right there. I'll see if the official stats call that a drop. They haven't yet. 3rd and 4 is what I've got here. I think they're not going to call that a drop. I didn't get a chance to see it. Why is Preston Howard in the game? This concerns me. I don't understand why he's in the game. He's not going to help you. Third down throw toward either Malcolm or Singleton. I'm not sure who it was. 4th and 4 puts them in a tough spot here. I mean, you kind of have to go for it at 2:33, but if you don't get it, you're fucked. Was it a tailback? D-Meek said quit throwing 4-yard lasers to tailbacks. Yeah, fair enough. Oh, they're going to call flag. Whoa. I'm telling you, if this is pass interference on Morgan, I'll take it. But God dang, man. I don't know what you're expecting these kids to do. I'll take it, though. Fuck it. I don't want to argue this anymore. Yeah, it is a makeup call, R, Big Cat. I think that's the right way to put it. It's a makeup call on some of the bullshit. Oh, well, hold on. I didn't realize he held him right there. I'm sorry. I didn't see him held him before. I thought it was about a timing on the ball arriving. Yeah, he's got his arm all the way around him. I'm sorry. That's PI, 100%. All day long. All right, 1st and 10 from the 45. Jesus, that was a nice catch, actually, from Preston Howard. The best catch you'll ever see for 4 fucking yards. Lord have mercy, I'm nervous as hell right now. 2:16, 2:15, 2:14. We do have the 2-minute timeout coming up, but I think they can get another play off. Yeah, gotta go ahead and get this play off, though. No, they're not going to get the play off. Guys. All right, so midfield, 2 minutes to go here. I would have liked to have seen a play there, but okay, that's fine. Cleveland Brown jumping in with a super chat to say, we get hosed by the Zebra crew yet again. Falk, Bama. Let's give that an applause. No, Ravin, yeah, absolutely. I just saw I was just talking about my feelings about the play when I saw it live. When I saw the replay, he had his arm all the way around him. Like that's DPI 100% of the time. So Ambitious says, what if Howard makes the game-winning touchdown catch? I'm telling you, I would go insane. SR71 says, if we score, do we go for overtime or do we go for two? Normally the home team would go for overtime, right? But I don't even want to like discuss that right now. I just don't want to. I don't want to jinx it. Cassidy P says he's ahead of me. Yeah, I'm hitting live on my remote, and I'm as live as I can get. So I'm watching on cable. My wife and my daughter and her boyfriend are downstairs watching on YouTube TV, and they're definitely at least 10 seconds behind me because I know what's happening, and then I hear them either scream or clap. So, I mean, I don't know what to tell you, brother. Guy Fork says, run the ball. I don't know if 2 minutes left at the 50 is what we need to do here, but timeout. I don't know what the timeout situation is here. Let's see. Auburn's got all 3 timeouts left. So I guess you could run the ball. Total yards. Auburn has 355. They have 275. Again, you guys can fault the defense all you want. I'm not going to tell you you're wrong, but what I am going to say is if you give up 275 to Alabama in the Iron Bowl at home, that should be good enough. I know it's 27 points, and that is a little bit more than you might want, but still, it's not a bad day. Third downs, 8 of 18, 4 of 16, guys. 4 of 16 on third down. I mean, 4 of 16 on third down is unbelievable for the defense, bro. They're doing great. No problems there. Let's see. Hawaiian Tiger says we need Cam, a.k.a. Cam Coleman, number 8, to be effing Cam right now. 100% agree with that. That'd be awesome. He's been kind of quiet today. Malcolm's been the star. He's had he had the long touchdown from the it was a nothing catch. It was kind of a 8-yard curl. He's able to beat 2 people and get all the way down to the 4, and that set up a touchdown. And then he also had the touchdown catch down the right sideline. He should have had 2 if he had lined up correctly. Hummer, I hope that you drive a Hummer. Preferably an EV Hummer because I would be jealous. But anyway, he says no running plays at all this series. I mean, dude, they were at the 3-minute mark or whatever, plus or minus, and they've got 80 yards to go. I understand why they're passing the ball. They do have the option to run it now at 2 minutes at the 50-yard line, all 3 timeouts remaining. So, I mean, they have everything available to them now. This might be the biggest... This might be the biggest 10 plays D-Nix's life. Like, no shit. This could be like the defining drive of D-Nix's career. 3rd and 2. All right, so he was about to get sacked. He threw the ball, and I think he got over the line of scrimmage, so it's going to negate the potential for. I mean, Jeremiah didn't do a great job, but he had 2 guys and he had to pick one, so it's not really on Jeremiah there. 4th and 2 at the 47. This is a key play, obviously. This is just it's on too much of a razor's edge here. I can't believe it's getting this tight. Oh, it's a first down, but I can't live like this too much longer. I don't know why this dumbass Alabama player is putting his hand up like it's fucking like they didn't get it. He's half a yard too far, dude. Are you seriously this stupid? 1st and 10, Auburn Tigers. 1:05 to go. They still have 3 timeouts, so the clock isn't that big of an issue at this point. Getting the ball downfield is the issue. For being honest, Jeremiah just goes inside. It's about 6 yards. They're going to go under 1 minute, assuming they don't push the tempo here. Go ahead and bump Jeremiah up. 10 carries for 33 yards now. Ooh, Ashton's got some room here. I hear them screaming downstairs. I don't know what they're fussing about. All right, so that's a good run there. That's 8 yards, and he gets out of bounds, so it's almost like a free timeout. 1st and 10 on the Alabama 27. Again, 40 seconds left. Got full 3 timeouts now, so time really isn't an issue here. They've got 4 plays ish, maybe 5 to get 27 yards. That is doable under normal circumstances. Trying something with Cam here. I don't get out of bounds. Oh, fucking A. He did not fumble. Cam Coleman fumbled? Cam Coleman fumbled? Cam Coleman fumbled? Cam Coleman fumbled the fucking ball away. Cam Coleman fumbled the ball away. I'm going to tell you something. That is statistically the least likely way I thought Auburn would lose a football game. But I also want to say this. Knowing Cam Coleman the way I do, that's the kind of play that'll make him come back. He'll say that I can't leave Auburn like that. I mean, you're going to lose the fucking Iron Bowl over it, which is a hefty, hefty price to pay. But I would not be surprised to see Cam Coleman come back over that play right there. They're going to pay him. I mean, it's not like they're going to say, well, we'll only pay you $500. You know, they're going to make a competitive offer, but I bet you he stays now. I bet you he stays. I know him, and I know how he acts, and I know what he thinks, and he's going to think he let everybody down, and it's not going to be one of those things that comes and goes with him. Fuck me, man. I never, ever in my life would have guessed that would be the way it would go down. Cam Coleman fumbling the football to lose the game. Jeez Louise. GR89 says he only shows out against weak teams. Man, I don't know, dude. He's made some big plays all damn year. He's got to hold on to the ball, though. I mean, that's the truth. Stan said earlier, Auburn Moxie is a thing, War Eagle. He loves Auburn. He would love to see an Auburn win. That's for damn sure. And Cleveland Brown also jumps in to say, what in the actual Falk? Just statistically, you would have never guessed that'd be the way you lose the game right there. He is not. I'm telling you, he's going to come back. He's going to come back because he's going to feel like he let everybody down and he can't go out like that. Wardam Steve says we're so close. Come on, man. That's funny. That's funny. RR Big Cat said it's okay. Let him walk. We need staff who can win. Wow. Tim the Tool Man. What's up, bro? Says piss poor. Scotty C, last name redacted, says we're used to this pain. And Robert S says Cam let us down. William H says damn it to hell. Jack Black says so disappointing. Cam Coleman, what a freaking legendary failure. Stu Pup says he did let everybody down. He's not wrong. I agree. He did. What happened happened. I don't know why Ty Simpson is talking shit at fucking Caleb Harris. Shut up, dude. You want to talk big nuts now that you're fucking ahead, pussy. Wants to talk big with all his teammates right behind him. Fuck out of here. Jordan says these dudes get paid big time money now. Absolutely true. Cam deserves all the heat. 100% true. I completely agree. He says, I'm sorry. He let the entire fan base team, everybody down. He did. It was a big mistake. 100%. All right. So Alabama's going to punt the ball now. They're still having trouble getting their personnel on the field. At least it wasn't that kid that was like cheering on the fouls earlier, or the penalties earlier, I should say. Let's see. Donnie says that Jake Crane is right that there is a virus in our football. Dude, Malcolm almost gave the ball away right there. He goes to field the punt, and it just takes him by surprise a little bit. And ball ends up going out of bounds, but our Big Cat says wide out room already portaling. Why would they get in a big hurry to portal out of here? I don't get it. I don't get it, man. I mean, okay. If somebody else will pay you a bunch of money to drop balls in the clutch, that's fine. I mean, Cam Coleman's an awesome player. Don't get me wrong, but it's actually a smart play by Bryce Kane right there to get down. At least they're going to have a shot at the end zone here. Jesus, nobody's blocking at all. Poor Ashton. And that's it. God. Fuck. Well, fuck. So Alabama, Georgia in the SEC championship game. Game that probably nobody outside of Georgia and Alabama wants to see because we're just tired of it, you know. Happens all the time. You want to see a little bit of a disparity in there, I guess. A little difference, but that's cool. Ryan Grubb getting some TV time. He's the offensive coordinator that won the game and deserves that. Ty Simpson made some amazing throws today. Not as good as I thought he would be, but made some great throws in the clutch there. Made that first their first touchdown. That was one of the best throws I've seen all year. Incredibly difficult throw. And then his touchdown that put them ahead late in the fourth quarter was a great throw as well. Let's see. AU Skip says, do we really want Ashford next year? That's a fair question. I think it's the right thing to do to keep his red shirt intact from a coaching perspective. But yeah, as far as, you know, is he the guy you want next year? Like, I think the next coach, who may very well be here in short order, is going to have to make a quick decision. And my guess is they're going to probably judge in favor of Deuce Knight, would be my guess. I do want to get this final numbers up here just for shits and gigs. Ashton goes 18 of 39. Wow. It's crazy to me that Auburn would be throwing the ball that much. I mean, because it's just not like Auburn should be running the football more. 259. I ended up rushing the ball 23 times for 108. Jeremiah finishes with 10 carries for 33, which is the same. And Malcolm finishes with 3 catches for 143, the same. Cam did finish with 5 for 43, but he had the key fumble. And that was a bad one. They finished 4 of 17 on third down. The Auburn Tigers finished 8 of 19 on third down. So those are your final stats right there. Blake R says Deuce should be the man next year. I think I agree with that. Unless there's somebody in the portal that they think might be better to serve their interests right away. There might be a better quarterback that would want to come in, and they feel really strongly about that. Listen, guys, there's so much to do between now and just January 15th or something like that. There's so much to do. got to figure out something. Rich Anvil says, props to JG for having to cover this and play pseudo-psychiatrist every week. Thank you for saying that, bro. I do have 2 degrees in psychology, so I have some ability in there. Some schooling for that. SR71 Blackbird, who I had a chance to meet last weekend and party with a little bit, says ball game is over. Who is the new coach? Let's go ahead and give that an applause, because to the team and to everything that's been going on, that's kind of probably a good thing. Soggy Nachos jumps in with another super chat, who's been a badass today. Thank you for being here and being very supportive of the show. This is one of these days before we die, Auburn will beat Alabama and we will have a winning season, but dang, this feels like an eternity. It's really annoying. Forrest D says, love the emotion. Keep up the good work. Thank you for watching the show, bro. I wish I had better news. But the Auburn Tigers fall in this game to the Alabama Crimson Tide inside Jordan-Hare Stadium. And Ty Simpson, the Alabama quarterback, made some really good throws that Ashton didn't make. And I think that's the difference in this game. If you want to know my opinion, they had a better quarterback. And I thought Ashton played valorously. That was a key play. They're just showing the replay of that. I think it was 4th and 2. And Ty Simpson was able to scramble for like an extra, 6 inches on that. And they're also showing the roughing the passer on Debo, which was a fucking joke. And I hope that rule gets changed, or that these officials get mocked in their bedrooms for being cucks for that terrible call on that. I did not like it at all. Patrick P says, if they keep any coaches, it's a mistake. My guess is this is probably it. I think it'll be probably a full sweep out of here. Is my guess. So that's kind of the way it is. I need a minute to kind of gather myself after that one. That was a roller coaster there. You know, there was obviously early in the game, 17-0 Alabama. You're thinking, they're going to get run out of the house, which I haven't seen happen in this series in Auburn since 2001, when Auburn lost 31-7. And then Auburn got a couple field goals there in the second quarter to kind of get some semblance of, at least getting the ship righted. And then third quarter was really good, and Auburn was able to tie the game there in the fourth quarter. And then, about 10 minutes to go, Alabama gets the ball, and they drive the ball all the way the fucking down the field. I don't know what else to tell you on that. Let's see how long that drive was. It was definitely the defining drive of the game. 15 plays, 75 yards, and 753. And I have a hard time sitting here and telling you guys that we've got a defensive problem per se. You give up 280 yards. Auburn finished with 411 yards. You give up 3.8 yards per play. But you don't win and lose games on yards. You win and lose games on points. And the bottom line is that Alabama's got 27 and Auburn's got 20, and that's all there is to it. It's going to be, I don't necessarily know that in real time for us, it's going to be a crazy period of time. But the recruiting brunch starts in approximately 12 hours from now. And the anticipation is that Auburn has a new coach, or whoever is going to be the coach, at that brunch. And again, that brunch is now technically inside of 12 hours from now is when it starts. So I think something's going to happen meaningfully in the world of Auburn football in the next 3 hours. I don't know necessarily that I'm going to know that it's happening in real time. We're going to continue efforting toward that, but I think they're going to have to make a decision right fucking now. And I don't know what's, when I've been on the air for about 4 hours now, a little bit more than that, and I don't know exactly what's going on out there in the real world. I got a couple of texts saying that Florida is now talking to Golesh. See, when we went on the air 4 plus hours ago, look at that. Cal, is that over? Oh, no, it's still got a little bit of time. Cal is up on SMU, which is crazy. Your boy Brian Harson's still doing work with that Cal offense, isn't he? Let's see. Robert S. says the defense choked on fourth. They always do in a big play. Usually we rag on them for choking on third, but tonight they choked on fourth. 3 of 3 on fourth down, including that really tough one there in Alabama's game clinching drive where they let Ty Simpson get away with about a 3-yard gain on 4th and 2. Which is a tough one. A Beppo says, thanks for the epic drain season, JG. Appreciate you, bro. For football, that is definitely going to be it. Basketball, we'll probably pick it back up in conference season, or maybe we won't. I don't know. I do like the basketball team, but we'll just kind of have to see. I've been in writing more, and I've enjoyed that, so we'll just kind of see how that goes. Cal won, Mamadou. Thank you for updating me there. So Cal beats SMU, and Rhett Lashley goes down. Not a problem that Smash Riggins. That is an interesting question. Do you think that Vincent Chase is a good actor? What an interesting question. I never thought you were a good actor, man. I mean, Aquaman, Queens Boulevard, they stink. They fucking stink. That's how I feel about it. Yeah, I got to get these super chats, man. I'm still just like out of it right now. This game has fucked me up. I don't know what else to tell you. I really thought they were going to dig their way back into this. And I just felt like going into this game, they were going to win it. And it was going to be this coronation for DJ. And we were going to be able to ride that wave of emotion and ride this thing out. And it was going to be that story, you know, and it didn't happen. All right, I just got to get myself back together here. Gunnar says, it's been a long time since I watched an Auburn team come from behind like that. I know they didn't finish in the end, but I'm good with DJ. If they choose that route, go build a great staff for him. Yeah, I mean, I think they're just going to have to reset, bro. I don't like saying that because I know these guys, particularly like I don't really want to single out coaches, but there's certain coaches on this staff that I just really, really like, and I think they're really good. And, you know, I think they're going to probably get cut. And sometimes there's good coach. There's coaches I like that aren't necessarily good coaches, and then there's coaches that I do like that are good coaches. But let me just say a couple things about the coaching staff. DJ has the toughness that I like, that I feel like Auburn's got to have. And if he ends up being the coach, I want you to know that I am behind it 100%. I like him a lot. And he's a great recruiter too. So he brings a lot of pluses. I do think there's a way that you hire a head coach and you still get DJ here as a defensive coordinator. I do think that. But see, there's some of you guys that might look at this and say, JG, you know, 27 points in the Iron Bowl at home, got down 17-0 so early. Is he really the defensive coordinator we need? And that's a fair question. That's probably above my pay grade, right? Also, super chat coming in from Mike. Wow, this is a very generous super chat. It says, thanks for everything this season, JG. Please tell me I never have to see Preston Howard in an Auburn jersey again. Here, I'll say this right here.
Sometimes may be good, sometimes may be shit.
A little bit of both tonight, as is customary for him, but I doubt it. I seriously doubt. I think this roster, by and large, is going to be completely turned over. Not necessarily like guys like Ryan G or Deuce, or I think there'll be some guys kept. But anyway, one man's opinion. Thank you very much for that, Mike. And also, new Gus Houdis, who I complimented earlier. He and his wife are absolute legends, and I love partying with them any chance I get. He says, thanks for another season, JG. Wake me up when Golesh gets here. He's a fan of Golesh. I am too. I like him a lot. He's got that toughness, the requisite toughness that I like. DJ and him both have that. I don't know about Dillingham. Not to say he's soft, not to say that he's a puss or anything like that. I'm just saying I don't know that he has that. I want somebody who's going to crawl ass. You know what I mean? And I want somebody like Pat Dye. I want somebody like Tubb, who's kind of a different one, I get, but he used to crawl ass. I just think somebody's got to come in here and fucking knock him into shape. And I don't mean like got to hurt anybody. I'm just saying there needs to be some dog cussings. You know what I mean? And I think DJ would do that. I think Golesh will do that. It's just one man's opinion. I could be wrong. William H. says they're just not winning, Jay. No, I know. No. Look, man, I know this. I've been covering Auburn since 98. I got here in 98 when everything was falling apart, and I've seen it happen, so I know. That guy Rick says, did you say that we might have info on a new coach in a few hours? Yes, I did. I think that I think Cohen and his trusted advisors, we'll call them that, I think they got to make a decision here really quickly. And as I mentioned, Rick, I don't know if you heard, they've got a recruiting brunch that's starting tomorrow at about 10:30. Going to probably run until noonish. And I think they really want to have the coach here for that. Maybe not at the beginning, but at some point in that event to interface with these recruits that are here for the Iron Bowl and to kind of, you know what I mean, do that thing. So I think they got to make a decision in the next 3 hours and get on horn with somebody and his agent and whoever else and get this thing fucking done. So period. Joko says, no way we have a new coach in a few hours. It's plan B, C, D now. Oh, nobody said it. It was plan A, bro. I did not say that. I would not say that. I don't believe that. You're right. It is plan B and C and D. You're right. But they're going to have to make a choice right fucking now and get it done right fucking now. Right fucking now. It's got to happen right now. It's going to happen right now. Now, am I going to know it? No, probably not. But I think it's going to happen. Because they got to get this person signed, sealed, and delivered. Plus, they got to get him here soon. So if we get to a point tomorrow where it's like 3 o'clock and we don't know who the coach is, I'd consider that a very unlikely scenario. Let's see. Chris M says, Jay, the fact that Tim Cook, a.k.a. Tim Apple, was on the sidelines and in Tiger Walk, does that affect you at all? No, it doesn't. Although I really like Tim Cook, and I'm glad to have met him. And I got to make fun of him for being a Duke guy because I fucking hate Duke. But anyway. Kelly says, I listen to your show every week. Good game for real. Thank you. Appreciate you being here and being part of what we do here. Hanging out and listening to me. Because sometimes I'm like, I don't know why anybody would listen to me. I try to be entertaining, but like, I don't know if I'm doing good or not. God, I'm still just like out of it from that game. TP says the state of Auburn football is so fucking depressing. It's just crazy that we're here. Nick Griffin says loser program full of losers. Got to clean house. Why fight to retain a roster that can't win a game? I can't argue that, man. I really can't. Let's see what else is going on here in the super chat side. Stu Pup, who's an absolute legend. He's super chatted earlier, but he super chats every single time. I never say this, but I'm so glad this season is over. It's time to clean house. Auburn must cut out the tumors and begin to heal. I think it's more like a malaise. You know, I don't know about tumor. It's just a malaise. I think you just get into like thought patterns. Of course, I'm a psychology guy, so I'm thinking that way, but you just get into thought patterns and you just accept that certain things are going to happen. You anticipate that certain things are going to happen. And then things happen. I do this stuff in my own life personally. Like I find myself doing this. I'm like, this person's going to fail me. This person's going to do something that I don't want them to do. And then you've got to think about it differently. You've got to change it in your head. Chris W. says, the tumors. It's now a tumor. Blake R. says, I know a bunch of you hate J-Boy, but he is spot on about the infectious disease of losers in this program. I mean, look, man, me and Jake are not tight. I think you guys know that. Although I don't think he has a problem with me per se, but you know, without having, I don't watch his videos, but the idea that there's just kind of this pathogen or mental block that's just limiting Auburn football, I think it's 100% true. And I've said this before, and I'm going to say it again. I know for some of you guys, I mean, Crocky's heard this a million times, and I know a lot of you guys have too. You know, Hugh coming out of the Ole Miss trouble and kind of reshaping himself as a person made him, in my opinion, a better person. But it made him a worse football coach. And I think one of the things that Hugh thought was really important in his revitalization, if you want to call it that, is that he gives people a lot of grace, which is something that I struggle with as a person. I don't give people enough grace. He felt like he didn't give people enough grace. And so he adjusted that in his life, and he gives people a lot of grace. And there's good things about that. I think from a Christian perspective, I think that's the way we should be doing things, because we have been forgiven, right? I'm not trying to go religious on you guys, but we have been forgiven. He is a Christian. Hugh is. And so I'm speaking from his perspective. We have been forgiven. We therefore must forgive. The problem is that if you take it too far and you're afraid to put your foot down, right, to say you're not living up to expectations, right, then you start getting into a lax environment from a coaching perspective. These are things we can get away with in our personal life, right? Maybe I've got a friend that falls below my expectations, but I give them grace because for various reasons. You just give people space, right? 3020 Doug, who's coming in from Oklahoma City, says, God gives me grace every day. Me too, brother. I'm trying to not go religious here because it's not, we're just doing Auburn football, and I think he just went so far down that road that it got a little lax and people would do things that weren't good enough and he wouldn't say shit. And it just kind of, do you know what I mean? Like, it can almost become insidious in a way, and you're doing the right thing and you're doing it for the right reasons, but you're perpetuating mediocrity. And so I think that's kind of what happened. So for me, I would not describe it as a loser mentality. Okay, I wouldn't. I'm not saying that Jake, I'm not going to call him J-Boy, Jake Crane. I know Jake. If that's what he's calling it, that's fine with me, whatever. But I would not call it that. I would just say it's an acceptance of mediocrity, and Auburn got mediocre. And when you accept mediocrity in this SEC situation as it is, where like fucking Vanderbilt's good and Mississippi State gives you hell all the time, you know what I mean? Vanderbilt beat the shit out of Tennessee today. Like, that doesn't happen very often. I think this happened at Kentucky as well. Like, Doug says he calls that cheap grace and not actual grace. Robert also said Christ is equal parts grace and equal parts truth. Some take the grace and ignore the truth. You got to take both together. Well, it's getting kind of heady there, but I don't agree with you. I do agree with you. Excuse me. Our Big Cat says Hugh got lazy. I don't agree with that. I don't think it was laziness. I really don't. I think it was just allowing mediocrity. It's similar to what happened with Chiswick, although the etiology of what happened with Chiswick is different. It was the same kind of thing. Schaefer Kia says apathy is set in. That's part of it as well. It is kind of apathy. I know you're talking about yourself, but it's the same kind of thing. Crocky Poo jumps in to say, saw tonight Durkin can't handle head coaching duties. Defense was noticeably worse when he was promoted. Mismanaged timeouts, still awful penalties, not fighting refs. We need fresh blood. Crocky Poo out. There he is, Crocky Poo. Jordan says, can we talk football? I know you guys are going to say, can we talk football? I was explaining why Hugh failed, and that's how I feel about it. Patrick S., last name redacted, said, my issue with Durkin is that his 2 losses are identical to Hugh's. Tons of silly mistakes and penalties and choking up the game in the fourth quarter. Oh, Michael J. says, no, he got lazy. How many rounds of golf did he play? No, that is fair. That is fair. I didn't like the golf thing. I had a hard time. With that one. I'm not a golf guy, but I had a hard time with the golf thing. I don't even know what to say about that. I don't have a defense for that. I thought he totally fucked that up, and I don't know why he did that. It was just stupid. Revenge jumps in with a super chat again. He says, if we were serious about a guy, we would have closed the deal ahead of the Iron Bowl. The fact that we haven't shows that we are not as prestigious as we believe. Time to come to terms with that. Ouch. I think Kozan said something about that at halftime where he said, are we really in a situation where we're making emotional decisions based on what happens in a game? I think that's the truth. I do think that Durkin was playing for his job tonight. I really believe that. I think if he comes out here and he wins this game 35-10 or 35-15 or whatever the fuck ever, I think he's the head coach tomorrow. And the fact that they lost at 27-20, I don't think he's going to be the head coach tomorrow. So in that sense, yeah, it was a win and you're in. It's kind of weird to think that that's the way it really is because you think it's a more heady decision than one game, right? But he had a 3-game interview, so to speak. Lost the Vanderbilt game in overtime. I don't think anybody here was pissed about it. Had an emphatic win against Mercer in the non-con game. A game that I thought they played great, but nobody really gives a shit. They're supposed to beat Mercer. And you come out in the Iron Bowl, and I think Crocky Poo is hitting some stuff there where it's like, not only did you lose, but there's some stuff going on in that game where you're like, could it have been managed better? Yeah. Trey jumps in with a super chat to say, JG just joined. Might have missed it, but what are you thinking on coaching search? By the way, I almost killed a bottle of Little Book Infinite Batch 2 tonight. My man, that sounds delicious, bro. I've been drinking this Trails Ed 10. This is probably one. I don't know if you've been drinking this. I just kind of got a hold of this through, there's a guy on Reddit named Take who's an amazing stud, and he picks bottles, and this is, no, actually I got this one. Take recommended this. This is not one of Take's picks, but anyway, distilled in Kentucky, aged in Oregon. The problem for me is that it is a little high proof. And I've been pounding it all night, but we're doing all right. Everything's fine. Joko notes that Spurrier played golf all the time. He also won a lot, and you never heard about his tee times. That is so true. So true. I actually spent, back in those days, when I first started sports writing in the 90s, when you would go, like, for instance, when Auburn played at Florida in 1998, in October of 98, back in those days, when you would go, the opposing teams, like Florida, would take really good care of all the reporters, and they would have a meal, and they would have an event, and you would be able to talk to the coach, and it was like a big deal. Now, they don't give a fuck now. But so I've had 3 meals with Steve Spurrier, with like 5 other people and Steve Spurrier. So I have talked to Steve Spurrier about his golf and all that kind of stuff. And he's like, I know that nobody gives a shit, and so I make sure that they don't give a shit. I don't say shit about it. It's called Trails End 10. This is actually a barrel pick from the Bourbon Van, which is a great. They actually announced 2 weeks ago that they were going to quit doing bourbon stuff, but they do bourbon stuff. They won't be doing it much longer, but anyway. Distilled in Kentucky, aged in Oregon, but it's kind of a high proof. 120, I think. Yeah, 121 proof, so I got to be careful with it a little bit. My thoughts on the coaching search. So I was saying this earlier, Trey. You might have heard me again. I'm sorry if I'm repeating myself. I think they got to make a decision. I think they're planning to make a decision in the next 3 or 4 hours. And you say, well, JG, it's 10:55 in the Central Time Zone. When are we doing that? Well, right fucking now. Like, I think they're on the horn. I think they're working it right now. I think they've got, I don't really know how to describe this, like preliminary. I mean, he's talked to Summerall at least, golly, how many times would I feel safe saying he's talked to Summerall? 5 times? I would confidently say he's talked to Golesh 3 times. I would confidently say he has spoken to Dillingham 2 or 3 times. And I would say he's communicated with Drinkwitz 2 or 3 times. So he's got an idea right now what each one of those guys is going to cost, what kind of NIL commitments it's going to take. He knows. And I think at this point, it's just a matter of, okay, they're probably not going to take Dirk as a head coach. So let's move on to the next step, which is either Golesh or Dillingham, is my guess. Now, if Summerall's, Hoke was telling me earlier in a text that apparently Golesh is talking with Florida now. if I don't even understand how this is going to work, because I think Summerall already kind of told Auburn thanks but no thanks, and I don't understand how you turn around and then say, hey, by the way, I still want to talk. That doesn't make sense to me. I personally would not be okay with that. I don't think Cohen would be either. He's a coach. He knows. If you're going to get somebody in here just coming for the money, then don't do that. So my thought is going into this stream, which is now 4.5 hours ago, I would have thought it was going to be Golesh, would have been my guess. In fact, somebody asked me this earlier. Let me see if I got a... Yeah, I told somebody earlier who asked me about this, somebody I really like. I told him Golesh 60%, Durkin 25%, Dillingham 15%. But now that DJ lost, and I don't really think you can lose the Iron Bowl and then turn around and hire him, right? Like, that's just weird. It's a weird situation. So you don't really do that. I think it's going to be down to Golesh and Dillingham, I guess. Robert S. says Cohen said he would pay whatever it takes. He told that to Mike G in his interview. I do not agree with that at all. He can keep talking about it all he wants, and he's going to pay somebody whatever the fuck it takes. I don't think that's true. I think what he means when he says that, and the way that he has plausible deniability on saying something like that when I don't think he really means it, is that he's willing to pay what it takes to make Auburn a winner. He's not necessarily paying what it takes to get whatever coach he wants. Because I know he's got limitations on what he wants to pay the coach. Andrew L. said, did Summerall really say no to AU? You don't necessarily write it on a paper and send in the facts, but he kind of made it clear that he was thanks but no thanks. I don't know if that's I don't know how they say that. I don't know how you, John, this is John. Hey, man. Thanks, bro, but I'm going to go in a different direction. I don't know if it's like that or if it's like you have Jimmy tell him or whatever. I don't know. Runner 24 is a legend, one of the all-time legends. He's part of this and also part of our bourbon show. Says, how is it possible to drag out post-Iron Bowl and not have an answer? These are great questions. If the brunch is that important, should know the answer and thus simply announce it. No, I think they're going to try to get him there. I really do. I'm not saying they're going to actually get that done, but I think that's the goal. And that is a pretty lofty goal, in my opinion. You may be looking at this too and going, how is this going to happen? I'm telling you. Hawaiian Tiger has been with us all night long and has been a badass in the chat. I love it. Appreciate you for the super chat there, Hawaiian Tiger 808. No message offered and no message needed. I don't need it. It's all good. Thank you very much for that. Stu Pup jumps in with another super chat. Says, God give me grace. My boss doesn't. It's not hard. Come on, man. Let's give him a laugh on that one. That's pretty funny. Cleveland Brown jumped into the super chat as well to say, who in the hell did the Thanos snap where we would lose in so many ways like we did this year? Holy shit, I've never seen anything like it. It was just unbelievable. The weird ways Auburn would lose. I mean, it starts with the Oklahoma game, obviously, but God, there's so many different ways they lost the game. Just games. And this game tonight. This one was probably the least salacious of the losses, but the late hit on Ty Simpson by Debo, I'm just baffled by that one. That one is just beyond anything I can understand. JDAU08, my man, big time guy from the bunker, jumps in with a super chat, and appreciate you supporting what we do and watching us here, bro. Auburn fanatic, jumps in. If we don't land Summerall, I'm going to lose it. Ephesians, I'm going to get Jay Head on the horn. I'm sorry, I've been talking. I know there's a lot of questions about the search, and I'm trying to answer them, but we are definitely going to get Jay Head on the horn. There's no doubt about it. 100%. I probably should text him first because he said he thought he'd be able to make it. He felt pretty good about it, but I want to make sure he's 100% good before I call him. I don't like cold calling people, so let me check with him real quick. Where are you, Jay Head? Here he is. My guess is that he's probably watching the show, but we'll see. Sometimes he has to work. But Auburn fanatic, I'm concerned that if you were Summerall or bust, I don't know if that's a great place to be right now, but Maybe there's a 5% chance that he could get this. Maybe he comes back and makes a plea or something. I don't know. Joko says, do we get a BMAC call? I mean, that's possible, but that's going to be down the road because, this is Iron Bowl. There's a lot going on, and they're going to be doing interviews and all that kind of stuff. Boy, Smash Riggins. Who was better in 98, Stone Cold Steve Austin or The Rock? What are you talking about? Two big hitters right there. I don't think I could pick between them. Another quick one here. Super chat from Hayden, my man. What's up? Is sick of losing JG Ward Amigo always. Hayden, we're all sick of it, bro. And I know you've been hoping all year long to see them turn this shit around and didn't quite win it. Didn't quite get there. It's frustrating. JDAU08, excuse me. Says JG finally finished the Elijah Craig 18. For some reason, it's been my brain drain bourbon for 3 years. Cheers. By the way, Golesh is a boring hire. Wow. Ouch. Yeah. This is part of the thing that really drives me crazy about the search is that everybody hates everybody. And I know you didn't say you hate him. You're just saying you think he's boring, but I wish everybody wouldn't be mad all the time. And I'm not saying you're super mad. There's people who are, though, Auburn Fanatics says better be Summerall or Dark Ages. There's other people who think if it is Summerall, it's going to be Dark Ages. You know what I mean? Appreciate that, Auburn Fanatic. I hope I've given you some insight on that. Dan R., last name redacted, who is known also as Piss Jug, as you can see by his avatar there. Appreciate the super chat, man. He was hanging out with us last weekend as we were on we were live, I should say, live in Auburn at an RV park, hanging out with Piss Jug and some other important bunker people. Crocky jumps back in to say Golesh will bring back Cody. Let's go. Check out freshman Koger on South Florida from St. Francis. Stud. Hey, I like Golesh. I used to be able to speak Russian. I don't know if he can, though. All right, I got some good news. J-Head says he's good to go. So that means that we will go ahead and get to J-Head. I know you guys love J-Head. I love J-Head. You love J-Head. We all love J-Head. He's a speaker of truth, but he does it in such a friendly way. And I really like that about him.
JGT, what's up, brother?
What's up, man? How you doing?
Been better.
You've been better.
Been better. That one's tough, man.
Yeah, I just thought they were going to get there, man.
Yeah, well, I mean, the way it started, obviously, with a lot of miscues, drop passes, things not necessarily being crisp, and then you work your way back into it. It just felt like Auburn had all the momentum, right? And then that last series happens where Alabama is able to get a 7-minute drive, and yes, they got some advantageous calls, but they stuck it in the end zone when they had to. And it just, broke the camel's back, and then obviously Cam's fumble late there in the game just sealed it.
Cam Coleman fumbling the game away is not what I had on my bingo card, bro.
No, that is not how I would describe that game playing out. If you'd told me that Auburn has the ball with 2 minutes left to go in the game, I wouldn't have predicted that outcome for sure. But look, I don't want to be too rough on the kid. I know there are going to be plenty of people in the chat that are like, F me for, saying having sympathy for somebody. But, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, I don't know, man. I still have a hard time berating kids for playing a game we all love, and mistakes happen. Like,
yeah.
It's critical. You want those things not to happen. Nobody wants that to happen. But I have a hard time going in hard on a kid like that.
My thought is that he's going to come back because of that, bro, which ultimately may be good, I
don't know, man. I mean, look, dude, Cam's a phenomenal talent. Who knows? I know he's going to have a lot of offers. And I don't know what he's going to do. I honestly don't. I think first step with him is obviously you got to name a head coach. They got to have a conversation. Compensation has to be discussed, and then you have to be able to evaluate against what the ROI is for keeping Cam, and can that money be used in other places as it pertains to talent and how you want to build your roster moving forward. And some of that's going to be dictated by who your coordinators are, specific, obviously, on the offensive side of the ball, and how vital the wide receiver position is, and by comparison, who could you bring in to kind of subsidize the loss there from a production standpoint. So There's a lot to it. Cam's going to cost a significant amount of money. That's for sure. I mean, we can't pretend like that's not a part of it. So you got to figure out, do you want to invest that much money in one player, or do you want to moneyball it a little bit? I think he's a phenomenal talent. Again, I'm not the head coach or the general manager, but it is a conversation to have for sure.
This game absolutely gutted me, bro. They had dug back from 17-0 down, got even at 20-20, and I'm just thinking, here we go. And then, they gave up that long touchdown drive, questionable penalty on Xavier Atkins, gave up a 4th and 2 on a little scramble that got like 4th and 2 plus an inch. And it just felt like more of the same, didn't it? Like, just found a way to lose.
Yeah, it did. It did. And look, I want to say this up front. I like DJ. I think he's a good football coach. I think he's probably ready to be a head coach again. But in my opinion, there needs to be some culture shift at Auburn. Like, it's just, somebody's got to come in with some confidence that they can kind of foster a new mentality within the building. And maybe I'm completely wrong, and maybe DJ can do that. Some of this is emotion from me talking right now. And I try not to do that when I get on the phone with you on these calls, because I want to be able to be rational. But it just feels like, Jay, that has passed. And to hire the interim that went 1-2, and yes, it was a tough slate. I just don't know, man. Like, that certainly isn't going to win the press conference. Now, at the end of the day, I give a rat's ass about the press conference. You got to hire the best football coach you can hire, period. Nobody was jumping up and down when A&M hired Mike Elko, right?
Nobody.
And that's just, that's one of many where you've had an unpopular hire and it's turned out to be a very good hire. So just because it's unpopular, I mean, I don't think Brent Key was blowing anybody away a few years ago when he was hired or promoted at Georgia Tech. And he's turned around and done a really, really great job for that program and elevated them to a place they haven't been in forever. So it can be done. For me right now, I just feel like there's got to be a shift in the building. There's got to be a new insertion of confidence, of belief, of a new way of just processing things. And again, maybe DJ can get that done. I don't know, man. I just feel like it's got to be somebody else right now.
So what's your take on kind of where they're going to go here? Because I've been saying, J-Head, I think they're going to have to make a decision in the next 3 hours. Because they want to get they want to get somebody here in the late morning to be at that recruiting brunch.
Well, the good thing is that, the guys that you all listed and the guys that we know that they're talking to all have the same agent. So it's the same phone call. It's Clint Dowdell, or Dowdle. I don't know exactly how you say it, but Clint's the agent for Drink, for Dillingham, for Golish, for Summerall. The only one that's not repped by him is Sexton reps Durkin. That's it. That's the only separate phone call, and you don't need to call Jimmy Sexton to talk to DJ Durkin. He's right there in the building if that's what you decide to do.
But they can't do that now, right? I mean, you've been like, why didn't you hire him 2 weeks ago?
I don't think you can do that now, but again, I don't know what John's going to do. Golish is way down the road with Arkansas, and I'm not saying that they can't turn around and cut a deal with Auburn. I'm sure he would much rather be at Auburn than Arkansas. There's also some conversation with Florida, though I think they're close to sealing their deal with Summerall. I know obviously what Hoke said, and I put a lot of stock and credibility in what Justin says. Just from what my sourcing on it, it feels like a deal's all but done on the Florida end with Summerall. So I just don't know what the feasibility of there is. You've got Dillingham, who's been so adamant that he's going to stay at Arizona State. But now he's kind of ended his season, and I'm guessing if there's any legitimate dialogue happening, and I don't know that there is. I haven't had that. I'm not privy to that. But if there is legitimate dialogue, it's because the reality is sitting with Kenny that he's never going to have the NIL support there that he needs, or the resources that he needs at Arizona State. Excuse me. to win at a championship level beyond just winning the Big 12. And what I have been told is that Kenny sees himself as an upper echelon coach and somebody that wants to coach for championships beyond, a conference. So it would make sense to me that maybe he's rethinking that, specifically with the fact that he's been at Auburn, knows some people at Auburn, is very close with the Knicks family. So there's some ties there. Again, I would mark that one a long shot.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I would think Golish would make more sense at this point. But again, where are you in comparison to your competition? And are you able to get a deal done at the 11th hour as opposed to Arkansas? And again, Arkansas is not somebody that Auburn's scared of. It's just they're way down the road on that deal. So you got to be able to, if that's your guy, you got to know it right now, and you got to get on the phone and you got to cut a deal.
I know. I think he's going to do it. I bet by 1 o'clock he's going to have somebody hired.
Maybe not hired, but it's damn sure trending that way, right? Like, it may take them to the wee hours of the morning to hammer everything out because it takes a while to put a contract and an MOU together. But I think they'll know what they want to do for sure. Yeah. And again, you're talking to the same guy. You're talking to the same agent for every one of your targets. So it's not a very complicated conversation. It's probably, like, all right, hey, where are we at on this? Where are we at on this? Check, check, check. Okay. You know what I mean? It's not overly complicated, in my opinion, not when you're dealing with the same person.
I mean, let's think about who the competition is here. So for Summerall, it's Florida, right? But then Hoke was saying he thinks that Golesh is talking to Florida now, and they're not going to hire 2 coaches. So
they're not going to hire 2 coaches. So maybe one of those becomes available. I think you also got to worry somewhat about Ole Miss, though. The Lane Kiffin domino hasn't dropped yet, and so they really can't put a formal offer on the table to anybody while Lane is still currently employed.
What is this? Well, he hasn't. He said he was going to choose today.
Yeah, he hadn't done it yet. I mean, he's got Juice Kiffin out there tweeting about how it would be sweet for Ole Miss and Georgia to play in the SEC championship game.
Juice Kiffin, I love it.
Trolling the shit out of his fan base. Like,
I know.
Listen, he is a phenomenal coach. He would have been, from an on the field standpoint at Auburn, Lane would have been great. But he would be a nightmare for any administrator to have to deal with.
I know, but he doesn't fit here. He's a great coach, but he doesn't fit here.
He is a phenomenal coach. No, I don't think he fits Auburn well. I think he would have produced. I think he's going to produce wherever he goes. But he enjoys a certain amount of luxury and liberties at Ole Miss that he may not find at his next employer. And the other thing is, when he goes 9-3 in Baton Rouge versus going 0-3 in Oxford, he's going to hear about it.
Damn right.
You know what I mean? Like they're going to try to run him out of the state. I mean, when the governor is firing the AD in a press conference that he's making about some opening of another building, yeah, dude, that's a whole other level of commitment to football than what he's seeing right now.
If he asked me, I would tell him to stay his ass in Oxford.
Damn right I would.
Get him 10 or 11 million and be happy, right?
All right, here's the difference with Kiff for me. I see what he's saying, okay? I think he thinks he can – I think he believes he's a championship-level coach to the same pedigree of that of Kirby Smart, Sarkisian, and he wants to be at a premier program where he thinks he's not going to lose out on players because of the name on the front of his jersey. And I think he feels that's what happened for him this past year in Oxford. There were a couple guys in the transfer portal they could have landed, didn't do it. I think he blames the brand more than he necessarily blames himself. To me, that's a little nonsensical. But I kind of understand the fact that he believes that he should be able to contend for championships every year. I think he's kind of started to prove that he can do that at Ole Miss. But for whatever the reason, there's this flirtation with going elsewhere. And I'm with you, because if he stays at Ole Miss and he continues to do what he's doing there, they're going to put his name on the field. That's not going to happen at LSU.
No.
It's not. I mean, shit. Ed Orgeron might get closer to that than he will.
Yeah, I like him. Well,
yeah, football, baby.
I know. This is, I can't remember a coaching, God, I don't want to call it carousel because it's kind of a localized thing, but like with LSU, with Florida, with Auburn, with Arkansas, it's just all, it's making it so high pressure.
It is.
The pressure's
It is.
insane right now.
It is insane, and it's why I thought John probably needed a deal done. It started this week. Really a decision by last Saturday of the direction he was going to go, and I think they did have a direction. Like, I mean, they were well down the road with John Summerall until that deal fell apart. And I don't really want it. Go ahead.
What do you think happens here? Who ends up being the Auburn football coach a week from now?
Shit.
I know it's tough. It's tough. People ask me that too.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
It's not going to be DJ, I don't think.
I don't think it is, but he's still there, man. And it really depends on where he's at on his other options. I mean, it depends on how quickly he can negotiate with Golish or if the deal falls apart with Summerall, because I just don't see Drink leaving Missouri right now. He just signed an extension, or one's been offered to him that he intends to sign.
Yeah.
So I think that one's off the table. Dillingham, again, sure, you can take a shot there. I just think that one's a long shot, which takes you back down to the reasonable two that you probably had on your bingo card the entire time, which were Golish and Summerall, and then obviously Durkin's still there as a backstop to the search. You know what I mean? Like, it's not going to go beyond DJ. DJ will take the job tomorrow.
See, I think if Cohen gets an assurance from Golish that he would keep DJ, I think he would go that direction.
I mean, I agree.
I think that Cohen really likes DJ more as a coordinator than he does as a head coach, and I think he would be able to keep DJ here. And I think he's talked to Golish about keeping DJ.
I think he's talked to every candidate about keeping DJ.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Completely honest.
I think Summerall got a little turned off by it.
Yeah, I don't want to parse words right now, but yeah, I think John was a little overconfident in his position on that one. I'll put it like that.
I do too. I think he was a little low on his salary chat too.
I think that's
but I don't
fair.
think they don't necessarily think they were, but I think other people thought they were.
I think by comparison to his competition, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Like again, I get what people on the outside of the coaching industry think about salaries. Completely understood. Don't disagree. I'm not a guy that makes a whole hell of a lot of money. Okay. So I understand it. But you're worth what somebody's willing to pay you, and you're worth what the market dictates. And Lane Kiffin just really messed up the market with the amount of money that he's playing with. And it's changed the game for everybody else that's looking for a job this offseason. Like, everybody's going to be asking for an elevated price range.
Mm-hmm.
It just is what it is, man. It's supply and demand.
I don't think Cohen gets that, or at least he hasn't yet, because he's got a number, and I don't think he's taken the market into account.
No, I don't think he's taken the market into account. But maybe that's some of John's hubris. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, there's so many things that I really admire about John Cohen, and then I think sometimes he can outsmart himself, if we're being honest.
No, that's fair. It's fair. Well, it's going to be a crazy 14 hours.
No, I agree. I tend to lean to your solution of Golish and DJ being a pairing that makes sense, and you need to get that done now. Because if Ole Miss does come open, I think that creates another layer of competition for you, for another coach.
Yeah.
You really want to get this done while it's just you in Florida trying to seal the deal, as opposed to you in Florida and Ole Miss, because that puts you in another competitor in there that's going to pay in the same price range as you.
But if they had done this 2 weeks ago, they wouldn't have the same competition. See, that's the thing.
No, they wouldn't. They would have been ahead of the curve.
I know.
And I will go back to this. I will say this one thing, and I think I said this 2 shows ago with you post Vanderbilt, where I think I said that I felt like John was looking for an offensive-minded head coach. It's because I think he's always wanted to retain DJ, period. And I think it's significantly easier to bring in an offensive-minded head coach if you have a defensive coordinator that you would like to be retained.
All right. That's the situation. Again, they want somebody at this brunch, and that thing starts in a little less than 12 hours. So
I don't know that they're going to be able to have them at the brunch. I think what you're hoping for at this point is at least being able to tell those kids who the coach is going to be and can you get them on the phone?
at the minimum, yeah.
Yeah, at the minimum, can you get them on the phone? Can you FaceTime with them? Can you do those things? I think that's probably more in the realistic realm of what could happen right now. But I don't disagree with you that the urgency is at the utmost right now. Like they need to get something done before this thing really spins. Because once Kiffin decides what he's going to do, whether it's LSU, which would be my guess at this point. Like it feels like he's verbally committed to them, whether he's signed or not, I don't know. But it feels like there's some level of commitment there to LSU right now. And when Ole Miss comes open again, that's more competition for you that you don't want right
100%.
now.
Yeah. Alan Head, the legend himself, thank you for spending so much time with us today and for the whole season, honestly. You're an absolute stud.
No, again, brother, you know, I enjoy these conversations between you and I and everybody else in the chat. And I hope everybody, look, it sucks. I'm not going to pretend like it doesn't, man. But I hope everybody has as good a night as they can.
All right. See you, brother.
Thanks, buddy.
Bye.
Bye.
There he is, Jay Head, spending some time with us. Most of the folks in the chat pretty fired up to have him on the air. Some other people saying he's a dummy, and I'm a dummy, and that's fine. Fuzzy, who I have had some interactions with here lately. Thank you for the super chat, bro. I have it sitting up here at the top. Says no losses over 10 points all season. 6 losses by 1 score. What a gut punch of a season. I'm not sure I've been in part of one that was more of a gut punch than this one. You're absolutely right on that one. It's been a long 5 years and not seeing much hope next season. Dark times, JG. It's not a happy super chat, but it's one that we have to take and think about. And thank you for that, Fuzzy. My bad. Thank you for the super chat, my guy, and for your support just in general. Dubs84 jumps in with a super chat as well. No message offered, no message needed. Appreciate you, bro. Auburn Fanatic jumps in with another one. Who F is going to be our next head coach? We've been talking about that a little bit. I know you sent this a little while ago, so that wasn't specifically about that. But I'm intrigued. I wish I could have more information. It's tough for me to do this when I'm on the air to know. Oh, here's one I need to answer. To know a little bit more about what's going on with Sumrall. I need to know a little bit more about that. Like what? So I can't do this when I'm on the air. SR71 Blackbird says, JG, you're my second favorite Tate. Number 1 goes to my love of tater tots. I also love tater tots as well. I love that it has my name in it too. Cleveland Brown jumps in again. He's been super chatting us all day. We appreciate that. What's Jay Head's probability that Cam comes back? Sorry, I didn't ask him that. That's probably one that was going to be a tougher thing to answer right now. We're just so far away from being able to make that decision. We don't know who the coach is. We don't know what's going on here. If you're asking me, I would say it's probably 55%. And there's people in the chat that say there's no way he's coming back. I'm a YouTube commenter, and by God, he's not coming back. And I just don't know that you know what you're talking about. I would argue that I don't necessarily know what I'm talking about because I don't have any specific insight into Cam's situation, but I'm just telling you, I think I know him well enough to know that he's going to have a hard time walking away with that being his last moment as an Auburn Tiger. I don't see it. Also, Auburn Fanatics says Summerall or Dark Ages, Tennessee. Yeah, that sucks, man. I don't want to think about that. Also, America, well, this is Brad E., who's an absolute legend, says Charles Kelly is only 2 hours away from the brunch. Wait, hold on. You had one earlier, bro. I'm sorry that I missed a few of these. Because I know I missed a few. Sorry. So Justin C. had one, said marathon stream until coach is named. We're actually still kind of going. This may end up happening. Not necessarily because we wanted to do that, but because it's kind of what we were doing. PNL90 says, as Durkin as head coach, not just like Muschamp. I don't think that's fair. I mean, Durkin kind of came up under Muschamp. They've got a lot of things in common. personality, not necessarily, but they're both high energy guys on defense. I mean, I know I've just covered Will for so long. He's my kind of guy. Will is, and DJ's kind of a different personality. DJ like tries to be, and I don't know why we're parsing this out. It doesn't really matter as far as who's a good coach or not, but like DJ's trying to be like by the rules officially, and like Will is just kind of like his authentic self every single minute. So I'm more of a Will guy, but I like DJ is good with me too. And Will kind of got me going on DJ. Kind of like talked him up to me. Brad E, last name redacted, says Summerall is from Huntsville. Do not want. Give him a laugh on that, bro. That's funny. I hope he's still here. Hope Brad's still here. We need a winner like Lincoln Riley. If there was just a coach with the last name Madison, well, we would be better. I think so. Appreciate you, Brad. Thanks for that. Hawaiian Tiger jumped in, says, you're the badass, JGT. Appreciate you. You make these terrible games slightly. I think he means to say slightly better. Thank you, Hawaiian Tiger. That means a lot, bro. It means a lot that you would say that. And thanks for hanging out. I know you've been here like all night, so glad to have you here hanging out with us. And then I'm trying to let me come back to what Brad said earlier. Charles Kelly is only 2 hours away from the brunch. Come on, that's funny, man. David P says, what's wrong with Huntsville? So there's kind of a rivalry between Huntsville and Madison, and my friends, aka Brad. Well, Brad doesn't live there anymore. He actually moved, but him and Jay Head and AU 256 and Josh the Cat, who are bunker members, are from Madison. So I kind of like, I'm a Madison guy by default, but then like there's always this feud with the Huntsville guys, and Real Deal's a Huntsville guy. Rice from the bunkers and also the corners are a Huntsville guy, and there's other ones too. So we just kind of play around and do that whole thing. I'm Team Madison though, 100% for life. Brad jumps in to say Durkin not calling timeout on the 4th and 2 is telling to his tenure if hired. That's interesting. Bill G says Athens, Alabama for the win. Wade Time says I live in Madison. Then you're Team Madison then, which is what I am. I live in Montgomery. I actually live in Hampstead, Alabama. But when it comes to the Madison-Huntsville dichotomy, I'm definitely on the Madison side for life. Lee Band says Madison just salty because everyone considers Madison to be Huntsville. I know different, okay? And D Lucky's in the chat, my guy. He says Madison rules, Huntsville drools. People talk about it's the Trash Pandas. They're in Huntsville. I said, oh no, they're in Madison. Toyota Field is in Madison. I can guarantee you that. So I just call them the Madison Trash Pandas, and it gets people like, what? Huh? The Huntsville people know better though. They know I'm trolling them. Etowah Edits, aka EE, jumps in with a super chat to say Hartline and or Schumann, the defensive coordinator of Georgia at this point, Lanning, Dillingham, etc., show it can work. Either Summerall or Golesh do it for me at the price point they want. They're G5 guys. Wow, that was tough. That's tough right there. I don't really know what to say about that, yay or nay. I mean, like, I'm not trying to defend or promote a particular coach unless it was Will Muschamp, who's a friend of mine, which he's not in the mix at all. So that's not going to be a thing. But I mean, I just want a tough guy. If Glenn Schulman is the tough guy, then that's fine with me. I haven't heard his name associated with this job at all. I also haven't heard Brian Hartline's name and associated, I should say, with this job at all. But appreciate you offering that, Etowah Edits, also known as EE. Vegas Dad, my guy, what's up, bro? Said enjoyed another season following the drain. Looking forward to running it back next year with more to celebrate from our Tigers and our Raiders. My God, we don't have much to do with the Raiders, do we? Lost to the daggone Browns last week, and got to go play in SoFi against the Chargers tomorrow afternoon. So I don't think that's going to go well, and it's just going to be one of those deals. I just wish Gino wasn't so daggone bad. We're paying him $40 million a year. We're only paying Max $38 million. So I feel like I wish Gino was better. But anyway, Vegas Dad, I'd love to get out there and dab it up with you a little bit. I really want to get out to Vegas, and I just haven't been able to get out there lately. We went out there in 2019 for a job thing, and I haven't been back. So love to hang out. Appreciate that. Mr. Salus, who is great on the bunker, also great here. Says, is it basketball season yet? Come on, let's give it a laugh, bro. It is actually basketball season. They don't play for a few days here, though. I don't think their next game is until like Thursday or something like that. So we got a little space here to worry about football, and then we'll start doing some basketball again. You know, me and Hoke in particular love some basketball. Actually, BMAT loves it too. I think he's kind of, you know, learning to appreciate it as we move along. But love what they did against St. John's. I love the way they came back in that game. Auburn Fanatics is awful. Where is Pat Dye? Well, I can answer that directly, but I know what you mean. It needs somebody with that kind of Pat Dye, like give a shit, toughness, edge, aggression. I don't know what you want to call it, but need to get back to that. I really believe that. I really want Auburn to hire a tough-minded, high-standard having coach. And I don't give a damn if he's coaching G5 or top level. I don't give a damn. Bring somebody in here that gets Auburn, gets the expectations to a high level, continues to recruit at a high level, and just gets shit going, you know? Auburn isn't this bad. Auburn is not a mediocre program. Auburn's a very good program. It just got to get the right person in here to get it working. And hopefully they're going to make this decision in the next however long, 3-4 hours, and it's going to be the right one. Mike jumps in with another big super chat. Appreciate you, bro. He says, if we hire the here we go. If we hire the Russian, do we have to worry about ice grabbing him up, asking for a friend? Just kidding. Too much to drink. Let's just get Kelly here at this point. Charles Kelly. Let's get Charles Kelly here. I love Charles Kelly, but I don't know if he's the right guy for this job right now. I've been playing pretty good lately, to be fair. And also Alex Golesh, who was born in Russia, but he's not Russian. I know you're kidding. There's probably just some randos that are going, oh my God, are you thinking about hiring a Russian guy? Like, he's American. Just as American as me. Well, I wasn't born in Russia, but nonetheless, you know what I mean. James says Lane called a team meeting for the morning. Interesting. Is that the news we got? That's all the news we got today. He said he was going to make a decision today, and then he didn't do it. Interesting. Thanks for the super chats, guys. And James, Mike, Fuzzy, appreciate all you guys. Mr. Salus, glad to have you here. Glad to have an opportunity to talk about basketball just for a minute. And Hawaiian Tiger says, how does one get their name in the mix? I think it's through agents mostly. I mean, if we're being real about it. Brad jumps in with another super chat. He says, breaking, Bill Clark has turned us down. That was one of the, I can't remember, was that two? Was that the search that yielded Harsin, or was that the search that yielded Freeze? I can't remember when it was, but Bill Clark was involved. But Bill Clark's a bammer, and he made a mistake on that, and now he's not doing shit. So he kind of got what was coming to him there. Let's see. Daniel actually has this is a better question than it seems. He says, any truth to the rumor that the cheerleaders have been directed to report to the airport tomorrow to welcome in a coach? I can't speak to that specifically, but I know there's been internal discussion about making sure everybody's ready to go on Sunday or Monday. So that is not a crazy thing to ask. I don't have any specific information about tomorrow. My guess is that is not a go right now, but it could be a go. I think they've been told, to be ready to mobilize quickly. So long story short, I think that's mostly true. If that were on Snopes, I would say mostly true. Would be my answer. Antonio S., last name redacted, says, why don't we find a young NFL offensive coordinator like Brian Johnson maybe, or defensive coordinator who wants head coach experience? Well, it's an interesting idea, Antonio. The problem is that recruiting in college is seen as such a mysterious and magical thing that only certain people can understand and truly win at, and that you have to know you have to have a lot of experience with it to be good at it. So, like, I just think, like, if you go get an NFL guy, it's got to be the right NFL guy, a guy who really understands recruiting, who's probably been a college coach before, who has a passion for it. You've got to have, I think you've got to have somebody special. A lot of times these pro guys have a different mindset. They're all about the game. These guys like to sit in dark rooms on a Tuesday morning at 2 a.m. and talk about fucking blitz packages. And I don't think college coaches in general do that. They don't have a passion for that. And that's why you don't see a lot of back and forth. Now, Bill Belichick obviously is a very good NFL coach, or was. Now he's at UNC and he's a below average college coach. There's a lot of extenuating circumstances with UNC. I don't think their talent level is great, but it's hard to go back and forth. So I don't have a great answer for that one, but Auburn hasn't, that I know of, been looking at anybody in the NFL at this point. So that's just the way it goes. Noel, last name G, last name redacted. I may know this guy, and I do think he's a stud, by the way. Jay, what are your thoughts on Ashton Daniels as QB1? It's a great question, bro. God, so he comes out in the Vanderbilt game and had an amazing game in a game they lost. Then they make him sit against Mercer. They didn't make him. That's not fair to say. He sat against Mercer to preserve his redshirt status, which I didn't think was a big deal. I was like, well, he'll just pick it up and be right back in it. And, you know, Kozan was the one that said something on his call earlier about, that's tough, man, to take a quarterback out and then he doesn't play and then you bring him back in the next game. And it's like, that's actually a good point. I hadn't really thought about that. So it was kind of a disservice, I guess, to Ashton in a way to put him back in the game, although it wasn't really, but because he deserved it. But my guess is that he's not the quarterback here next year. That's my guess. I would say that your quarterback next year is either Deuce Knight or some dude that is playing somewhere else and the new coach likes him or saw him or blah, 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 whatever. I mean, Deuce, maybe he's both. Maybe he's not only, you know, he's here, but he's the guy that this coach saw and said, that guy's a badass. Like, I don't know. There's definitely a way that Auburn can keep Deuce Knight, but I don't think you keep Deuce and Ashton. And I mean, for me, if you're just asking me, I think Deuce is worth more than Ashton. I would be more willing to play Deuce. I would be more willing to hitch my wagon to Deuce Knight than I would Ashton. And I hate to be that guy, but it's like, you know, he was great against Vanderbilt. He didn't play against Mercer. He was so against Alabama. I thought he was very valorous today. I don't think he had statistically a great game. I mean, 18 of 39 for 259, 1 touchdown, 1 pick, although the pick was kind of like it was a deflection. And he definitely had some drops. I mean, 5 drops officially. He did rush 23 times for 108. So, I mean, I like him. I just think he's probably like, this is just me talking, and I'm sorry if his mom's watching or whatever, but I think he's more of a Duke quarterback or a Wake Forest quarterback or a, you know what I mean? Like an NC State quarterback. I'm not sure that he's going to be a championship Auburn quarterback. Does that make sense? I mean, he's a good player, but I don't think he's that good. And I think you'd be wiser to invest the snaps into Deuce Knight. Just my opinion. And I think he's gettable. I think you can, I mean, obviously he's here, but what I mean is like, you're going to have to compete for him again this next cycle. And I think you can win that. Mr. Salus jumps in again to say Auburn has not been the same since Jay Jacobs left. Wow. Hey, brother. If you guys want me back, I'm here. Robert says Jay Jacobs sucks ass. I don't think that's fair. And I'm not a big fan of Jay Jacobs, but I wouldn't say he sucks ass. I mean, I like Jay's fine. Jay's fine. John Cohen is the question right now. John Cohen is the question right now. What is going to happen with John Cohen? John Cohen this is a make or break 2 or 3 hours for his ass right now. Right now. The clock is ticking. His entire career is hinging on what he decides in the next 12 hours. And I'm being generous with 12. It's probably more like 3. And I'm going to tell you guys, I'm looking at this from the outside. I'm not going to say that I'm in real close with what they've been doing. I'm not, but I have to kind of work this from outside in. And it doesn't look like he's got a great solution here. But I will be the first to tell you, this is a ones and zeros type situation. It's a binary job. He either gets the guy who does the job or he gets a guy who doesn't do the job. And if he picks wrong, he gets fired. Not next week, not next month, but soon. And if he picks the right guy and that person turns it around, then John Cohen's Gucci and everybody's happy. That's it. Now, Chris V, last name redacted, says John Cohen, I lost it on the front page there, but he said something along the lines of John Cohen needs to stop telling people, coaches, who they can and can't keep. I personally find it a little bit weird, this is just me talking, that you would try to hire a new head coach and then try to give them the illusion that they have dominion over the situation, yet tell them, well, we'd really like you to keep this guy, whatever. That is not normal. You say, well, they did that with Cadillac. Yes, but Cadillac was a position coach, and he's an Auburn hero. Let's be real about it, okay? Slightly different situation. Coordinators are different deals, and DJ Durkin's not an Auburn hero, so it's a little bit different. Dave R. Feller says, what's the likelihood that it's not DJ, Dilly, or Golesh? I think higher than most seem to believe personally. I would probably put that percentage in the 10 to 20% range because I'm 53 years old. I've been covering Auburn since 1998. I have seen some shit go down that I did not expect to have happen. And so I always keep that option open. That can definitely happen. I never feel like, JG, I understand completely what's going on. In particular, this situation, I know there's some areas that I don't understand and don't see. So, Dub says, seems like Golesh is kind of a jerk, but has confidence in what he's doing. Who doesn't like a good jerk? I didn't get that feeling. I watched several videos of interviews with Alex Golesh to try to get a feel for what he is, who he is. And I didn't get the feeling that he was a dick. I mean, he's definitely confident, like you said, but I didn't get the feeling like he was a dick at all. All right, so there's some people wanting to hear some calls, and I'm in the business of getting people on the line here. So let me see what I can do. My boys, my friends, my coworkers are probably in a situation where they can talk now a little bit. So I would like to start, if I could, with Brian Matthews. I think he would be a good guy to talk to. Now, I don't know what he's doing right now. Let's see what he's up to. Since this was a game at home, which is a Iron Bowl, obviously there's a ton of kids here from recruiting. You've also got the football game, blah, blah, blah. Everybody on our staff, B-Matt, Caleb, Hoke, Jay Lee, Cole the Goat, are all doing shit. Like they're either with recruits or they're chasing football players around. I'm the only one that's sitting over here like this, so I got to be cool and see what they're working on and what they're doing and all that kind of stuff. Spread says, no one knows nothing, weirdest search ever, and now it's worse. I hate to say no one knows nothing because that's not true. But I would also say that there's a lot of gray area here that I don't usually face. I mean, because I've covered a bunch of coaching searches here in the last 27 years, and this has more gray area than I can remember. And I'm really working hard. I always tell myself in situations like this, by the way, B-Matt says he's good to go in a few minutes, so we're going to get B-Matt here next. In situations where there's gray area, when it comes to a coaching search, I like to rely or lean on my experience as having watched the Tuberville search, the Gene Chizik search, the Gus Malzahn search, the Harsin search, the Free search, the BP search, the Jeff Lebo search. I've been through all of these. And there's certain things that just make sense and certain things that don't, right? Like, I don't think at this point they're going to hire DJ Durkin. I really don't. I think that's just such a tough sell. I think it would be bad. I think the fans would mostly be unhappy. I think the smart fans would be unhappy. They would say the defense got shittier as he became head coach or interim head coach. You know what I'm saying? And like, they lost the Iron Bowl. The game wasn't necessarily adjudicated, not great, but it wasn't. There's some questions about how it was managed from a coaching perspective, et cetera, et cetera. And I think it's a tough sell. To me, it doesn't pass the sniff test that it's going to be DJ. So that takes me down to Summerall, Golesh. Dillingham still seems to me like a long shot. And the Missouri coach seems like an even longer shot to me. To me, it feels like Golesh or Summerall, but Summerall, I think, already told him no. So how are you going to come back? So my thing is that, and I'm just kind of shooting from the hip here because I haven't had any conversations about this. I sent a text out earlier. The thing about Golesh in Florida sounds like a smokescreen to me. Like you're trying to like create interest in Golesh so that then Cohen pays more because he thinks he's got to beat Florida. But they can't hire two coaches. So I don't know. Robert B says, when you could have hired him 2 weeks ago. Exactly. That's a great question, and it's one that I would like. That's one that I would like to have an answer to. I did just get a text here from somebody. Interesting. Somebody that I think would know some stuff. Somebody who has known stuff in the past for sure does not know what's going on right now. And you say, JG, who gives a shit? But it tells me a decision hasn't been made. Robert S. says, we miss you, Bobby Louder. I'm going to tell you something about Bobby Louder. First of all, if you ever think I'm going to say shit about that guy, you're wrong because he got shit on a bunch. He was a very decisive person that knew what he was doing before he did it, working way ahead of the other people, and always had a plan. So give that guy credit. And if this was Bobby Louder's search, there would be no confusion about anything. Now, we wouldn't necessarily have it out in the public what was going on, but we would know what was going on. We don't know what's going on this year. So I will not tolerate any Bobby Louder slander. Not that there was any in here. Smoking Rail says, new to the Brain Drains this year Arkansas game. Thanks for what you do, man. I appreciate you hanging out. I know this is kind of a weird year because it was just so confounding why they kept losing and why Hugh couldn't get his shit straight and all that kind of stuff. Brad says, Tim Cook in town. He's in town to make the final call. Listen, Tim Apple's got a bunch of money. I don't think Tim Apple's got a real passion for Auburn football. He likes to say he does, but I don't. I've had a conversation with him one time. It's been a minute, to be fair. I'm not friends with him, but he didn't seem like he was that knowledgeable. I mean, he's got a lot of shit going on in his life, you know. Robert S. is Louder dead? No, he's not. He's not. But he's kind of like he's retired officially, but like he's even retired from the Auburn sphere. I mean, he's not doing the things that he used to do, and I thought he was very useful. Noel G, last name redacted, also had a super chat earlier. He said, maybe you already mentioned it. By the way, this guy's a stud. I don't want to say who he is in case he doesn't want me to say, but I like him a lot. Who is the head coach you want to hire? And I agree on Deuce. Xavier Atkins reminds me of Micah Parsons. Got to keep him. He's not as tall and long as Micah Parsons, but he's a very high motor defensive player who causes hell. That's for damn sure. Head coach I want to hire. I like Summerall. I like Golesh. I like Brent Key. I like DJ. I think some of the things that you guys have said in the chat about the defense has kind of tailed off a little bit since he has become the interim head coach. you guys have got me thinking about that a little bit. So maybe that's in my head a little bit right now. But he's a great recruiter. I think he's a good defensive coordinator when he's doing his own thing. I mean, you look at these numbers. I mean, the schedule's up there on your screen right there. I mean, you lose to Oklahoma 17-24 in a game where they fucking cheated. Texas A&M is a problem this year, and Auburn loses 10-16. That ain't a DJ problem. Auburn loses to Georgia 10-20. That ain't a DJ problem. Auburn loses to Missouri in two overtimes. They give up 23 points in 2 overtimes. That ain't a DJ problem. They win at Arkansas. They lose to Kentucky 3-10. That ain't a DJ problem. Then he becomes interim, and they lose 38-45. That is kind of a DJ problem. Alabama, 27. 280 yards. Tough to sit there and put that one on the defense, but, I mean, I don't know. The problems that Auburn had this year, by and large, are not defensive problems. That's how I feel about it. So I like DJ as well. So for me, it'd be one of those three. I personally think John Summerall's really good. There's a lot of people in the bunker that think he sucks and blah, blah, blah. He's G5, blah, blah, blah. I like Alex Golesh, too. I think he's good. Parker D, last name redacted, says, what's wrong with Lincoln Riley? I don't love Lincoln Riley. I don't understand why we'd take some dude from the West Coast who got the fuck out of the SEC the first chance he got, and he's been solid but unspectacular at Southern Cal, and now we're going to bring him here. Like, I don't know, man. I don't really get it. Robert S. is the North Dakota State coach available. So I don't know who that coach is. I don't know him by name. But I remember when Kansas State hired Chris Kleeman. Is that right? From South Dakota State. Is that right? They got him from one of those schools, and he'd won like, a billion games or whatever. And I was like, this guy's going to fucking get it done, right? I mean, if there was ever a guy that was going to go to Kansas State and win games, it's going to be this fucking guy. And he's been solid. He's been okay. But he wasn't what I thought he would be. And that's one individual case, to be fair. Everybody's an individual case. But that makes me reticent. Snowburn says, is 148 available? Not to join the drain, but to be our coach. We love that. We love 148 to be our coach. Johnny says Golesh went to Arky. So let me. I can't take that on. I can't take that on just on you saying it. There is no indication that has happened. So I think you're talking out of your ass. I hate it when people talk out of their ass when I'm on live on the air because I don't know if that's true or not. Nope. Sure doesn't look like. If he's taking it, you must have some breaking news that nobody else has in the entire world. Man, are you hanging out with Alex Golesh right now? You know something? I don't know. Tiger says, I read Arkansas has offered Golesh. Dude, Auburn's fucking offered a bunch of people, like, tentatively. You know what I mean? JP Tiger says, we're boned. All the people that knew Auburn football are gone. Lonnie A., last name redacted, says, Arkansas beat writers said it was done, and then they later walked it back. See? People think they know stuff. Whale Driver says, I think we should pay Sean McVay anything he wants. Hiring a head coach is that easy. It's that easy. Yeah, Sean McVay, I think, is doing pretty good with the Rams right now, but we'll see. SR71 Blackbird says, is talking out of your ass the same as farting out of your ass? Well, they both communicate something, but I think it might be different things. Okay, I think we've given BMAT enough time. We're going to need to get BMAT on the horn. BMAT, I know you want to write and do your job and everything, but we need you on the horn, bro. We need you on the horn. So please come spend some time with us, BMAT. Biscuit says he's sitting in traffic. My man. Hang in there, buddy.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
What up, B-Matt? How you doing?
Man, I'm doing good. I just finished transcribing an interview with Xavier Atkins. Fixing to crank out a story here in just a few minutes and talk to you on this here show.
Well, I mean, if you got stuff to write, man, I don't want to push you.
No, I'm good. Nothing important. Nobody cares about what we read after loss. Anyway, really, unless
that's kind of true. That's kind of true. Yeah. What was it like down there after the game, man?
A little somber, but I'll be honest with you. I think these guys are used to this, right? I mean, this is another one-score loss. It's their 7th loss of the season. They've all basically been tight, tough, one-possession type losses. And here we are again. I thought Keldrick was incredible. Yeah. He's a great player, a great person. Durkin called him one of the best leaders he's ever been around in his career as a coach. And Keldrick talked about how this was still the best 3 years of his life. Being here and fighting through this, and how proud he was to have been a part of this, even though obviously this team and program didn't come close to meeting the standard that he has and the way he plays and his talent.
Damn. That makes
he
me
also
sad,
said, let me see if I can get the quote about Durkin, which I know Kayla's working on that story right now. If that's okay, it's not out yet, so I'll just have to summarize it. He basically said these 4 weeks with Durkin has been the best 4 weeks of his career. So that's not exact quote, but that's the sum of it.
Like, I hate to hear it, but I love to hear it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, that tells you exactly what you thought about DJ Durkin as in his relationship with his defense and his players. That's definitely one of his strengths, right? I don't think there's any question about that part of it. He's got some of that Will Muschamp and Kirby and all those other coaches that are really intense and really into it and really coaches. But there's more to being a head coach now these days than just that. That's a great thing to have, but there's more to it. So if he's the guy, we'll see if he can handle all that stuff. He did not handle it all at Maryland. But this is what, 9 years later, 7, 8 years later, whatever it is. So
I mean,
we'll see.
You think he can be the guy now? I mean, he lost the Iron Bowl. Like,
I mean, I'm not the one making the decision, but I do think it's still a possibility. Yeah. It's not the decision I would make, but yeah. I mean, John Cohen and at least one very important booster seems to be in love with him. I mean, I'm saying that a little bit sarcastically, but I think that's the case.
Yeah, in
a lot of ways, right? And they are doing everything they can to try to keep him here as DC and maybe as head coach. I would probably lean. I don't know exactly what's going on with the goal list right now. So, it sounds like Auburn is out on Summerall, not 99%, but maybe 100% now. But can we say that for sure?
No.
Yeah. And then, I don't know if, Kenny Dillingham is still an option at all. I don't know. It just seems like it's probably Golish or Durkin, unless there's some other option I'm just not aware of. I don't know.
Well, I mean, if Golish is talking to Florida, maybe, I don't know. They can't hire 2 coaches, so.
That's very true. And then I see, I guess Lane Kiffin is still holding everybody hostage at the moment.
He said he would choose today. He didn't choose today?
And ESPN has spent this entire day talking about how Ole Miss should go ahead and let him coach, even if he goes somewhere else. That's the most idiotic thing. Does anybody on that fucking show or within that organization have any standards to say, hey, maybe Lane Kiffin's not the good guy here. Maybe he's being a shit for brains by holding all these schools hostage and making it all about himself.
Yeah,
right?
He's definitely making it all about himself.
Does anybody ESPN have the guts to say that?
No.
Yeah.
Because they love him.
Yeah, it's pretty pathetic the way he's being treated right now. I think Lane Kiffin's fine, and I love to follow him on social media, but this is a bullshit way to run things.
Yeah.
You just coach your team to a fucking playoff spot, a top 10 seed, possibly hosting the game at home. I mean, give me a break. Whatever. That's not my problem.
Do you feel like Auburn was going to win this game when it was 20-20 with 10 minutes to go in the fourth quarter? Did you feel like they were going to win?
No. No, I did not.
Because you just felt like they'd find a way,
I've
right?
never been more disappointed in a team than that first quarter. How can Auburn come out and play like that in the first quarter and look scared? Right? Jordan-Hare Stadium should be scaring the opponent, not the fucking home team. I mean, what the fuck was that in the first quarter?
It's a mess.
That was fucking pathetic.
I don't understand. I know it's the Iron Bowl, bro. Like
it was like deer in the headlights. I could not believe it. So I don't really understand what was going on there. I commend the team for bouncing back and tying the game, but no. I'm afraid I've seen this too many times. Until I see it the other way, I'm just gonna. I mean, I can't help it. I guess I'm just I don't know. It's just I kind of felt like it was going to end exactly how it ended. Yeah, actually, I thought it would go to overtime again. That's what I thought would happen.
And they lose in overtime?
Well, I thought, this is what happened. I'm in the press box. I watched Auburn get the stop on third down there at the goal line. I thought, okay, Bama's going to kick a field goal, and I'm gonna walk down now, so I don't have to watch that. So I'll be there to see if Auburn can drive and kick the tying field goal. We'll go to overtime. I'll be on the field for that. And then about halfway down the stairs, I hear Andy on the intercom saying, touchdown Alabama, blah blah blah. I still have not seen that play yet. I don't know what happened. I asked Durkin about it. He just said they lost their eyes in coverage, whoever that DB was. But yeah, that's just unreal. And the defense just killed itself with the penalties at the wrong times. The drop passes, unfucking believable. Omar Mabson, I feel terrible for the kid, but that ball is right in his hands.
Wow, to come in 100 miles an hour, though.
It was still, that's just another, yeah. I mean, yeah, I agree with that, but I agree with that. He's still got to catch that ball too, right?
And then Cam.
Yeah.
Cam.
Yes, I know. And to be honest with you, that number 6 for Alabama ate his fucking lunch most of the game. Now he made some plays there in the second half, but I thought for a good portion of the game, he was taken out of the game. He was in one-on-one situations, and yeah, there was an overthrow here or whatever, but he didn't make plays. That Alabama DB got the best of him, I thought. But,
I've got a theory, B. Matt, that he's going to come back because he's so pissed off about how it ended.
Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, maybe. Or maybe Ohio State will say, hey, come here and you can play for a professional organization and it'll be run right. And you'll have good quarterbacks and you'll have an offensive line that doesn't, have a 10, penalties and give up free rushers, every other down or whatever. So, yeah.
All right, B. Matt, appreciate you jumping on. I know you want to write that story, so I don't want to hold you too long. I know you're up at the press box.
I'm sure you talked about this, but you need to be up early tomorrow.
I know.
It's going to be early.
Yep. We'll be
goddamn, it's already midnight too. Woo. Okay, fine.
All right, bro.
All right, later.
See you, man. Bye. There he is, B. Matt. It's going to be we got a short window here to sleep a little bit, and then we got to get going tomorrow because there's no telling how this is going to work out tomorrow. This is it's going to be insane. And some of you guys that are in the chat going, JD don't know what the hell he's talking about. This shit's not going to go down. I'm telling you, it's going down like right now. It's like literally happening right now. I talked to Hoke earlier, and he wants to come on. And I love Hoke, so let's get Hoke on here. I got to try to find Hoke's number. Here he is. Let's get Hoke on the horn, and I'm going to have to put him on some situations here. We got to ask him some tough questions here about this coaching search.
Hello.
What's up, Justin?
What's up? Are we live or what?
We're live, absolutely.
That's great. How many people are watching at midnight after that debacle?
Almost 900.
Nice. Nice.
Because people are just calling me a dumbass and saying I don't know what I'm talking about. Not really. It's just a few. But, dude, I've been telling them I think this shit's going to have to go down pretty fast.
Oh, yeah. We're just going to skip the game. I like that idea.
Yeah. Skipping the game.
Yeah.
Are you in traffic?
No, I'm waiting on the golf carts. It's been
okay.
a great day with the golf carts. Yeah. I need more of them. Coaching. Yes, it's going to go down quickly. I mean, I wrote earlier that, I would lean something getting announced Sunday. It could happen Monday. And if it's announced Sunday, press conference Monday. If it's announced Monday, press conference Tuesday. So I would lean something getting announced tomorrow. I'm not sure what would push it to Monday. I don't know what that variable might be, but I would lean Sunday at the moment.
I was thinking it was going to happen, by like 11 o'clock in the morning. That's like fucking 11 hours from now.
Yeah, I'm actually just gonna walk up to the complex, I guess, and just sleep outside or something. But yeah, it'll happen quick. I mean, there's stuff going tomorrow morning. You saw the Lane Kiffin meeting, that's at 9. That'll come out. Someone looks like he's gonna talk to some people tomorrow and weigh that Florida offer, Tulane offer. But I've already told, as I said earlier, that's pretty much done with Auburn and Summerall. I'm not sure it would take the Florida deal completely blowing up, not ending up at Ole Miss, him crawling back to Auburn listening, and I just don't foresee any of that. So, I think it'll happen. I think it'll happen early. Just don't know what direction. I mean, Durkin's in the mix. Pretty, that was a competitive game, but you lost. I don't know what it looks like trying to announce Durkin tomorrow. Alex Golish would make sense. Summerall's Florida's kind of top choice right now. So, if you want Golish, I have no idea why you couldn't get him right now.
Mm-hmm. I mean, fuck Arkansas. I don't give a shit about Arkansas.
Yeah, he wouldn't do that. I mean, I haven't heard anything other than including Kenny Dillingham in my kind of final list earlier, which I was told, to do, and I haven't heard anything like momentum wise. I don't know where that stands, other than they've talked a lot, over the few weeks. And then I wouldn't count on Drinkwitz. I included Drinkwitz, but that he was kind of with Summerall in terms of very low probability. And so I don't know where Drink will end up, but so I don't know, kind of lean Golish or Durkin. I think Golish would make a lot of sense. I don't know if Durkin would be retained. I mean, it's going to be up to Golish, or the next coach. I say Golish. Like, it'll be up to the coach to retain Durkin, and we also don't know the Durkin side. Like, does Durkin want to stay with whoever the head coach is? Does he have a relationship with him?
Right.
There's that side of it too. Durkin's going to be a wanted guy as a DC, whether it's Auburn or somewhere else. So, an ideal scenario would be somebody like Golish with an offensive mind and ability to build a program, and retaining Durkin. That'd be pretty enticing. That'd be pretty good. I think if you're an Auburn fan, you have to be pretty happy if that's how it turned out.
Agree. But there's some people that are saying, look at the defense, dude. Gave up 45 to Vandy. Of course, it was overtime. And then this game today, 27. But I didn't think it was that bad.
Man, yeah, the game today is weird. I mean, they gave up 280. If I told you you're going to give up 280 to that Alabama offense, Ty Simpson's going to throw for like $150 or less. I mean, you'd be like, that sounds great.
Yeah.
But then somehow they give up 3 touchdowns, and the rushing yardage was too much. You gave up too much on the ground to them. But it was a weird game. I mean, you gave up 280 yards. Alabama didn't crush it on third downs, but yet they still managed to score 27 points. It was kind of feast or famine. I think Alabama had like 6 3-and-outs, but then when they weren't going 3-and-out, they're scoring points. So it was kind of weird. It was either 3-and-out or they put points on the board. So I don't know. Yeah, that bend but don't break. It's kind of been the MO the last 2 years. Like, the defense has been really good, but there've now been quite a few drives where you're just like, dang, you just couldn't get off the field. But I mean, overall, DJ Durkin's still a really good defensive coordinator. I mean, I would probably, if Cohen thinks he's like the best DC in the country, I don't know about that, but I don't know. I mean, if a new head coach came in and didn't retain him and brought his own DC in, I think you're fine. I mean, could it hurt you with the roster? Sure. Someone like Atkins or Melendez, or you could lose some of those guys. You could. But I don't know. I mean, what are we weighing here? Like, keep Durkin and you get to keep a few extra guys on the roster, or you just hire the right coach and you deal with it. I don't know. And I don't know much about some of those guys in terms of their ability to maintain the roster. Like, what if they can come in and get the job done and keep some of these guys? I'm not sure. I'm not sure how it'll.
Dude,
how it'll play out.
Ryan Williams did not catch a ball today. Is that right?
Is that real? Yeah, I guess true. I guess so.
I don't
I mean,
think
they
he's on
targeted a little bit, but yeah.
If he did, he didn't
That's
catch
hard.
shit because I'm looking at the stats and he's not one of the top 8 receivers.
How crazy is that? So
Wow.
that's an Iron Bowl in which Ryan Williams and Cam Coleman as sophomores did nothing. They were complete non-factors. Ryan Williams and Cam Coleman, the two elite receivers.
Cam fumbled the game away, so he's a factor.
He was a factor, yeah. In terms of going off, yeah. Malcolm was awesome. How about Malcolm? Career high last year, and then he almost broke it today. He balled out. But
Yeah,
that's
did.
weird about Ryan Williams. Yeah, the rushing yardage was weird. Auburn just had that. Auburn had that. The last half of the first quarter was not a good quarter, and they gave up rushing yards out of nowhere. They couldn't stop the run. Just a bad for the defense. And then that last drive, dude.
Ugh.
I mean, that was brutal. I mean, I tweeted it, and I was like, Auburn made 4 different third down stops on that drive. 4 different third down stops. 2 of them, Alabama then went for it on 4th down and converted, including the touchdown. The other 2, Auburn got hit with a DPI and a roughing the passer. Both, I think we can say, were questionable to give Alabama a first down. So they made what they thought were 4 different stops to end the drive, and none of them ended the drive, and Alabama ended up scoring a touchdown on a drive that went 8 minutes. I mean, if that's not the season, it's like unbelievable that they couldn't get off the field. And that's happened a few times. Go back to Vanderbilt last year. Pavia and Vanderbilt did nothing that game last year, but then out of nowhere, they put together this drive at the end of the game where the defense just can't even get off the field for some reason. Georgia put together that insanely long drive earlier this year to win the game. I mean, as good as the defense has played, you've had now at least 3 different scenarios over the last 2 seasons where you play really, really well, and then with the game on the line, you literally cannot get off the field at the end of the game.
Yeah.
And it cost them. I mean, Auburn had 1 drive. I mean, if you could have gotten off the field or given up something earlier, offense could have had more. But the drive lasted so long, they had 1 drive. Offense had 1 shot. A freaking fumble.
Yeah. Cam, man.
That was tough, dude. That was tough. But I don't know. Going to a bowl game would have been, I know people have asked about that. Like, it would have actually been really beneficial because what would have happened is they would have hired a new coach. He'd have brought a new staff, and that new staff would have been able to be around all these players and watch these guys practice for 15 practices before the spring. I mean, it actually would have, I know fans may not have cared about a bowl game, but it would have been really beneficial because the new staff could have had a handful of practices to go out there and observe, watch, be around these kids, start to build relationships.
It helped.
Would have had a good amount of tape before the spring. It would have been nice. Nobody would have cared if they would have won or not fan wise, but for the staff and development stuff, that would have been beneficial. But oh well.
It happens. All right, bro. I'm gonna let you go because we got to get to sleep and we got to get ready for tomorrow.
Yeah, sounds good.
Appreciate you, Hoke. You're a great
All right,
teammate,
see
bro.
All right,
See you, man. Bye. Hoke's a great teammate. Seriously, I'm really glad to have him on the team for real. I talk to him multiple times per day, and I know some of you guys are banging on him in the chat, but he's good people. I think he's really good. SR71 Blackbird says Lane team meeting 9 a.m. in the morning tomorrow. It's gonna be big. 9 a.m. in the morning, of course. 9 a.m. in the morning is redundant. I should just say 9 a.m. Yeah. Let's see. Guy Forks said, we know this is how this is going to go. Kiffin to LSU, Summerall to Ole Miss, Golesh to Florida, and then ... to Auburn. You better figure out a way to get ahead of that curve right there. Too Sweet says Hoke is a great teammate. You guys could say whatever you want. I think he's awesome. I love hanging out with him. Love talking to him. He cares a lot about what we're doing here at Auburn Sports, that's for sure. Let's see. America Brad says, I haven't seen any bourbon being had. Dude, I've been pounding this shit. Like this Trail's End. You're just like, JG, it's only like 20% gone. It's 120 proof, bro. It's 60.34% alcohol. This shit is not for the lighthearted. And I'd like to see you sit here and pound it and try to run the show by yourself. Goober. Nah, I know you're just messing with me. Chipper jumps in, who was our host last weekend for the outstanding drain that we did. So we draining when the new hire is announced? It's a great question. I'm not sure. I'm not sure yet. It's not really an area of emphasis necessarily in the On3 world, just because we're trying to bring value to subscribers. And I know that you guys are subscribers by and large. I bet 80% of the people in the chat tonight are probably subscribers to Auburn Sports. But yeah, I think my emphasis has got to be on getting pieces written for the site. So we're going to try to figure that out. But I think we probably ought to go live. Let's see. Golly, let me go back here. The chat's just popping so fast. I'm like missing stuff here. I feel like I'm missing lots of good comments here. It kind of sucks. All right, let's see. Too Sweet says, Hoke is a very good teammate. Wapner comes on at 7. Do you mean Judge Wapner? The plaintiff. Justin Hokanson. No, I'm just kidding. Tyler B says, Jay, in your years of covering Auburn football, have things been this bleak? I mean, like in a short term, yeah. Like in '98 when I covered Auburn at Florida, I think Auburn lost that game 24-3 or something like that. Whereas Spurrier was just being nice in the second half. Like that was like the least competitive. Well, golly, and the 2010 A&M game was a 2012 A&M game put me in the hospital like no shit. I actually ended up in the hospital for 3 days after that one. But, I mean, I've seen less competitive situations, but as far as like Auburn being down this long, I know. I mean, I've never seen that. I mean, I don't think anybody's seen that. It's been so long. You probably have to go before Ralph Jordan, right? To see Auburn this bad for this long. Like, 2020, they were 6-4, which was like, bleh. It was just the most blah 6-4 ever. And then 21 losing season, 22 losing season, 23 losing season, 24 losing season, and 25 losing season, right? Are we finally? Wait, hold on. Are you guys seeing? Is this an official announcement on? Well, not announcement, but is ESPN reporting that Lane Kiffin's going to LSU? Is that? Do we know this? Sorry, guys. I mean, I'm doing this live, so. So ESPN is saying LSU is likely to sign Kiffin on Sunday. Likely to sign with LSU. What does that even mean? Like, I understand. I've written that before in my life, but like not that particular sentence, but you know what I mean. God, that's weird. Can't believe this continues to go. David P says somewhere, it says sources expectation is LSU will hire Lane Kiffin on Sunday. Crocky Poo, who I always listen to 100%, says Brett McMurphy says Lane is holding Oxford hostage, threatening to poach players if they don't let him coach in the playoffs. Golly, man. After all they've done for you? See, here's the thing. When Ben Garrett, who's Spirit Ben, was the one, he was the one that said about the hoe, you can't turn a hoe into a housewife, blah, blah, blah. And these people on the bunker were like, oh, he'll never be able to work in Oxford again. I said, bro, if Lane leaves Ole Miss, like Ben's going to be a hero. Because he stepped to him and said, well, you're being disloyal and all that kind of shit, Ben's going to be fine. Don't you worry about Ben. He's good. I don't know that I would have done that. I don't think I would have said that about the coach on a podcast or otherwise. But I respect him in the press conference standing up and explaining what he was trying to say there. Because he wasn't specifically calling Lane a hoe. He was saying he was being disloyal. One man's opinion. Let's see. Mike says ESPN says not signed, but will announce LSU tomorrow after his meeting with the Ole Miss kids at like, what did you say, guys, 9 or something like that? Yeah, our Big Cat says dominoes are falling. I think Robbie Neville sang a song about that in 1987. Dominoes, dominoes, everybody's falling. SR71 says, it's hard out here for a pimp trying to get this money for the rent. And the got a whole lot of bitches jumping ship. Yes, I am familiar with Hustle and Flow. Mike says ESPN says he will not coach playoffs. I think this is a massive mistake. Spread. I don't know. They got good reporters at ESPN, the print reporters. And a lot of times the print reporters are kind of like, it's people like Marty that help them, people like Ryan McGee that help them, who are high quality reporters. So I trust ESPN's reporting. And William H says Marty Smith says team meeting at 9 a.m. Like, I mean, if you can't trust Marty, I don't know what we're even doing here. Like, Marty's the fucking man. Like, all the people in the world that I would trust in media, Marty Smith and Chris Lowe, 100%. Like, I'm telling you, those guys are as legit as it gets. There's some other people in national media that I would not, like, I literally see their tweets and go, not going to say names. But Marty Smith and Chris Lowe are studs. America Brad says Lane is who we thought he was. We have a sound for that.
The
Lane
are who we thought they were. That's why we took the damn field. If you want to crown them, then crown their ass. But they are who we thought they were. And we let them off the hook.
What a night, man. We're at the 6-hour mark of our stream. My goal was to get to 6 hours. So I'm glad we got there. It's 12:23 in the Central Time Zone. Our friends in the Eastern Time Zone, it's 1:23. And I'm not sure where we go from here, guys. I mean, I know where we're going from here in the sense that John Cohen and his trusted associates have got to pick somebody here. And they may have already picked that person. They may be talking to that person right now. As I've talked about tonight, they feel like they've got to have this person ready to go for the brunch tomorrow at 10:30, which is when it kicks off. It probably runs until 12. Will that person be here physically? Will that person just be available to talk to FaceTime with, et cetera, et cetera? Something's got to be done. AU grad 1996 is Ole Miss without Lane is exactly what it was when Matt Luke was the coach. I think that's going to be a serious situation for the Ole Miss coach. Keith Carter, the AD at Ole Miss, says he's got a plan ready to go if he loses Lane. I don't know Keith Carter. Maybe he knows what he's talking about. I don't know. It's going to be hard to replace Lane Kiffin, and I personally would not want to be the one that replaces him. Of course, I am not a football coach. I'm a sports reporter and streamer and moderator, so I'm maybe not the guy to be talking about that. However, I would not want to follow what he did at Ole Miss because I think he's the greatest coach that Ole Miss ever had. And you can say, yeah, well, they had some good coach in fucking Archie Manning days, whatever. It was really hard for Ole Miss to get to where they got. Messing around says John Cohen to candidates. Wakey, wakey, eggs and bakey. My man. That's exactly the kind of thing he would say. No, I'm just kidding. He's like super serious all the time. America B says Joe Judge on staff, former NFL head coach. Yeah. He'll be the coach. He'll be the coach. But they got other issues. Trying to keep an eye out for here. It's really hard to kind of run the show and also see what's going on Twitter and try to understand what everybody's talking about. Trying to see if there's any chat out here on what's going on here. Not much going on here. Let me see if the chat's what's going on here. On the, If I had to guess, he's probably talking to somebody right now. But there's really no way for me to know who. Let's see. Forrest D says, if DJ is the coach, who all does he keep on staff? Great question. Yeah. David Peace's X is a dumpster fire of despair right now. That's such a great way to put it. Let me pull up Auburn's coaching staff here. I just got to make sure I'm not forgetting anybody or whatever. Okay, so if DJ were to be retained, who would he keep? Rock Bellantoni, Trell, TJ, Crime's a tough one. I would suspect Crime, but I don't know that. I mean, TJ is he's a DJ guy through and through, and Rock is just a fucking stud. I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, Rock is the kind of guy. He's not your number one coach, but he's a guy you want on staff. He's a good recruiter. He's a very happy person. Players like being around him. They perform for him. He's very easy to get along with. Like Rock is just, you want Rock. You like Rock. You feel good about Rock, like on the staff. He's a great coworker. And so I think so, even though Rock's kind of new to DJ, but like TJ is definitely DJ guy. And Trell, I think, is just really good. Vontrell King Williams is what I'm talking about. So a lot of the defensive guys I think would stay. The other guys, I don't think they would. I mean, D Nix is, I don't think he stays as coordinator. Ben's got to go. Kent's got to go. Jake Thornton's got to go. Chad's probably got to go, even though I like Chad Lunsford a lot. And then Marcus is a tricky one because I think Marcus is actually really good, but I haven't really answered too much. I think most of the defensive guys would stay and all the offensive guys would probably go with the possible exception of Marcus Davis, but I don't even know that. R.R. Big Cat says Crime should be in-house with Redmond. That's also a possibility for Crime, although I think he likes being on the field, and I don't necessarily think that you just do whatever Crime wants to do, but I don't know, man. Like, I like what he's done this year. I think he's been good. Spread AU says, I'm a great coworker. Am I worth 3 wins? My man. I love that. Paul says, why not Charles Kelly, Auburn guy? I like her. I like Charles Kelly. I do think he has that toughness. I think he has that knowledge. I think he's popular with players. I think he's popular with power brokers at Auburn. I like him. I just think he's like 1 year too early as a head coach, right? Like he's really as a head coach now for the first time, and they're playing well. I mean, I think he's proving himself to be a good head coach at Jack State, but he took over a really good Jack State program, which Rich Rod left in great shape. By the way, Rich Rod got a badass beating today, or yesterday, I should say. He took over a good program, and he's kept them good. So, to Charles Kelly's, I think you're just kind of messing around with me, but seriously, I don't think he's ready yet. I don't think he's bankable yet. Whale Driver says Sam Pittman needs to be our OL coach. Now, boy, I think everybody would be fired up for that. He'd be great. He'd be really good. Great recruiter and a great coach. Like, maybe not a head coach, but he's a good one. He's a good offensive line coach. Might be the best in the game, honestly. I would have thought Matt Luke was that guy. Honestly, like if you had told me before this season, I said Matt Luke, best offensive line coach in the game. But like, I don't know, Clemson, like maybe they have bigger problems than just him. But I'd probably say Sam now. And one partner says go all in on Jimbo or Signetti. Signetti, please stop. Please stop. We got to stop this. We got to stop the Signetti stuff. All right, here we go. C. Hodge says, is Cohen going to sleep tonight? LOL. And then Lambert GR. Sorry, I was trying to struggle that. Or Lambert GR or Lambert Tiger. So J Boy saying Durkin is getting promoted. Okay. I'm Jake. I've known Jake a long time. Jake knows stuff. I mean, if he's reporting that, I'd be interested to hear that. Let me see what Jake's actually putting on Twitter right now. I would be interested to see what he says. I'm kind of stuck when I'm here on the brain drain. Wow. Yeah, I'm probably not going to see what he's tweeting right now. Yeah, I don't like that. Yeah. We're going to have to ban that guy. I think that was just an inappropriate comment. Sorry, I'm getting kind of late in the night, so I'm not maybe as quick on the uptake as I should be on some of this stuff. I think partner is going to have to take a break there. Where are you at, partner? You're going to get knocked out, bro. Have to do a search on that. There we go. All right, partner's gone. All right, War Tiger says, Jay Crane says, I'll tell the whole story once Durkin gets announced as head coach. This one's going to blow your mind. And then Brian says, Crane says it's not going to be Durkin because he says it's a culture problem. Okay, there we go. Spread AU ain't getting banned. Come on now, you're good, bro. Yeah, I'm about to wrap this bitch up. It's come on now. It's 12:30. We've been streaming for 6 hours plus. And I think we're going to be back on the air tomorrow. I think there's going to be a lot going on tomorrow. We're going to probably need to brain drain it out and just kind of get it done. So let's just go ahead and take a break here. And when I say a break, see what's going on here. Wow, look at all this. The bunker's just popping. And I'm sorry to be like this boring guy on the air, just staring at the screen here. But, yeah. Snobburn says, Jay, can you ban me? I'm tired. I love it. All right, everybody's saying Hoke sent something about a team meeting for tomorrow. Let me see what he said. He was just on our air like in the last 10 minutes, I think. Spread AU. I know, but let's see. Yeah, so Hoke says, yeah, that's a go. So that you think that's DJ? If it's going to be 10 a.m. tomorrow, that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be DJ, but that would, my initial reaction to hearing that would suggest that it's DJ. But I've been telling you guys all day they felt like they needed to have somebody here for the brunch. Looks like I think he's working on getting that on the bunker right now. So I kind of work like everything I do is based on the bunker. Like that's where I am like 95% of the time. The only time I go to the corner is if somebody tags me over there. And I think for him, it's just the opposite, right? Like he's always on the corner and he only goes to the bunker if he gets tagged over there or there's like a reason for him to go. Yeah, people are already moving his stuff over anyway, so that's good. Well, I mean, the thing is, okay, so if it ends up being DJ, I think that's a good thing. I do think that's a good thing. I think he's got the toughness, the requisite toughness that we've talked about. He knows the program. He's been kind of being the head coach for like a month now. So there's a lot of good things there. A lot of pluses. And again, for me, it's just tough. I need a tough person that's going to bust ass. That's what I need. As someone who observes Auburn and feels like Auburn should be better than this. But yeah, that's going to be a hard sell, I think, to some Auburn fans, right? Because, like, I think the really smart Auburn fans are going to go, well, wait, the defense sucked when he was the interim head coach. Are they going to suck now? Which is, I mean, sort of not. Mike says, so DJ, which is a fair thing to conclude, but I have not gotten an answer from Hoke on that one. Hoke's probably driving right now, so he's probably trying to do a lot of stuff at once. All Trades does say that DJ is loved by recruits, which he is. He's a good recruiter, and players love playing for him. He's very popular. Robert B says he got fired for having a toxic culture at Maryland. That is at least somewhat true. But I kind of mentioned this as when we were putting out the various hot boards that I always had DJ at the top of, that the more I read about the circumstances surrounding his departure from Maryland, the more that I had questions. The more questions I had, I should say, like where it was like, I don't know that he didn't get fired for that. Like they actually brought him back and then they fired him like a day later. And it just, I try to look at this from all sides because I'm not like, DJ's not like my best friend or anything like that, but I try to look at it from all sides and it really looked like DJ was getting scapegoated. It's just my opinion. And you guys can read that stuff just like I can. And maybe you come up with a different conclusion than I did, but I just didn't. The more that I read about the Maryland situation, the more I thought that DJ got fucked on that, if you want to know my opinion. Now, the person who got fucked the worst is the kid who died. Don't get me wrong about that. It sucked that the kid passed away. Awful. So it's not that. But DJ's relationship with the situation there was specious. I mean, like he was the head coach and everything falls on the head coach, but it's not like he was out there like, you know what I mean? Like dragging the kid along or anything. Like he is responsible. There is no doubt about it, Robert, and he is not hot. He's not hidden from that, but like, I don't know. I haven't been able to get an answer on that one. Texted a few people about it. Just kind of figure out what's going on there. Yeah, I don't have an answer for that. I don't want to get off the air until we can. I want to be able to get an answer for you guys on that, or at least give you some more insight on that. Brad says Oxford to Auburn is a 1 hour flight. Could be. It could be Elaine coming over. Yeah. I see what you're saying right there. Robert, man, we appreciate you having spoken your piece on this, but let's just not belabor the point, okay? You don't like DJ. You think he, is a bad guy from something that happened 10 years ago. It's fine. You're welcome to think that. Appreciate you sharing that opinion. You don't have to keep saying it over and over again. Spread says it's tough getting off with 700 in here. That's what she said. Mia Khalifa, I love you. Messing around says brain train after dark. Do we have an after dark sound? I think we do right here.
Yeah, like a medium banana pudding milkshake.
Just teasing. He did say that kind of late though. Man, we've been going a long time. 5,500 chats tonight. How about that, man? That's crazy. Call Me Biscuit, who texted earlier to say he was driving home, but he had, I think he said he was in traffic or whatever. Yeah, he did. Anyway, Biscuit says, did DJ costs go up, way up with Summerall situation? No, I think he's probably reasonably affordable in the event that that's who it is. I got to try to figure that out. Crawdaddy says, is he on anybody else's list? Meaning, DJ, obviously. So no, I don't think his cost went way up or anything like that. Gunnar says, let's get Hoke back on the horn. Yeah, I'm working on him. That's my teammate right there. I took a lot of time to compliment him. I need to get him back with me here. Let's see what's going on. He may have just explained this on the bunker, and he's thinking that I should probably read that, which is fair. But like when I'm on the air, it's hard for me to read the bunker or the corner. Okay, he's not sure. All right, Hoke's already posted to the bunker. So for those of you who are trying to keep an eye out, he says there's a team meeting at 10 a.m. on Sunday. A new head coach will be announced to the team at that time. Auburn is working through hiring their next head coach right now. It should be finalized by the morning. Easterwood's already jumped in. Dammit Lewis has already jumped in. J. Olive Senior's jumped in. We got a lot of legends here. Big Barner Brand. Wow, this has really popped up here. You guys are going late, man. I like this. I saw Chip in there. Auburn alumni who doesn't hang out with us over here anymore for whatever reason, but he's great on the bunker. Okay, so it's still unclear, at least officially to me, like who it's going to be, but they feel like they're going to have somebody there by 10, and that's something that I told you guys 6 hours ago. I said I think they're going to have somebody there for that brunch that starts at 10:30. That was their goal. And I said it was kind of a lofty goal, but I'm not sure if they'll be able to hit it. But now they feel like they will. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's DJ. It could be anybody. I mean, it still could be Golesh or it could be Dillingham. I don't know. I know that Jake Crane is saying that he thinks it's going to be DJ, and I have no reason to think he's wrong, but I don't have that information yet hitting my phone line. So we shall see how that goes. I really wanted to give you guys some finality before we got off the air tonight, but I don't know that's going to happen. All Trade says, man, Ashton Daniels played great. What are you talking about? I mean, I don't want to say he played great, but I do think he played valorously. I think his emotional investment in what's going on is great and is a huge upgrade, I think, over what we saw before. It's interesting you say that, Romulus. You said, who cares about a stupid brunch? Don't hire anyone. So, yeah, and you're not the only one who's kind of said something along these lines, which is, why are you in a hurry? First of all, fuck, dude, they've had 3.5 weeks to figure this shit out. Like, what are we doing? Second of all, signing day is Wednesday. Okay. You say, who gives a shit? It's fucking signing day. So they need to be here and to understand who they've got committed, who they want to keep, who they want to cut, who they want to add, et cetera, et cetera. This has got to be done. So I'm on the board. I'm on board with that. So you say you don't need to get in a hurry. You're right. You don't need to get in a hurry. They fired Hugh almost a month ago. What hurry are you talking about? I feel like the Creighton guy now, the Creighton basketball radio guy. What are you talking about? Terrence says, JG, after Auburn fires the new coach in 2 years, who's on your big board? Come on, man. Hornomania, what's up, bro? Says, what time does the drain start? Wait, I have to figure that out as we move along, bro. I don't know. I got to write stuff, and we got to report stuff and all that kind of thing. But we'll see what's going on. War Eagle GSU, bro, I'm about to bounce, man. I mean, I got to get off the air. Been going a while, and we got work to do tomorrow, so let's do that. I can't guarantee we're going to do a brain drain tomorrow, but I think we will, at least for a short period of time. And obviously at Auburn Sports, we're going to be going wall to wall. Hoke's already provided an update. I still don't know exactly who it's going to be, but we're going to find out a little bit as we move along. Anyway, check us out on the bunker/corner and at Auburn Sports. And if you're not a member, we've got some good deals going right now for, I think it's half price for the year. That's what I would do if I were you, if you weren't already a subscriber. If you are, we already know how much of a badass you are. Anyway, guys, appreciate it. It's kind of late for me, kind of late for you. We'll check you guys tomorrow. And as always, auburnsports.com and also the Bunker and the Corner. Till then, keep your feet on the ground. Keep reaching for the stars. Love you guys. Thanks for hanging out with me tonight, and we will see you soon. Peace.